we got to know the surname was Ndanzura, and then they um, talked about how the names changed over time. And so, like in Lagos, while you have the Aworis, you also have the Tapas, because there's quite a community that came down quite, and it was a trade route anyway, where people will come from Nupe to Lagos to trade. So families traded and stayed and settled, and we're talking going back to 1700s, 1800s, thereabouts, right? So for me, the middle belt had always held, apart from the obvious, which was when there was this thing that they kept on terming as uh, herders farmer clashes, right? So in every report that went out to the international community, that was how they described it. And I called it out back in 2015 that I've looked back, and over the last 30 years almost, the numbers have steadily increased, right? And you can't say, oh, it's why hasn't people sorted it out? There's it's historical, it can't be sorted out. And then I dug a bit more, and then I realized that actually the problem with this, the way it's being colored, right, doesn't actually tell you exactly what was going on. Right. So when I dug, and I found out that actually you have these Fulani herdsmen will come onto a piece of land. They know who owns it and stuff. They would kill the people on the land and actually take over the land, and nothing is done about it. So they then take over that land, and it was over the whole middle belt. Initially, I thought, oh, that's the food basket of the nation. And then when you dig a little bit more, and then you see like the mineral deposits, and some people are getting rich over all of these clashes, and I was angry because back then I kept on saying that why aren't they distinct from the North? Why are they classed as the North when really they're slam bang in the middle of Nigeria? But at the time it wasn't something that people were really talking about. And you know how we do our prayers for our prayers and wishes are with those that die, their families and all the rest of them. We keep on moving on, like we always move on in Nigeria, and we don't really sit with issues. Anyway, I was kind of really happy when I saw the hashtag, and I was like, finally, because at the end of the day, you can't tell people what their problems are if they don't see it. And it was one of identification. No one knew how many tribes or how many different languages were spoken in the Middle Belt, because everyone had assumed that everyone speaks Hausa and that was it. And it's so, if we were talking about this the other day about how the Tinubu family, right, now somehow people have forgotten who the real Tinubus are. All they think about is Bola Tinubu, because he's taking over everything, and anything if you put it into Google, even if the Wikipedia page comes up, that's what you get. It's just about him, right? And that's the same thing that has happened, right? Because these are people who are unassuming, they just want to till the land, they want to produce their farm, do that's what they're interested in. You've had another tribe who basically has taken away their voice, even if it wasn't directly, but indirectly they've done it and they've allowed it to continue. And I was like, actually, I like these voices that are coming up and saying, actually, this is what Hausa's not my language. This is the language I speak. It might be a lingua franca, but it's not my language. This is my tribe. This is the language we speak. Because we can't keep on talking about diversity and how it makes us stronger as a country when all the minority tribes who actually add up to quite a big, if you to put them all together, right, don't have a voice. Don't have a voice. History is not taught. If it's not from, from parent to child and down the line that way, the history gets lost. It gets totally lost. So I like this awakening, but I hope it's taken to the next level, because when they keep on harassing the rest of the country about, no one can be president without the North, we're 19 states, blah blah blah. I would like other voices to say, actually, you can't speak for us. We're middle belt. Because at the end of the day, government, whatever, it should be about representation. And you can't represent people if you have taken their voice, right? You've taken their voice. All the positions you give Hausa Fulani. What about the other people in the middle belt? So I could go on and on, but I don't want to. I'm kind of tired with everything going on at the moment in Nigeria, but I know that it's always going to be a marathon. So I'm just going to chill and just see how things progress. I'm just going to finish at this point. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, mommy. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. Guys, please, if you're up and you want to speak, your hands should be up. If not, I'll just have to move on the conversation. All right, let me bring you Dr. Croc. You have the space, please. Good evening.
Evening, Emir, Saddam, and Otumba. Please, who was the lead that just spoke? Multiple mics were unmuted, so I couldn't get the name.
She'll step down, Madam Bolale. Go on.
All right, okay. I will just add to what she said. I will make some things very, very clear. I'm coming from anthropological perspective because since this Middle Belt movement have started, there were a lot of backlash and all that. First of all, I was born in Plateau State in a village called Banyam, and I grew up in Kiranga, and I moved with my family 1999 to Nasarawa State. During the Plateau crisis, religious crisis that was going on, where I almost lost all my family. So that's my story from Nasarawa to Kaduna and to Nasarawa. Again, we have been moving. For those of you who know the history of Nigeria, those states, we are one state, all of them, both Plateau and Benue, we are combined one state until they were divided into multiple 3 states. So the reason why this Middle Belt movement is going on right now, we hate the House people. Some of them even target, they say it's a Muslim movement and it's a Christian minority movement in the north, or some of them say it's obedient movement, that is Obi that has influenced this movement. That's the attack that is going on right now. I'm surprised the people who called us Arne means pagan in a very derogatory way. He's comparing you to a dog or a street animal or something that need to be crushed, are suddenly fighting us for putting our identity out, putting our cultures out there. So in the north, in Nigeria, specifically northern Nigeria, there are multiple civilizations of people. For those of us who study languages and linguistics, we understand this easily. There is the Kanem-Borno civilization, the empires, the Kanem-Borno Empire.
We're struggling with you, Dr. Croc. Can you hear me, please? Can anybody hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Dr. Croc?
Yes, Adam. I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Dr.
Jimmy,
Croc, go on.
Okay. Jimmy, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just give 100 so that I'll continue.
Yeah. Loud and clear. I can hear you.
Ask him, Dr. Croc, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And then go on, please.
All right, okay. All right. So I need this to be very, very clear. This is not the anti-Hausa movement as is being tagged or anti-Islamic movement that is being tagged. We're just trying to highlight and to project our identity because we have been under the shadow of the majority northerners, and we just want to highlight our culture. A lot of people have been triggered, have received attack, have even received death threat. Someone was telling me, you better stop this before you create another IPOB movement in Middle Belt. I say, we are not anti-Hausa. They say, just relax. I speak Hausa fluently. I'm proud of that. I know how rich the Hausa language is. But I will not abandon my culture, my history at the detriment of another language. So that's what we are doing right now. So to highlight this properly, for those of you who don't know, I have written an article, an extensive article explaining the difference between the Kanem-Borno civilization, the Nok and the Kororo people. We are the Jukons, we are the Alagos, the Migilis, the Agatus, the Igala. We belong to the same civilization. The Benue Valley, all over the entire central Nigeria, those are the kind of people that you meet today. We belong to the same civilization. For those of you who don't know, on the 15th century, the Kororo Empire actually attacked Katsina. They were the people who were fighting Ottoman Danfodio when he was moving with his people. And at some point, Katsina was even occupied. So today, if you see the spread of Jukun people in Gombe, for example, if you see them in this is because we had the people were spread through conquest of war and all that, and that is how these people came to move. So because we do not belong to this civilization, to the Kanem-Borno civilization, we cannot identify as the Kanem-Borno people. So we have our own identity, we have our own culture, we have our own music, we have our own language, our own philosophy, our cuisine, we have our own poetry, we have our own history, traditions. Most of us who happen to be either Christians or Muslim, our first reference of morality is not Christianity or Islam. Our first reference of morality is our tradition, just like the Yorubas. I was telling somebody that you can hardly find a Yoruba terrorist. Why? Because their first reference of morality is not Islam. They refer to their language. When they want to give a proverb, if they want to pass wisdom to somebody, they will give proverb and they don't quote Quran for their among themselves. That is the reason why it can to be hard to radicalize a Yoruba Muslim. So that is how our people are. In my own family, we have Muslims, we have Christians, we live peacefully. All of us live peacefully. We don't even look at, you see one single family, you see one person a pastor, you see one person is an imam. We don't even care what religion you belong to. We are living peacefully. That is how the Middle Belt is. So we are just pushing our identity, highlighting who we are, putting our culture, putting our language. Me personally, I gave my daughter a Yoruba name. I say I will not give her any Hausa name. My sisters have Hausa name. My son name is Hausa. I gave my daughter Yoruba. I say if I have a boy today, I'll give him my Igbo name. I don't care whatever other people think. But as long as it's not a name that is alien to my culture, as long as it's not a foreign name or even English, I won't even give my daughter doesn't even have an English name. Because English people don't take African names. It's only us that we take English is American name. Have you ever seen French take a German name? Have you ever seen the German people take Japanese name or Chinese name? They don't do that. The only people who do that are the Africans. We Africans, the African Muslim, they take Muhammad. When you hear Muhammad, you think he's one Arabian man, but you check he's a black man. That's how brainwashed we are, to welcome foreign ideas and all those things. So I don't belong to it. We are not hating Hausa people. We are not trying to kick them out of our land. Just we have Muslim in our family. We can't kick them out. We just say project our culture. It's a socio-cultural movement. It's not a religious movement. Just culture and identity. As simple as that. So nobody should go and misconstrue. Nobody should go around and be pushing one propaganda that, they are going to kill Hausa people in Benue State or in Nasarawa or in Plateau State. Some of them in Plateau State right now, they are even fighting. They are saying that, they say that they are indigenous of Plateau State. We say, yeah, show us which local government you come from in Plateau State. They are unable to. Right now, if you come to Plateau State, the majority of the Hausa people in Plateau State were imported by the British to come and mine. During the 18th, 19th century, they were brought in to come and mine in Plateau State. And some of them came in, they stayed, the Sheikh Jingiri family, those are the people that were brought in to mine. They came in and they stood, they were there, and they never go back. So they are part of the land. We're not saying leave, we're saying stay, but do not come and oppress us, do not come and suppress us and say we should not speak about our culture. It's as simple as that. So this is our movement. This is what we are trying to promote, and I'm happy that this is catching fire so that the people from another part of Nigeria will know the differences. We will not lump us all and say, oh, all these people are Hausa, all of them are Muslim. You'll be surprised when you will be surprised you go to some villages in Borno, you will see core Hausa people, Fulani, that are even Christians there. So that is how diverse this region is. So this is our identity. This is our movement. We are pushing it now. It's not going to stop here. It's not just on Twitter that you're seeing this. This is a feeling right now that is going on in the Middle Belt. Everybody, every single family, as people that I couldn't believe came out to vote this season, they came out and voted massively. So I think it's a socio-cultural revolution that is going on right now. It's not going to stop here, and every family teach your children their culture, teach your children their identity. That's what we're trying to do. So I yield the mic. If any person has any question about the history, I will keep writing our history. My grandfather was the first person who translated Bible from English language into Idoma language. So I will write it. I'll keep bringing up. He shares some of those archives a lot with me. I will keep sharing them. I will write history of all the languages in Plateau State, in Benue State, in Nasarawa, Taraba. All of them will be sharing on the platform just to educate our people. So stay tuned if you want to find all this information. I yield the mic here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Croc. Thank you. I think I'll leave you up here.
Sada, yeah, Dr. Croc,
Go
man,
on,
I just want
Otuba.
to say thank you for shedding that light. I think anyone with a functioning brain that has logic understands this is not an anti-Hausa or anti-Fulani movement. But obviously, you expect the children of the corn, the Egbadorians, they would twist this. They will, because all they know is divide and rule. That is how the only benefit they took from the British or whatever or foreigners is how to the divide and rule tactics, where you're simply saying you can't just lump us as one core north. No, we're part of we're civilization in middle and northern Nigeria, but we have our own identity, and that's not saying, oh, you like Hausa Fulani, you're anti-middle belt. No, like I'm glad how you explained how you said, you're going to give your daughter Yoruba names, where a lot of Yorubas, which is actually true, where Mombolanle Yorubas, some of them, if you trace, especially those in older empire.
Otuba, he already did, though. He already did. He has
Yeah,
given
they will
them
now.
Yoruba name. His daughter. He has. He's
That's
not saying
what I'm
he
saying.
will.
So
He said he has.
one thing I've said is, like, even the Yoruba, if you go back and read Yoruba culture, not just the fiction of not just about Yoruba gods, but migration and different things. There's so much of Yorubas in the north Middle Belt Nigeria. There's deep connections. Whether it's the Nupe Kingdom, Tapas, there's a lot of deep connections to the Yoruba. So this movement is not an anti-Hausa Fulani, but obviously they will twist it. They lack one thing. Con does is con.
The people that benefit from the status quo are the ones that are
Yes,
twisting it.
yes, they will twist it.
The ones that
They'll
don't
make it
want people
sound
to
like
speak. Imagine you coming out to talk about
yeah.
your culture. Now say, I be Igbo boy, you, I be Yoruba boy, you, I be Hausa boy. Person that says, no. You know be Igbo. No, keep quiet. It is crazy. For donkey years, you have sat down on these people and make them feel like they don't. The Nigerians don't know. You see, a 50-year-old Nigerian does not know that they have 54 different tribes in Plateau State. That believes that everybody from Plateau is a Muslim.
Saddam,
It's a Hausa.
50 years. Saddam, I'm as educated as I am. The things I found out in the last 1 year of this movement, almost 1 year, is shocking. I used to think I
It's shocking,
had a
true.
good grasp. I used to think I had a good grasp of Nigerian history, but I now discovered that my Nigerian history is relegated to political history, not and political history that starts around the 50s, where
Not cultural.
the 40s and the 40s and 50s, where it was more about the independence fight, and then down. But we never really taught the cultural history of our country, the makeup of it, the migration patterns, where how Nigeria, or what is called Nigeria, actually came. We just always go, Lord Lugard decided to join North and Southern Protectorates. What constituted that North and Southern Protectorate of Nigeria? What tribes? Like I said, I was googling and reading about the pre-colonial empires, and you go deep and you be like, this is a tribe that was fully formed, that had its own civilization, that had its own science. Like, I mean, you can go on and go like, whoa. So, I'm glad this is the rebirth of a new Nigeria, and I think God will kind of help us to get our mandate back. But please, more MiddleBelt people, please come and speak. Oh, thank you. And one last thing, Saddam. Do you know, let me, interesting fact. So, more on our professor with the white hair, or whatever his name is. Do you know that his son is currently married to Lola Shoneyin? Do you know who Lola Shoneyin is, Saddam?
Who is she, please?
She was the one that Buhari jailed her father, that came out in 2014 and 2015 to say, why, even though Buhari jailed my father, I'm supporting him. Coincidentally, this same guy, his son, Ola or whatever, was Commissioner of Health for Ogun State between 2011 and 2015 under Ibukunle Amosun. Guess what party Governor Amosun is from? ACN. ACN was formed from AD, AC, and ACN. So, Sana, you see where I'm going to? There's a connection between this Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka and Agbado Kingdom. My brother is deep, which I understand why they sent him outside. It's a deep connection. That once you start to unravel all the tentacles and all the connection points, you'll be like, wow, he's the perfect straw man for them. But unfortunately for him, the generation we're in right now, we don't take nonsense. We don't care. We will actually read. We're not going to just believe things hook, line, and sinker. We know we have the access to the internet. We'll Google and make
So,
defense that our...
with all the book where you don't write, Nigeria better. You fix Nigeria. With all the books where you don't story where you don't...
Abi? Yeah, so continue, Saddam. I don't know who's next. Go ahead, Jahir.
All right, thank you very much. I think let's take Dr. Olu. Dr. Olu, good evening.
Boss, good evening, Kumba. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Savage. And Dr. Croc, I salute you. Dr. Aruna, my learned colleague.
Sorry, Dr. Olu, just a minute. Please, guys, please make tweets with the hashtag I said earlier on, please. APC is a terrorist party. Postpone Nigeria census 2023 and conclude tribunal before May 29th. And APC dirty games that people are playing with LP. We're going to discuss it this night. People are fucking with us. So people don't know what's about to come hit you guys. You guys are fucking with us. No wala. Continue, Dr. Lugon.
All right, Dr. Aruna, well done. First of all, I want to digress a little bit just to talk about my own medical profession. That's another aspect that, guys, I don't understand. I'm actually ashamed and I'm bleeding for Nigeria as a country regarding medical profession. What is about to hit us or hit Nigeria is something that can never be underestimated. And the funniest thing that people may not understand, this thing has passed a second reading. The third reading is the final one. And remember, there was a law that was passed, this like play MDCN regarding doctors having just 100 number of graduates from medical school. Useless law was passed at the end of the day. And also when you want to do house job, normally house job is one of the most easiest things to get. A lot of things has been going wrong. And people may not take it serious because the implication of it is that presently we don't have Nigeria. And it's very easy, very simple. People will stop probably studying medicine in Nigeria. They will go to Benin, go to Ghana, go to Cameroon, do their medical school. And from there, they will cross over. At the end of the day, you don't even have medical students again in the country. I hope this will not really scale through because you cannot... It will be a great anarchy in the health sector by the time you are forcing people to stay in the country when there is no passion. It is more or less like you are putting them in bondage, and you cannot expect to get a maximum effect from such an environment. Now, back to the topic. I'm so happy and I'm so pleased concerning what is happening currently, especially from the middle belt.
Sorry, Dr. Lu, before you proceed. You see, I remember this topic has been mentioned on Violence Piece here. It go reach one stage, before una collect visa for that country, and it's already materializing now. Before they approve visa for anybody to leave that country, it will turn to North Korea. And you
God
see that
bless you,
region.
but we talk about this space now.
We don't talk about
We
violence
don't
space.
talk.
They go turn to North Korea, then go screen you before you come out. It don't they manifest small. And you see that thing, they go pass on because na Gbajami Amila dey there. Na him dey there, na him they follow them, they do all this rubbish. So it's coming to pass right now. It's coming to pass. Carry on, my brother. Sorry.
Well, you know what is going to happen is that parents will now take their kids to neighboring African countries to read medicine. And from there, they will travel to those, and for those that who cannot afford expenses to school abroad anyway, then lecturers will be leaving Nigeria to school and to those neighboring countries like Benin Republic. And then you now be talking about both medical students, both medical doctors, and both their lecturers, then there will be significant brain drain. I've said it on this space many times. I finished from IFE 2014, and I can tell you my class, we have about 74 out of 134 graduates from medical school. About 16 in US, some are in Canada and some are in UK. I mean, in Saudi Arabia. I don't think we're up to I don't think it's up to 10. And those 10, probably all of them are planning to leave. So it is a chain reaction, and I'm not really ashamed because I cannot advise anybody to stay. That's why I salute Dr. Haruna. He has been a patriotic doctor, and I pray God will continue to grant you the grace to be a good doctor in Nigeria. Now, back to the topic. Middle belt, I'm so happy with what is happening currently. Because that is to me, that is the backbone of, or let me say, I'm looking for one medical term, like the so-called effect or catalyst reaction or something that has been like a sleeping dog that people don't really take. They have not expressed their potential to know that they can actually determine who becomes Nigerian president. And they have been doing it silently, but they have not really understand that they're actually the one in charge. An unfortunate thing is that because of the language, it is easy for all of them to be bamboozled and say that they're Hausas, not knowing that you cannot be Nigerian president without winning middle belt. There is no Nigerian president. And the reason why Peter Obi did excellently well is because he has middle belt almost locked down. And that is why if an Northerner will come, not to remember. Who are the Northerners that will remember? Is it the 20% of poverty people, almost 20% of the population that are poor, that are going to remember? If you look at Jigawa, Katsina, Sokoto, all those people, they have been leveraging on the population of Plateau, Benue, Taraba, Adamawa, Gombe. They have been using them as a political tools, political power. That is why the so-called Erufai will come out and say that Christian enclave, very small minority people, what are they going to do? So in as much as I'm happy that we are giving them this platform to also propagate them, I'm hoping that they will use their potential to actually liberate Nigerians. If you have a state, we have about 7 million Tif, or I don't know how to pronounce it, 7 million of such tribe. Who tells that this guy cannot become Nigerian president? If you are saying they are zoning to the north, people always believe that. Personally, that is my own ideology anyway too. Once I believe north, I always believe all the north are the same. Until when I serve in Kano. And there's a difference between Kano, there's a difference between Plateau State, there's a difference between Benue State. So in as much as if you are we have somebody from middle belt on this platform, please, I don't know how it's possible, and I'm happy, and I'm 100% sure, once something is trending on Twitter, it's just like the tip of the iceberg of what is happening in the community. If there is a way they can actually liberate themselves and make themselves a political bloc of this in this country, the same way Southwest, Southeast, and South, and North Central, Northwest, things we are the determinant factor. North Central is actually the most important. Because number one, you cut across almost all the states, including the Southwest. Kwara State is part of North Central, even though we speak Yoruba language on that aspect. It's part of that's Middle Belt. Kogi State, some part of Nasarawa State, even some part of Gombe State.
All Nasarawa State, not some part.
So,
All
sorry,
Nasarawa
Nasarawa
State.
State. Yeah.
All
Nasarawa State, all Kogi State,
all Benue,
all
all
Adamawa
Plateau,
State, all Taraba State.
all Taraba.
So by the time they say they group them to Northeast, it's just they are just bamboozling them. So please, I don't know. I'm hoping that this will be enough, but I'm 100% sure that if they can actually and that is why Peter Obi presidency is just sacrosanct for the unity and for the liberation of this country. You have to be mad to hate Peter Obi. You have to be mad. And I've been following Shehu Sani for a very long time. I'm just hoping that man will have the courage to decamp to Labour Party. The guy has been saying something that is, if you compare what happened in 2011 with what is happening in 2023, nothing has even happened in 2023. Nothing has happened. And look at this so-called Yemi Osibajo now. I'm not even weird. Today I watched these two clips and I feel like slapping him. The guy was talking about parallel government with so much confidence on Channel TV and Shehu Okibaloye cannot make a click, cannot rewind those kind of things that you doing your APC say all these things. Even the so-called Femi Fanikayo, they said it in 2019. Form your own government. Has Peter Obi made that such statement? And yet now they are going to Labour Party secretariat to intimidate our leaders. And that is why I support one of the prominent obedience here. Please, you cannot be you cannot be a fully obedient member without being a part of Labour Party. You have to be Labour Party because APC is doing every means to crush that party. They never see it coming. And that is the reason why you need to join that party. You don't need to be in Nigeria before you be a Labour Party member. We need to be part and parcel. I'm obedient 100%, but I need a party to propagate my ideology. Look at Clement Galu now. That guy is just a con man. The only problem is that it's difficult for him to come out because he knows that it will be whatever street credibility he might have thought they had. If he says supporting Tinubu, it will be a disaster. So he decided to remain mellow. How will you be anybody? How can you be oh God? So the point here is, guys, number one, we need to join Labour Party to ensure that we prevent all this rigimaro from this APC because Tinubu is going to use money for anything. The only thing he has is drug money. And you have to understand, drug money, 1 kilo of cocaine is $80,000. 1 kilogram of cocaine is $80,000. So imagine you have, I don't want to even calculate it. So the ideology here is that, please join Labour Party. For Buhari last camp, Buhari has been a consistent failure right from the onset. Even from 2014, he has been giving us last camp consistently. The moment he said that there will be parallel government, the moment he was saying from top to bottom, the moment he said 95% to 97% to 5%, he has been consistent. And his government has been disastrous. And the funniest thing about it is that if you do your calculation, if you bring 10 APC government in Nigeria, none of them are failure. David Umahi of Ebonyi State was used to be a very good person when he was in PDP. The moment he decamped to APC, he became a tyrant. Look at Wike too. Wike will soon decamp, most likely. So the point here is, the last camp of Buhari, I don't see it as his last camp because you still have 2 months, almost 2 months. This guy is going to give us another scam. We just need to brace up. The only difference is this is the first time Buhari is being resisted. This is the first time Buhari is expressing serious, significant criticism. How many people are talking about $800 million of this first subsidy? Is it not obedient? Is it not Labour Party? Where is PDP? Where is Kingsley Moghalu, the so-called man that he knows all? Where I don't even mention what. In as much as I don't want to mention Wole Soyinka, I just want to leave him like that. When you are 88, if you know what it means to be 88, 89 in the United Kingdom, you understand that there's certain level where you reach is expected. You are expected to not, your reasoning is expected to be having some zigzag. But at times, it's better for you to just keep quiet. So I don't really want to mention it. So the point, all I'm trying to say is, I'm happy and I'm proud of Obedient Movement. I'm proud of Labour Party. I'm proud of every member of Labour Party that believe in Peter Obi. We have done excellently well. Within 10 months, we have shown that what opposition needs is what is expected from an opposition party. PDP has consistently been a failure. Look at Wike hugging El-Rufai today. El-Rufai saying that Wike for based on sentiment. That's to let you know these guys are very.
Have you even seen how APC is slowly cleansing Southeastern side of the party? Sadam, have you witnessed it? Onyema suspended. Sullivan Chang.
What are you telling me? This
APC
guy,
is playing.
this guy has a see. I am telling you. Look at the last one of the tweets from Femi Kayode today. He has tweeted more than 4 times today. One of the tweets is like, we want you to go, Peter Obi, leave the country. We want you to go. How dare you be saying that? This to let you know that we have a very, very big game at hand, and we are doing well. So whatever is happening currently is because of this 1 minute.
Sorry, please let me use this opportunity and say that I've shared the article on the Jumbotron for people who want to read and understand the differences between the Middle Belt people, the NOC and the Corridor for Civilization. You should read it and understand it and why this movement is going on. I've shared it on the platform on the Jumbotron. So just click on it and read it. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Olu, please, if you could wrap up in a minute, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's the point. Then the last one is the fact I want to just touch on the PO missile. I read that last tweet, the last tweet more than, I don't know, maybe some of us are obsessed. I read it more than 10 times to the extent that there are some psychological relief you just felt within yourself that my princess. No, there are some times when you I don't know how you guys feel. I feel like somebody's talking to me like father and son. Like, I don't know. There's some sense of relief when you are in a situation whereby you don't know left from right. Even though I know that Peter Obi cannot make those kind of words, but I'm patiently waiting. At least my principal now try and deny this thing now. Do like that. Oh no, that. So by the time I got that message, I just felt relieved, and that is what we call that is leadership, and that is the reason why APC are rattled. They cannot understand. They cannot. So guys, I congratulate the Middle Belt for actually understanding the fact that they can determine who becomes Nigerian president. I congratulate them for knowing that they need to have their own true identity. Because if there was no amalgamation in 1914, we have Southern Nigeria, Northern Nigeria. They will be the southern part of the Northern Nigeria. If they can have that mindset, so there's nothing like that, and they are the Middle Belt. So they should try as much as possible to continue the advocacy of ensuring that they have their own true independence and know the power they possess in determining who becomes Nigerian president. Thank you very much, boss.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on real quick. Let's take a lady, please, guys. When you're making your submission, just when you see me or Otumbo, any of my brothers up there waving our hands, know that you should wrap up the submission real quick, please. Guys, one more time, I indulge all of you on the platform. Please make tweets with the hashtag APC the terrorist party, because APC is indeed a terrorist party. Make tweets with the hashtag postpone Nigerian census 2023, hashtag conclude tribunal before May 29th. Let's have all, and also if you're in Nigeria and you're tweeting, please on your VPN while you're making those tweets. It helps the hashtag go more viral and trend across different countries in the world. It is important we do this. It's important our voices are heard, that we cannot and we say no to a terrorist party continuing holding on to power using a drug dealer. It is very, very important we emphasize on this. Thank you very much. Let's take a lady right now. Marianne, you have the space, please. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Emia Sadam Mutumba. Good evening, Vawulence House. Please, I want to start by asking, is it that Sahara reporters now have Sowore as their handler? Because I don't know how they are, every second PO. Now they just wrote something about Labour Party sacking the national chairman, blah blah blah. Do you understand? And then somebody, I saw somebody said,
I beg, no carry
no, no, no,
Amebo
I'm
come here, I
coming.
beg.
No,
We
sorry.
have topic. What concerns
No,
us
wait.
somebody?
I just wanted to point out because I know some people would, want to go through it, but I just want to save us the stress. So somebody was like, the target is PO. Once the party doesn't have what, then they will throw out the petition, blah blah blah. Then somebody now replied him and said that's the reason P2B also filed the petition in his name so that the petition cannot be withdrawn, even if Labour Party officials are, sabotaged or anything. It is actually an old strategy that came to fore during Obi versus Nke. So I'm just trying to say that the thing is, our principal is like always ahead of these people. So whatever the fuck they want to do with Labour Party, even though I know, okay, we should salvage it, that one they should know that it's dead on arrival. It can't stop us from going ahead with our case. And then please, I also want to say this: if you haven't muted or blocked Comfort Brains, please do, because me, I'm tired of seeing their stuff come up on my tier. I'm tired of muting and blocking courtesy of some obedience. Please, if you want to carry something or information from them, because me, I don't follow them, I don't engage them, there's nothing interesting. That's why they always leech. They're always around every obedient handle. You see them always looking for information because there's nothing for them in their camp. After all, their principal and principality say they do social media, so they like there's nothing for them. So please mute and block. You must not engage them. Me, I'm tired though. Before I start blocking some obedience. Okay, then about propaganda, we have much information on these people, on the APC guys, because all the atrocities they have committed, everything is out there, and we seem not to be utilizing it. Because imagine if we get people like now we they support person we get stain. Imagine what they would have done to us. You understand? But we seem to be on the defensive every time. We wait for them to go and cook rubbish and bring. Like I see Elfie Marchand, she posts something. I don't know if she can hear me. Please follow me back, as I can't even comment on your post. I only have to like and parad. I don't like that. She will bring out something. I don't see people pushing it. There are some information that okay, we know these are facts, these are true, but we don't push them. We just wait for these people to cook their nonsense and bring. Then we'll start countering it. Like me, I'm getting tired of this. We need to start doing something. Then I keep saying this about propaganda. See, truth is now propaganda they take use.
Please,
Mm.
please, we have a topic. I don't see in this topic where they write propaganda.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay,
We
I
have topic
I
we're
actually
discussing here.
wanted to say okay. Let me move to the topic. Sorry, since you said I
You have virtually 2 more minutes to wrap up.
Amy, as I can't. Sorry, I'm going off the topic. I actually wanted to say this the last space when we're talking about problem. It's just that I don't know, I didn't get the opportunity to. But anyway, let me just move past this one. So I just wanted to say the I don't know, this whole thing just scattered my thought process right now. Okay, so I just wanted to say the whole thing about the loan that we keep getting, because I keep hearing this amount, that amount. Like, I'm tired. I don't know if there is a way we could, I don't even know. Every time I keep soliciting, if we can get an information on how to reach out to WH, all these loan people. I don't know if there is something in their policies that make room for people, that nations that they take money from them to, like, as in call their leaders. I don't even know, like something like that, so that they'll stop giving us loan. I don't know, there's no accountability for all the loans. I don't know if these people think what's her name, this woman, this the World Trade Organization woman, what's her name, I've forgotten, Okonjo Iweala, will still beg for us to be forgiving of our loans. I don't know, because it happened before. Please, let's start asking questions. Let's start reading history. Let's start knowing how to hold people accountable. Let's start holding this WHO, because it seems they are in connivance with these people and they want to throw. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, my sister. Please, guys, please, as I say one more time, please help us making tweets. APC is a terrorist party. Postpone Nigeria census 2023 and conclude tribunal before May 29. And please, guys, we have a topic we're discussing. Please try to read the topic before you come up to speak. I beg. There's a reason why we have a topic, please. Thank you. All right, Sabik, my brother, good evening. You have the space.
Saddam, thank you so much. I don't really have too much of information around the middle belt, so I will just pass that off and wait for people that have enough information so that I could listen and learn. I wanted to talk about Wole Soyinka. Actually, I just tweeted something now that he should actually bury his face in shame, right? He's just bury his, because he was one of those, like Otumba mentioned, that whitewashed Buhari and campaigned for him as a reform Democrat. In fact, he's actually a misogynistic human being, because he actually used the word hippopotamus on the then first lady. And so he does not have any moral compass to come out right now and start demonizing obedience and calling them fascist. And for so those that are saying, oh, it's a distraction, we shouldn't kind of rebuff him, we shouldn't kind of attack him, we shouldn't kind of drag him, you guys do not understand the real meaning of the word fascism. If you don't understand, you will know that it was actually an orchestrated plan they put off there to kind of tag the movement with that label. And we shouldn't allow it to stand. We shouldn't allow it to stand. We should call him out and tell him, this is who you are. We know who you are, and we know the people that are sending you. And then thank you to all obedience for what you guys have done, pushing back forcefully. And for Kisley Mogalo, I think he is an embittered man, someone that is always seeing himself as coming across as a proud elitist, right? He's this kind of person that is so pompous of himself. He's so bitter inside. When he withdrew from the race, he said, oh, Nigerians don't have that appetite to contribute to people. Youths are not. He's so embittered because the youth refused to embrace his campaign. And the reason is because he's an elitist. He's a proud human being. That's actually the reason why people never warmed up to his campaign, and he's actually showing it right now. When you have, like I said, he's kind of positioning himself, pretending to be a neutral, but the veil is off. He's positioning himself, assuming that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for sole reason, which I think God will not allow him, succeed in getting to the presidency, for them to consider him for one position or that. That's what he's doing. All through the campaign, he actually kind of formed neutrality. That's what Kisley Mogale did, but we knew where he was standing. He was so envious of the movement because he didn't get the kind of warm affection that the youth gave to people and P2P movement. It's envy and jealousy, and this is actually what destroys human beings. Irrespective of the kind of level and position that you've attained in life, envy and jealousy destroys human beings from within. And that's what is going to destroy Kisley Mogale, because he's an embittered man. He should actually move on. If you feel that you are an intellectual, you have something to offer Nigeria, you should stand with the truth. You should stand on the side of truth. That's the problem I have with all these false
Kavik, even if he doesn't want to stand, he should go and run for Senate first. Let's see him in power first. They should go and run for one political position first. Let him go and win his local government first. And then we'll know he's ready to become president. But no, jealousy won't kill him.
But I think one of you mentioned something I think I agree with 100%. The problem is not even these intellectuals or whatever. The problem is that these intellectuals that we have been talking about and these professors, you could see that they are even going to do the worst, because if you give them power, it's going to be a very difficult thing, because these guys, what they are looking for is not actually to better the country, it's actually for power. That's what they are looking for. They're not looking for things that they are going to do to better the country. Just imagine someone like Peter Obi, with all the money he has, he still live a very comfortable life, live like a normal human being. He's living like you and I. And that's why these guys do not understand they don't understand who Peter Obi is, because their own life is all about power grabbing. And that's what is going to destroy Kisley Mogale, because this level of envy and jealousy and self-embitterment, I don't know where it's coming from. You cannot take the youth for a ride. The youth see through you. They know when they see good thing. They know when they see something they can relate to. They couldn't relate to Kingsley Mogale because the guy is a proud elitist. Even when he talks on this kind of proud and this and that and this. Nobody who fucking cares. Nobody cares who you are. And what all Nigerians are asking for is who is going to better Nigeria. That's what they're asking for. They're not asking for how many degrees that you have, how many places you visit. Can you actually show us what you've done that can help Nigeria? And so actually, this Kingsley Mogale of a thing is why it's so painful is that, you look at some of these guys and you would think, okay, these guys, they have very good resume, they can actually offer something to the country. But if you see the veracity of and the animosity that is coming out of them, you will discover that what they are actually searching for is power and not for the development of the country. And so what I can say, and good riddance to Chimamanda for this beautiful article that she just put out today. If you have taken your time and
Please,
read that
people,
article,
read it and retweet it, though. Please, go ahead, Karen.
exactly, go ahead and read that tweet and read that article and retweet it. In fact, he actually brought out Bola Ahmed Tinubu's drug case in that article. And I think it was intentional. And so what some of you, if you are reading it, please make that a kind of a bold statement if you are retweeting it. We cannot have a drug dealer, a drug kingpin, be sworn in at the I think that's actually the hallmark of that article. To take it to the global stage and tell President Biden, I know he knows about it, but the more Nigerians talk about it, he should be made to take some action. Please, guys, let's continue to stay focused. And for those of you that are cautioning obedience, you feel that you are obedient, but you are cautioning obedience, oh, don't attack Wole Soyinka, it's a distraction. I say, hey, no. Some of you are beginning to unravel. Some of you that we thought we were on our side, you guys are beginning to unravel. And a lot is going to happen in the coming weeks. If you don't have anything to say to motivate obedience, please stay out of the way. Allow people to grieve the way they want to grieve. Allow people to react the way they want to react. Because you are not in their position. What Nigerians are facing, you are not there facing it with them. Please give them space to react how they want to react. So long as they are not breaking the law, give them space to react how they want to react. You didn't say anything when the same channels that was fined 5 million, if you look at the interview that Saddam played now, you would discover that what Osibajo said in 2015 is even more deadlier than what that he said, that Channel TV is. That's what we are saying. The hypocrisy stinks. The hypocrisy stinks. You won't say anything when people are brutally murdered, when people are violently attacked. You claim indifference, but once you see obedience reacting and calling people out, and then you come out of your woodworks. You come out of your woodworks and start telling them, oh, they are bullies. They should just keep quiet and allow everything to slide. Hell no. It's not going to happen that way. And what you guys should expect is that we are going to see a lot of these false intellectuals crawling out of their woodworks to start taking a bet with obedience. And I can tell you, anybody that takes a bet will go after that person. We will drag them. Because Nigeria belongs to all of us. Nigeria belongs to every single one of us. We cannot allow these people that have held the country hostage for the last 60-something years. They are the enablers of the corrupt government. They are coming out right now. Most of them that are coming out now are enablers of this corrupt government. Because they know that if the youth succeed in taking over the power, they are gone and they are gone. So you will see them coming out of their woodworks to defend the status quo. They are going to be doing it going forward. So please, all eyes on the ball, let us focus and continue to make sure that we call them out once any of them misbehaves. Thank you so much, and I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother, Savix. Always a pleasure listening to you speak, honestly. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's take a lady.
Saddam, have you seen that Tinubu's case was not only in Chicago. There's, I think I was reading to General Oluchi's stuff.
Remember
Man,
now, general criminal of America.
he has poop. He has his poop littered all over the U.S.
The man
because
that criminal around across America.
this is a career heroin trafficker. God.
Baba, hey, I don't check that thing since last week. Someone sent it to me. You know, he has different kinds of AKA. There is one I saw, FA Tinumbu. Another one is AA Tinumbu. So what I did was I just went for Bola Ahmed Tinumbu. So when I got that on the website I normally use for searches, it brought out AKA, also known as Rich Life 15. Hey!
Hey!
The AKA Rich Life 15. So what I'm now doing is 50 states in America. I'm now checking those AK by. I don't want to talk since. I just want to finish with them first before I release. I'm now checking those AK one by one from those 50 states, one by one, because some cases they don't put them on the internet until you check with their court system individually. That guy,
Because Jimmy, he has so many identities, and if you remember,
honestly,
the reason why you have aliases, where you have a lot of aliases, if you watch any crime documentary investigation
he
or
keeps changing
crime
names. Keeps
movies,
changing names.
they usually point to, okay, what is his name in their database? Aliases. They will list the person's name. They know. They now list all the different names they go by. No well-meaning citizen that has a legal, illegitimate job will have multiple aliases. Either you're a mafia, you're a cartel boss, or you're a mafioso.
Bro, when you list his name, right, there is another thing they do on that website. List of associates, people with the Sabia. No good people there among them. No good people there among list of associates. Jesus Christ. If you see their faces, they'll be like, you're going to say this one's then the ancient of days when it comes to drugs dealing. No good associates. None. Not even one. If you see them, most of them are white, but you gonna say, those kind Mexican, American, where you gonna say, okay, this one's Amalaye 40s. They did crime when they were using Cadillac. Now those kind of people. So I don't have time digging into those ones past. But the amount of AKA this guy has is mind-boggling. Jesus. Emir, back to you.
One more. Hey.
Market Nigeria I won't buy.
I swear to God. Otumba. You know, right now, all these are sounding funny for you.
Saddam, and he wait. Kenya just entered into a relationship with China, Brazil. Right now.
The BRICS now.
Yeah, the goal is to reduce the dependency on US dollar, which they're fighting now. We don't know how it will last, but that is it. But you have Kenya. Kenya is in part of those alliances. Where is Nigeria? We are there borrowing money. We are looking for money to buy. APC people, for once, please. I know you guys, it's like talking to a brick wall. Can you just step out of your biases for once and take a hard look? Forget political party. Look at Nigeria. Go and read up BRIC and see the economic movements that is happening in the world right now. And ask yourself a question. This country that we're saying is supposed to be the giant of Africa, that we have 77 trillion, why are we not part of that conversation? Do you know what it means for Kenya, Brazil? See, if you look at its major countries, now the US is still going to have its allies that are still going to trade in dollar regardless. But if you look at Brazil, India, China, Kenya and Africa is even saying, yo, I want to be part of this new world order that they are forming. What is Nigeria doing right now? We are trying to whitewash the image of a drug heroin trafficker. Hey.
Otumba, we know they same league with Kenya. We know they the same league
We know
with
they the
Kenya
same league with
because
Kenya.
My brother,
see,
you're saying Kenya, Somalia, nations are leaving us now. People don't smash us.
Saddam in
Kenya is part
2017,
of
Kenya
order.
they unturned their election results simply because they knew it was flawed. They unturned them. Their judicial system, 2017, they unturned arm. So you see, back in 2017, they don't senior us when it comes to moral level. Say this is wrong. They need to rerun that election since 2017. We just did that position right
see,
now.
I keep going back to the economic part of things. The world is experiencing once in a lifetime realignment when it comes to economics and new world orders. US did it back. China became, I remember when China pulled out and China decided to open up its borders and trade with the US. And that was just accelerated China's growth to becoming a world power. I think that was I think under Nixon. Nixon was the one that led China, brought China into the world community of trade. This time we are going. Normally it takes probably a century, a century to go through that again. We have another realignment currently going on, where nations, nations with large population, are saying we want to weaken the effect of the US dollar. We know we can't go to them military-wise. Let's attack their dollar. Let's start trading. Let's agree trade. Let's strengthen our own currency base. Other countries Kenya is realigning with Brazil and India. We are looking for loan. We are looking for money. We are begging for money up and down. And see, I don't care what party you belong to. If you sit down, let's just say it's like a 40 or 50-year-old. You don't go get master's degree, PhD, professor, and your mates are buying houses. You are still struggling to even afford your rent. At some point, you will even sit down and say, wait a minute, this is my life gone. How is it? What's going on? If it's prayer, you go and pray. If it's you go to native doctor, you go. You will find something like in Yoruba will say, let's find a solution. Countries are realigning. Brazil used to have issues. Like, go back to where Brazil was in 1960. See, all these countries I'm mentioning, India, Brazil, go back to where they were in 1960. Compare where we were in the 60s, 70s, 80s. As at the 70s and the 80s, the Naira was as strong as the US dollar. Now, we are... oh, God. Man, I don't know. See, forget politics, forget Peter Obi, forget everybody, forget obedience. Just take a stock of the country positions economically and think like, what we've been doing for the past 20 plus years.
Otumba, let me explain something to you. It is unfortunate that no matter how I feel like these guys have been, many of these guys have already been used. And that's where me are now coming to the part that I believe that and diabolic. I believe that truly juju they work.
So that means I don't buy the juju talk.
Otumba, wait. Because let me tell you something. There is nothing you want to say here. There is nothing you want to emphasize here. There's no how you want to preach it here. That you will tell me that APC people don't know that Tinubu is an abject disaster. If not that they have been brainwashed or they have used their brains for rituals. There is no how, because there is nothing. I don't need to tell you that a man that his whole foundation is rooted and shredded in forgery. That man is a recipe for disaster. It is only for you to come out and say all of them, they are here listening to us, but there is nothing. If it's just like hitting a rock, expecting something to come out from a rock. It is nothing can come out from this guy's brain. It is empty. They have used these guys. I don't. So I passed that point. If you saw the tweet I made earlier on, I said this movement to liberate Nigeria is not salvation ministry. You cannot save everybody. Unfortunately, some people have been used, their brains are no longer functioning. Some of us, if you call religion or tribe, they will lose their brains, their sense. Today now, the middle belt are standing up to speak. Some people are angry. Why should they speak? Why should you come out and say you're an Igbo man? Why should you come out and say you're a Yoruba man? But you can, or why should you not come out and say you're a Hausa man? It is crazy. If nobody can stop you from speaking your Hausa, or stop me from speaking my Igbo, or stop me from speaking your Yoruba, you should not stop the thief man from identifying as a thief person or a Jukun person. You should stop that. Otumba, the Nigeria issue is deeper. So let's just carry the ones we can carry along. My happiness is that I believe, and it has shown from the elections that we won, that we are in the majority. Those that are still sleeping, that have chosen to fall aside, that are slaves to the system, that are slaves to the establishment, they can remain slaves. When we rescue Nigeria, and Nigeria start working, and you can enter train from Lagos to Abuja, and you do it in less than 24 hours. Fast speed train, and you can and you can buy things as cheap as possible. You have 24 hours light, you have water running, you have police don't brutalize you again. Everything is working accordingly as normal systems work. It will affect across Nigeria for those that want it and for those that don't want it. If Nigeria goes into poverty and the whole country is burning, it will affect everybody. So with our fighting for good governance, we should not in any way lose our stride for these enemies that are fighting for Nigeria to remain the status quo. Because for anybody that wants Nigeria to remain with APC, that person is, they don't born that person normally. Now, either they don't use their brain, or these ones now women, sorry to women that have suffered to look for children. People that are looking for children, I went to water and got children. Because it's not normal children. These ones are not normal. They grew up to be where they are today. Not be normal. Went to native doctor, they gave say bring 2 goats and you get a child. Native doctor you give 2 goats, native doctor give you pikin. When you replace those children now, there are 2 goats. When they don't grow up, get phone like me and you, they support APC. How can you support APC now? How? See where we are today as a country. How can you, in all honesty, support that same party? You're not normal. I mean, let's move on, please. Let me take a lady right now. Please, if you're a lady, wait. Okay, see my sister switcher. I've been looking for you. Switcher, my sister, you have this place, please. Good evening.
Good evening, oh, my family members. Good evening. How are we doing? Hope you're good. It's good to be here again. In fact, this coming days, these past days, I've been both left, right, and center, and I have no regrets in giving the whole boost, right? Before I go to the topic, I'm sure we've all heard that Labour Party is being ransacked, attacked left, right, and center. But I just want to drop this message here because I am very sure we have a whole lot of Agbado nitwit here. Is that in as much as you want to scatter the home, you think Labour Party is actually the home, you are mistaken. Obedience. Obedience will be like bees. You understand? If you hold us, if you come meet us, you will guess. Do you understand? Like, you don't poison yourself. So when you are scratching Labour Party, know that obedience will still dey ground. Or what do you plan to do to the obedience? Remember, obedience is actually the lifesaver of Labour Party. In fact, now we be the blood. So I don't know what you want to do, but we are not shaken. We are not scared. We are not worried. This is just a message. Send it back to your people because Adamu Nama has come out to say the new Labour Party chairman should do this, should dissolve whatever Labour Party has at the moment, to recall the court order, to sanction Peter Obi, to do this. This is the plan. He just came out to tell us. You know how God they take work for us. They always allow person, make person stupid. Can't tell us how their plan be. But anyway, the tribunal will start very soon and our eyes are on you guys. So back to the topic. To my dear MiddleBelters, me, I've just been tripping since. I posted something about MiddleBelt on one of my WhatsApp groups, and they were like, "Oh yes, we know this, we know that, but we don't really know much about that." And I'm so glad that this is happening because the truth is that these people, they covered you now. Any small thing, if you are from place, they'll say you are from North, and it's even now you realize that you guys don't even speak Hausa. It's now realize that you guys are not really, you're not even core Northerners, like you're not from them. And now that you're saying that you want to pull out from their evil grip, they're all crying. They're all shouting.
Oh, so you did not know?
I'm telling you. They really covered them. I'm telling you. People that tell you that this movement is divine, people that feel saying are just ordinary. It's not ordinary. You know when you cover, because you get some people when go do this, do research, work out on streets, talk to about maybe 50-year-old, 60-year-old men and women, ask them if they know anything about media. They don't go know. They say, hey, enough MiddleBelt, hey, no, they speak outside for the hey, this. You have people living in Nigeria for the past that many years and know nothing about that. Should tell you that these officers, they actually put them for ground, and that is what they've been trying to do to the whole nation. Somebody tweeted that if the North had fuel, and they had what they call it, crude oil, like the way South, I've got it. That they will really bury us and make us sweep floor. They will rubbish us, because I don't understand how you sit down and rubbish the people that you claim to be from your side. You rubbish them, rubbish their religion. You go as far as attacking them. You go as far, when they talk, you want to speak. Are you mad? I'm so happy. You guys are pretty. You guys are cool. Because when I hear you guys talk, somebody said here, and I'm sure it's from Plato, he gave his child name Yoruba. Me, I'm ready to give my children Feng Fang, Ping Fang, Chan Chon, Ching Chon, Tong Kung. Hey God, your names are beautiful. Your names are beautiful. And you guys are not doing drop your pictures. Even it's small. I say, am I a man? I'm a woman. You are beautiful. Your culture is beautiful. Don't let them trample on you guys. Don't. Do you know that you have the numbers? You know when they say the North remembers, you're just the one that the North remembers. I mean, they're actually relying on you guys. It's the truth. Because if you look at the corner, the people that voted were actually children. And I can bet with you, with my two left, I always use my two left breasts. I can bet with you with my two left breasts that there's some part in the North that did not use beavers. Some part in the North, during this election, they did not use beavers. That is why INEC refused Labour Party to do a cross-check on those beavers. INEC is very, very corrupt, but they will still, in fact, they're exposed, but the shame that will come to them, they will not even realize what is by their side at the corner at the moment. I am so happy, and we are with you guys. We will continue to speak for you. We will continue to defend you guys. Now is the time. Yes, we understand that your leaders may have corn, some rotten corns in their pocket, but you know they said change is within an individual. So you people can come together without the leaders already have corn. Ensure that your people are educated. If you can come together and be doing weekend classes, songs, enlighten a whole lot of your people. Trust me, where you are today, give it in 5 years' time, you'll be amazed. And you know that places like Jos, the tourism sector, I don't know what's happening. People come, I still buy strawberries from Jos. I buy strawberries. I sell strawberries. I order strawberries. I have friends from Plateau State. In fact, when I was when I went for a training in Bauchi, I passed through Jos, stayed about 2 nights, no stress, everywhere cool, everybody just moving normal, nobody they stress, nobody they even look left, right, center. And you want people who don't even understand English, who feel yes, Amajiri is a is a blessing to them, right? You want them to trump? No. We're here. We will speak for you people. Thank God for social media. Because just imagine Bashir coming out to the useless tweet. The only MiddleBelt I know, he came out to one demeaning tweet like this. I'm like, are you for real? That is how his father came and said enslaving Christians. Like, when say people not there with minority, like you're making it very obvious that you people are trash. But we have seen the light with you guys. We'll keep pushing and we'll ensure that the MiddleBelt stands. Buhari's last scam, you people, that it's very funny that this period they've been spending money that we don't have. They claim we don't have money. $800 million. They don't want to share. Share that what? This man, aviation minister, 10 trucks, 1 truck, 1 billion. Are you for real? Otumba, please, you're in the United States. How much is truck head? Truck head alone. How much is truck head? God. Like, it's very obvious how they want to rip us to the ground. Like, rip us to the ground that we Nigerians will not be contributing money to government to say, okay, take. In fact, we will not be contributing. They'll be taking it. They'll say, sorry, we are collecting this amount from your account. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it. Now, PO's missile, like Dr. Olu said, he has been reading it. There's one part I've been reading, and which has been making a whole lot of people run mental. And I will say it here, and I will say it here again. The North is poor. You are poor. If you want to crucify Peter Obi, Make sure to crucify Sanusi, Kwankwaso, the Bureau of Statistics, everybody, even the international community, Red Cross that keeps coming to help you people, that give information and say this is happening in the north. Make sure you crucify them, because this man is an Igbo man and he said, "Who na poor, you na won't die. Are you blind? You know that you are poor." In fact, you have even tweeted it before that the poverty in the north is this, which is even making Nigerians, we're caring now. If you're not poor, you think it affect us, because when there's poverty in the land, what happens? Crime. If you're not poor, who will go they do crime? It's affecting us, so we will speak. This Sunday now or next week or so, all of you will be packing yourself to Saudi. Saudi right now, you know, I'm in travel, right? And you know how UAE is. UAE seems to be first 3 tourism countries in the world, right? And Saudi wants to beat UAE. Saudi now comes for almost all travel events, telling you visit our country. Getting Saudi tourist visa now is almost as easy as UAE. Anybody can go there. It's getting beautiful. They're building stuff. They're making things very easy. Like, okay, come and spend your money. Come on. No, it's no longer, oh, you're not a Christian, you have to come back. No, they're not doing that again. Then you go there to go and pray. You pass through the airport. How is their airport? You pass through the road. How do you see the roads? Instead of you to copy what you're seeing there, come back home and ensure that the north is as good as that. You leave them so that when you come back, you'll be called what? Alaji. It's only name that you want. But you want people to come at your door so that you can give them milk. You can give them kilishi and tell them to go. I copy a lot. What is good, I copy. Are you ashamed to copy what you're saying in Saudi? Is Saudi not a Muslim country? Are they doing something different from what you should do in your own states? Look at Bornu. Somebody tweeted, look at the vegetables. I don't know if it's copy and paste, but I really liked it. But can the vegetable pass Bornu? You cannot pass now. We are not seeing a road. Before you even get to Kaduna, you go don't spoil. Is it that one thing breaks down or somebody kidnapped or something? We have a whole lot to achieve. But you still come out with this your bigotry because something that is known to the world, something that has been there for how many years, because somebody said it, reiterated it and said, I want to remind you people that you are poor, but you want to go run mental. You're not poor, you are this, you are poor. How many girls, look at now, they put statistics of children. What are the death rate of children? And if you find out that it's all these young children that they're married to allergies, married to men, married to big people, 8, 9, 11 years, getting pregnant, and they want to give birth. Is it that the child dies or they get this fistula, something, I can't remember the word, something fistula, Sha. Go down to the north and see how these people are suffering. No health care. They are being abandoned. The only thing you use your people for is election malpractice. Let me yield, Jare. To my middle belters, I don't have a younger brother, but I'll look for fine boys for you guys, Jare. Thank you.
This woman. I was here. Let me just add to what you said here. First of all, now I want to correct a notion. Nigeria is poor. So you don't come and say North is poor. Nigeria is poor. We are all poor. So let us stop believing like there's one region that is rich.
You know why I said it now? It's because of how these people are attacking Peter Obi, telling him that your career is dead. This one is
forget people attacking Peter Obi. They will attack Peter Obi whether I like it or not. It's normal. It's politics.
I need to remind them. Maybe
it's politics. But in saying Otumba, you want to say something?
No, go ahead. I was just say there's someone that's requesting the mic.
No, I'm coming first. In saying that Nigeria is poor, we cannot, and we must always say the truth that in the poverty that we have in Nigeria, of which I say this all the time, the greatest problem we have in Nigeria is hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy, as in we are the greatest hypocrites on earth. That you are privileged to have a phone and to have a system doesn't change the fact that Nigeria is poor. And that in Nigeria, the poverty of Nigeria, the core north is the poorest region in Nigeria. It's the fact. It is not sweet to say. It's not sweet to hear in the ears, but it is the truth. It's the reality on ground. Is anywhere in Nigeria better off? No. And because of, I have to say, in fact, let me know, because you said something about, and I don't blame the people because I've lived these people. I blame the elite class, and I blame their enablers that they have trained in school. They have trained them in school. You have gone to school. You have seen the white man's school. You have seen you've benefited from what the white man can do. Then you now leave your siblings that should be educated. You leave them in abject poverty. I'm quoting Sanusi. Sanusi said in Zamfara State, only 24 people passed WAEC. In a state, 24 people. In a state. But when we come out and say these things, and Tinubu went to Kanu, and instead of him in the midst of hundreds of thousands of people in the stadium, that he will say, this is what I have for the plans for the North. All he say, I came here to do is to dance. But because of your I don't know why I say it, hatred, or is it the hypocrisy, or whatever it is, a man that is telling you your problems and I want to fix these problems because when I fix these problems, it's going to be beneficial to you and to me and to the whole nation in general, is who you turn to as your enemy. You want the status quo. You want power to remain with El Rufai. You want power to remain with Ganduje. You want power to remain with same people that have kept the region freaking poor and the country in general poor. All they do is borrow and loot and share within their families and their friends. It will not even, but probably pennies will reach you. Some change will reach you and you can use and buy data and come online to argue who is poor or who is rich. And they'll put you in some federal parastatals and the rest. Your family members there. Why the country continues to sink.
Salam, there is one that is requesting the mic. I'm going through this dumbass is literally praising the 800 million US dollar COVID palliative 19. And I'm thinking in my brain, this is more than when it was the or is it that they are doing them? How are you so intellectually bankrupt that you cannot do you know what you can use 800 million?
Otuba is on this space requesting for mic.
Yes.
Otuba,
And I'm thinking to myself,
Otuba, let me play something. Let me play a 2 minutes clip of Emir Sanusi. Please listen. I think everyone have heard this play, but let me replay it. Let everybody let's have it on the bar. Let's be on record. It is when it is painful when for you an Igbo man or a Yoruba man is telling you about your problems. Let's listen to the problems of the North from a royal.
Misdefining and misunderstanding our priorities. And we have to be very honest with ourselves. I'm an economist and I always talk economics and we look at the numbers and we look at poverty.
Charles, they hailed him as a context and economist. He clap. I'll continue.
If you look at all the poverty indices in the world today, you find that in southwest Nigeria, the incidence of poverty is 20%. In the northwest, it is 80%. The northeast, it's 80%. Why is it that the poorest parts of this country are the Muslim parts? Why is it that in a state that started Sharia in 1999, and we just heard the opening verses today, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. This is the very first verse revealed in the Quran. How come that the state that started Sharia is not the one that is the most educated state? In fact, how come that in that state in 2017, only 24 children got 5 credits in secondary school? How do we define Sharia? How do we define Islam? illiteracy, malnutrition, children on the streets? We have to ask ourselves. And we can't ask those questions until we begin to understand through usul that you have to live in this world well in order to serve Allah for the hereafter. For Islam to prosper, we need educated Muslims. We need Muslims that are not begging. We need Muslims who are standing on their feet. Believe me, if poverty continues in the north, Islam will disappear from the north. The Prophet said, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-kufri wal-faqri.
All right, guys, that was
Sanusi, no, you made a mistake. Sanusi is an Igbo man. Right. So
Sanusi's father is Igbo.
what he's saying doesn't count.
Because
An Igbo man from Anambra.
Igbo man.
Okay, Sanusi is Igbo. Okay, you know when we say these truths, it looks like you're denigrating the region. No, there's no denigration. We own it and say the truth and work toward this. Our generation should be different. There's no reason why we can point out and say in Nigeria, 60 years of independence, the North has been with power over 40-something years. 40-something years of our history.
Sometimes don't even say at this point. Don't even say the North. See, the entire Nigeria is in poverty.
Yes, I'm no Otumba. No, Otumba. Listen, I'm going somewhere. Because where all this bigotry is rising from is the fact that we are ashamed of saying the hard truth. I'm saying it earlier on here. Every region in Nigeria is poor. There is no place that we are poor in currency, but we are blessed in mineral resources. When you check this north that we're saying is poor now like this, if you go underneath the soil of the north,
We're not just poor. We're multidimensionally poor.
Yes. Otumba, do you know that underneath the soil in the north is one of the richest regions in this country? Both the middle belt and the core north. This same core north we're speaking right now. But when you see people are speaking out and saying, let us discuss about these issues, it is a problem. It is a problem because we don't want to own our truths in this country. I am very, very, very comfortable bringing up any issue that has to do with the Southeast because I want the Southeast to get better. I want it to grow because we are also suffering. So any day they release up, we on this platform, we have talked about IPOB, we have denounced Simon Ekpa, we have said all this because we are the number one people, I said it in my chest. We are the ones that shame our leaders. Now we they drag them. All the governors to fucking bring them.
How many leaders you refuse to return back to the Senate of things? Yeah.
Do you understand? All the bad leaders in the Southeast, we pursue these fucking assholes out of that of office, including Chimaroke Namani. I say it all the time. Nigerians, start learning how to shame your leaders. As you people have chosen to be tribalistic in nature. Be tribalistic in nature to the point that you can shame your leaders so that I will not come up on platform and talk about it. Shame your leaders.
We should go to Grandmaster. Where's Grandmaster?
I think Grandmaster. I have someone that have to speak here. Honestly, it's from the middle belt. Before I come to you, Grandmaster, please don't be annoyed. He dropped off earlier on, and I invited him here. Patrick Anum, I don't know if you can hear me, please. If you can hear me, you can unmute and speak, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for this space. I think that just going by what has been happening on social media, you can tell that there's a lot being unraveled. Nigeria is quite diverse, you know. Even I keep learning more about the country. I keep learning about more ethnic groups. In the Middle Belt, there are 618 ethnic groups, and there are 440 clans.
You say what?
So that's come again.
You said the Middle Belt. How many ethnic groups, please?
618, and then there are 440 clans. So it's a very diverse area. There is this book that has the list of all the ethnic groups and the clans. If I get it, I would put it on my. I will share it on my status.
My brother,
Um,
I beg. Sorry, hold on. Say 600 and that's 600 and something. Say now only North or the whole Nigeria.
618 is for the middle belt.
When you say
So
the middle belt, please, for people that don't understand, where is the middle belt?
yes, thank you. So going by the clearest colonial document, the middle belt starts from the obvious ones: the Benue, the Plateau, Nasarawa, Taraba, Adamawa, Niger, parts of Kebbi, um, uh, and which one am I leaving out again? Okay, Southern Gombe, Southern Bauchi, and all of that. The thing about okay, so let me break this down from a 3-point perspective. Let's start with the core one, which is language. And going by the hashtags you have seen, I would just like to shed light on this whole "we are not Hausa" thing. So the first problem is this language issue where Hausa is being spoken in large parts of the Middle Belt. And you hear a lot of people who, when you say, okay, I am, say one language, I'm Birom, they would say, yes, but you speak Hausa. And, that comeback, they expect that comeback is sufficient, but it is not. And I would like to delve into the issue of language. So Hausa is not spoken in the Middle Belt because it was embraced. It is spoken as a result of colonial legacies. So if you go back to colonial times, right from 1901, when the Middle Belt areas were being invaded by the West African Frontier Force, they had conquered close to um, they had conquered and attached to the British Empire 500 square miles, and 20 million people were under that, under the crown. That is massive territory. And after they had defeated those areas, the question of administration came up, and the British were only interested in the simplest form of administration. Hence indirect rule. I know everybody knows about indirect rule. But I would delve into indirect rules as it relates to the Middle Belt. Um, so one of the for administrative convenience or colonial expediency, if you may call it that, Hausa was effected as the colonial lingua franca for all the Hausa and non-Hausa speaking areas in the then defunct northern region. So what it meant was that everybody had to learn it, regardless. Now, there were backlashes because the Middle Belt people and other minorities that are found in the core north, um, you know, they have pride in their language, and nobody is willing to leave their language um, to speak another person's own. So that was a big issue at the time. Um, Now, when you look at the proceeding from those times um, in the civil service, let's look at the policies of um, of the then Northern Regional Government. You were expected to speak Hausa in all civil service parastatals, and this is referenced by works of Falola and Bishop Kuka. You can check that out. And this policy has become quite normalized. It was normalized over a 50-year period, so that's a very massive time. Also, the reason why this policy was um, so harsh on the Middle Belt people was that the Hausa and largely some of the Fulani were proxy colonialists, so they were the ones who were middlemen to the British, if you'd call it that. And The problem with that is that um, it created a vacuum. So you don't really know what the British are saying. Sometimes when the British give an order, it could be, intermediate within the intermediary lines. It could change. The Hausa could change some of that because that was the colonial lingua. So all the other ethnic groups had to learn that. So um, the powers that were granted to those guys was immense. And they were able to change. In fact, there are places in Plateau State where they were naming, like in hospitals, they would give you Hausa names. So when you start talking about even naming in the Middle Belt, you start saying that they were not organic. Now, there were certain areas where, as a result of trade, Hausa was spoken, and other areas where, especially in the core north where the jihad had happened, Hausa was being spoken largely in those areas. In parts of Nupe land too, in present-day Niger, Hausa was relatively spoken there. In places where the jihad had, uh, and even those were not that natural, I think, except for trade, right? The jihad and this colonial policy were not natural policies. So that is how this policy has stayed that way. And if you see the diverse nature of a lot of these states, um, after independence, those things, people don't even really ask questions. If you ask the average middle belt person why he speaks Hausa, he may not even really know why. He just knows that that's how it is. But these are colonial legacies, and there are so many colonial legacies if you start reading history. So this is more from a educative decolonization standpoint, where a lot of the people in the Middle Belt are saying that, okay, these colonial legacies have stayed for far too long and have blurred the lines, and we need to emphasize some of these things. So that is where the whole language issue is coming from. That's from the language angle. Um, Now let's look at boundaries. Let's look at borders. Um, from if you look at the back and forths that have been happening, um, they were first on language and then it entered into borders. Now we all know that um, the 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 imaginary defunct northern region was created in such a way that was unbalanced. So the almost more than half of the country was called the north, and then you had a part of the eastern and western regions. Now, Awolowo was clear of the point that for you to have true federalism, you have to have equal cardinal points. You have had a lot of researchers that have said just by that policy, the tripod system was set to fail. Now, when you start looking at agitations that have been happening since that colonial period, what have the agitations been about? Let me focus on the Kwara axis. Lots of present day Ondo state were part of the northern region. You had a lot of um, actions by the Western region to incorporate lots of those areas. Parts of them are going to present the Ondo. I think their Koko axis were part of the old northern region. I think for those who are conversant with Yoruba, the Yoruba geography would testify to this. And then there were calls for other parts of Kwara to be incorporated into the Western region. Now, there's a lot of confusion about Kwara, the Okun speaking part of Kogi, and Kwara being in the Middle Belt. So I'll take it and clarify from a historical point. The Yoruba people that are found in Kogi and Kwara um, were part of the United Middle Belt Congress. However, they joined that struggle with the aim to seeking a plebiscite or a referendum to join the Yoruba areas. So when you see a lot of Yoruba people say, Middle Belt, I'm not part of the Middle Belt. Yes, they are partly right in the sense that um, they have always been part of the Western region, and they were temporarily in the Middle Belt Party to join the Western. So it was conditional. It was more of an emancipatory movement at the time. Now, still looking at geography of the regions, um, I see a lot of comments where they say, you have taken my state and added in this your map. You took this state and added in this map. The thing is that we are not very critical about how state creation came about and what existed before these states were created. The Middle Belt movement started before states were created. We have to get that right. So, what was the scheme of things before state creation? That is what we have to ask ourselves. And the way it worked was that we were all just in one ball in the old northern region. What started happening was that they started being ethnic trade unions. So just like how you have the Birom trade union, you have the Thief trade union, you have the um, Bachama and all of that. You started having ethnic trade unions. It was those trade unions that came together. So when you are looking at who the Middle Beltan identity is, you have to take it from that perspective. Because presently, a lot of them have been cut into different states. The people in Southern Bauchi, where Yakubu Dogara comes from, they were spearheading the Middle Belt movement. But now they are in Southern Bauchi. The people who were creating states didn't consider the fact that they were part of the Middle Belt party and they were spearheading it and they had always been called. But they cut them into Bauchi. Since that time, those people have been asking to be joined to Plateau State because they are very close, and those calls have been rebuffed. So this is when you start taking. So nobody is saying the entire Bauchi is part of that, but when you start looking at the Zar ethnic group, because there were trade unions at the time, when you start looking at the um, these names, Zar Sawaya, Rabina, Sanga, um, Zul. Mhm. You start to see that those ethnic groups have Middle Belt consciousness. If you go to Gombe, nobody is saying the entire Gombe is part of the Middle Belt. I think someone from Gombe would offer more clarity, but the people who were part of the Middle Belt Party were the Tangale, the Tangale, the Tula, the Waja. So there's this covert attempt to lump all those groups into one ball. And those groups, if you check for Southern Gombe and Southern Bauchi people, they will tell you that they are parts of the Middle Belt. They have the ideology. So because you created a state, those people should stay in it against their will. If you go to Southern Kebbi, most of people don't know that Southern Kebbi is part of the Middle Belt. The Yauri and the Karkaris and the um, Zuru in Southern Kebbi, they identify as Middle Beltans. Northern parts of Niger and Southern Kebbi, state creation cut those two people. They would have been a big formidable block. So these are the dynamics that a lot of people are unaware of. So for you to understand um, present day 2023 mappings, you have to go back in time and look at um, how those parties were formed, who subscribed to that ideology. Also, nobody is even saying if between 1953 and now you have the right to change your mind. You have the right to say, okay, while my ancestors were part of the Middle Belt Party, then I changed my mind. I don't subscribe to that ideology, and nobody is going to force you. A good example is Bauchi, Central Bauchi, Ningi. If you know Central Bauchi, the Ningi people were a strong military force that used to fight the against domination. But right now they have assimilated into the larger groups and subscribe to the ideology. The people of Southern Bauchi have not done that. So I cannot come and tell a Ningi person that, oh yeah, because of that, oh yeah, you must join us. No, The Ningi people have decided where they want to belong. And that is the ideology that the late Obadiah Milafia had, that let everybody just come and just say once and for all that, okay, look, this is the ideology I identify with. Parts of Southern Yobe at the time were also advocates for the. If you go to Southern Yobe right now and they say, okay, no, we don't want, I would totally accept it. If the people of Kwara, and in fact, let me even tell you, in the confab of 2014, the Yoruba people of Kwara and Kogi said what would happen is that merge the 5 local governments in and 6 local governments in both Kogi and Kwara should merge to form a state, and then we join the Southwest regions. Those calls from the 50s have not gone away. So what makes you think that the larger the same problems that the Yorubas of Kogi and Kwara were having in the 50s is still the same problem? And I can assure you, if you don't handle this problem, it will, in the next 100 years, it will still be there. It's not going to go anywhere. You think state creation changes culture, changes identity? It doesn't. So that is about how state creation has affected the Middle Belt. Now, let's look at the indigenous settler issue that Sidam
All right,
mentioned before.
and Patrick, for us to have this conversation go on, please, I would like you this indigenous settlers issue.
Yes.
I'll come back to you on that. So let's just
Okay.
let us
Okay.
settle the room, because I have other Middle Belters here that I would like to
Okay.
have their perspective.
No,
Let us.
thanks. I can just stop now and then others can take over from
Thank
you.
you, please.
Thanks.
No, please, but stay on, please. I'll still come back to you, please.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, because the education here for me is very, very, very important, because for especially following the fact that I have a whole lot of Southerners on this platform that do not even know, for once, that believe that the whole, once you cross from Benue State down, is all north. That is the mentality of a whole lot of Southerners. So I think this education is very, very important for us to understand how diverse we are as a people, and also respect people's cultures, respect people's ideology. It's very, very important as a country as we move forward in creating this new Nigeria that works for everybody. All right, let me come to you, my brother Grandmaster. Grandmaster, you have heard. I don't know which part of the topic you want to come in from, but you have this place. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my brother Saddam. I greet you, Otumba N6. Actually, I wanted to touch on only one single topic and one topic only. Unfortunately, it's not there, but it's something we have been discussing here anyway.
Yeah, which topics are, my brother? As Twitter topic be now, we don't feel add too many topics, but today is open.
I want to show you that topic.
Go on. It's part of our discussion.
All right, okay, because it's not on the topic. That's why on this. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, let me just start by saying, you will live long enough to see your heroes become the most venomous villains that exist. There's a reason why I say that. Now, let me take you all back to history. In 1922, the fascist movement was created by Benito Mussolini, right, in Italy. That movement comprised of some of the vilest thugs and killers that Mussolini gave uniforms, and they became followers of the fascist movement. Along the line, the pact between Mussolini and the Nazi Party came, and the Nazi Party adopted the ideology of the fascist movement and incorporated it into their style of government. In fact, the Nazi Party took it to the next level. You all know what happened after that. The rest is history. Humanity witnessed some of the worst genocide that has ever occurred on this planet, which culminated into the Holocaust and also the Second World War. Millions of people died, mostly Russians, Africans, and other people. Now, there's a reason why I say this. If you understand the meaning of the word fascist anywhere in the world, it is a dreaded word. Anyone who is well traveled, you understand what I'm talking about.
Grandmaster, you're so correct. You know why? Even in the US here, even we call ourselves names. The ones who will stop at is communists. We never go fascist.
That is crazy. Now, I will try to, connect this to what is currently happening. Now, first of all, I'm here to ask a question. Mr. Wale Soyinka, please, what is the connection between a group of young Nigerians who are clamoring for a better nation a working democracy, a functioning system, to some of the thugs who committed the greatest genocide this world has ever seen, that made you to come out and call them fascists. You guys might be looking at this, on the surface value, but there is an underlying meaning behind what this guy just did. See, the attack we are facing currently is multifaceted, I would say. It started, first of all, with the propaganda about the guy who was on a plane screaming obedience. And now Wole Soyinka has come. Wole Soyinka is a literary giant, I would say. He is good with words. He knows how to play with words. He could have gone for any other word on the surface of this planet to describe the obedience, but he chose fascist deliberately for a reason. Now, the reason why this is happening is because he is trying to let the international community know that this is not a group of people you should pay mind to. When the guy came on the plane and screamed obedience, they were indirectly trying to tie the obedience to potential terrorists. If you understand what a plane means in the international community, it is one of the safest form of travel, and it's so guarded that if you come on a plane to say anything anywhere in the world, you will be banned from flying all over the world. Whether your threat was local or international, you will never gain access to an aircraft.
That's very correct. Absolutely. That happened since when the 9/11 thing.
Thank you very much. So this was deliberate. They are indirectly trying to tag the obedience as terrorists. That was the reason why this man was screaming outrightly, obedience, obedience, help me. Now, Mr. Soyinka has gone, and in front of knowing, the level of respect he wields in the international community and how much revered he is out there, he didn't use any other word. He termed obedience fascist. Otoma, my brother, fascism in the US is abhorred. It is even more abhorred in Europe. The word fascist, there has to be a very great court case that took place in Germany because a certain political candidate wanted to use the word fascist. And Germany, the German government took him to task and said, you will not use that word because that word destroyed Europe. And they are so triggered. They are guarding the use of that word. They are policing the use of that word. If you term yourself a fascist anywhere in the world, you are outrightly rejected. No cap. Go and try it anywhere. Even in the most democratic of societies, once you term yourself a fascist, you are a pariah. Simple and plain. It's over for you. So for Wole Soyinka to go out there and speak and call the obedient fascists, this is a multifaceted attack. We are hearing that they have attacked the Labour Party, office in Abuja. What we are battling is beyond human comprehension. But now let me ask Wole Soyinka this question. Sir, if group of young Nigerians or well-meaning Nigerians who are battling for their life, who are battling for their existence, who are doing anything humanly possible, who have taken the legal, the democratic route to go and cast their vote and demand for democracy, could be termed a fascist. Wole Soyinka, where was your voice when Amnesty International has been chronicling the event taking place in southern Kaduna since November? There has been pogrom taking place in southern Kaduna since November. They have been recording nothing less than 3 attacks every month. Killings after killings. Go and check Amnesty International website, you will see it. Mr. Wole Soyinka, where was your voice? Were those people not fascist enough? Mr. Wole Soyinka, a large chunk of our people have been living in IDP camps, displaced by marauding criminals and terrorists in the Northwest. For so many years, Wole Soyinka, you were incognito. No one saw you. You had never deemed it fit to term them fascists. Mr. Wole Soyinka, the Northwest, sorry, the other one was the Northeast. The Northwest currently is under serious, lockdown by bandits. People can barely migrate from one place to the other or commute from one place to the other. Mr. Wole Soyinka did not see that worthy enough to be called fascism. Mr. Wole Soyinka did not see the travesty that took place in Lagos on the 18th, where people were outrightly denied their democratic right enshrined in the Constitution to vote and be voted for. People were told, if you are not going to vote for us, stay home. No, that is not fascism to him. He was in his shell observing. Mr. Wole Soyinka, you supported a government, a man that truncated our second republic, usurped our second republic, destroyed the democracy we were getting used to. And in 2015, you were the mouthpiece for that guy. He was not fascist enough for you. But for some reason, these well-meaning young Nigerians who are battling for their life, who you have left nothing for, these are the people you call fascists because you're trying to set them up, in front of the international community. Now, let me say this, and I want to say this to anyone who cares to listen. You see the so-called silent generation, the generation that we are just comfortable being subjugated by colonial masters. They lack the will to fight for their freedom, if not for a few outliers or dissent among them who took them to task, the colonialists to task. This generation was docile and didn't mind that colonialism was taking place in Nigeria for so many years, for more than 40 years. You see the so-called baby boomers and the so-called Generation Y. These people constitute some of the vilest, most venomous individuals I have come to witness. You people have created the Nigeria we see today due to your hatred, your bigotry, and your inability to understand your mistake and take corrections. That is the generation I'm talking to right now. You people place Nigeria where it is. In your wards, in your children, you instill the worst form of ethnic sentiments. That is the battle we are fighting today. You are the ones. And what pains me the most is that you people witnessed the best of Nigeria, fresh out of colonialism. A lot of you traveled outside of this country with no visa. You were given visa on arrival. A lot of you enjoyed rails. You enjoyed free education. But for some reason, you have refused to do the right thing in this country. You have become adamant and have said that you are going to die and go to your grave in your ways. It is painful to watch. You generation, you are vile. Now, when these young people come to speak, you smack them down with your respect. Why should you talk to us like that? You have held these people down for so many generations. When they want to speak, when they want to utter a single word, you tell them they should be respectful to their elders. But you have never considered them to be anything useful to this country. You call them lazy. You call them worthless. You call them lost generations. These people literally have to fend for themselves. A lot of them have had to go online to fend for themselves, look for ways to feed themselves. But you people are giving this country on a platter. You destroyed it. This country was handed to you when oil exploration was starting in the 60s. How many years down the line, look at where we are. One of the most poverty-stricken country in this world. Wole Soyinka, all these years, you are a partaker in this process. What is your legacy in Nigeria? You are a Nobel laureate. That is not good enough. That is not good enough. The truth of the matter is that I have come to realize that a lot of you people that claim that you fought for democracy, you are simply fighting for power. That was it. You were not fighting for democracy. Because how expeditiously you guys accepted positions from dictators, and we are willing to go into alliance with dictators because you wanted to fend for yourself, tells me that you were not actually Democrats. You were simply power-hungry maniacs who were looking for a way to get part of the national cake. I saw it because when the time came for you to actually fight for this country, Wole Soyinka, you left this country. Tinubu, you left this country. And I'm sorry to say this, I've come to realize that we should revisit our history in this country. We should revisit what transpired between the 80s and the start of the Third Republic. Because I am beginning to question everything I was told. A lot of you claim you fought for democracy, but the truth of the matter is that our parents were simply fed propaganda. That is the simple truth. There was no social media. They were simply fed propaganda. You remember the newspaper stands where people go and stand and read whatever the newspaper printed for that day. So I come to believe that
Grandmaster, here, let me add to what you're saying. In the Southwest, one of the main newspapers or media houses were owned by the Abiolas. Dele Alake was in charge. Vawulence Soyinka, they formed the Kudirat Papers. They used those media organizations to feed propaganda. Concord to feed propaganda, and they made it seem like we're fighting for democracy. No, when these people now, if you go back, the military will tell you about the relationships between Abacha, Babangida, MK Abiola, Bola Tinubu. They were all in bed together, lying to our parents that these people were fighting for democracy. They were not. Continue, my brother.
Thank you so much. Otumba, to tell you the reason why I believe these people were never fighting for democracy. Look at how quickly Tinubu returned to Nigeria. Immediately he heard that there was going to be transition to a civilian governance. He came immediately to Nigeria to usurp power from Lagos State, to bulldoze this way. Matter of fact, he did not even find the ACN. Right? Now, if to share...
He didn't find AD. AD was...
AD, sorry, I said before he became the ACN and ACN. AD. He didn't find the AD. He came and bulldozed his way through it. Now, to even show you more, that I've come to realize that we have been lied to by this generation of people. Look at the way they campaigned in 2015. Extreme prejudice against Jonathan. The way they campaigned told me that these people were always after power. It was never about democracy for them. Something they could not get in the time of Abacha, they needed to do it this time around, or it will elude them.
My grandmaster, before I round up, I just want to say something. At this point in time, I'm beginning to believe that Abacha was a good man.
You can't call him a good man. He was still a corrupt guy, but I don't think it was as bad as... I think what his evilness is exaggerated. Because I go back again, these people were friends. They were friends. Go and watch. There's a one about Bangida. See, just read. They were friends. These people were in the same circle. They all attended Lagos. Is it the Lagos Island Club, whatever that? They were all friends, all of them.
Go on, Grandmaster, please.
All right, let me round up. Let me round up with this. See, Nigerians, we have a battle at our hand. We need to revisit our concept of respect in this part of the world, because this has been what has destroyed us as a people. I'm sorry to say this. If you remember, at the point where Europeans stopped being subservient to their kings, prosperity started coming into that region. See, I work in a tech company. My boss that I work with directly, I sit in the same office with, is responsible for cloud tech management in the entirety of US. I refer to that guy in his first name. He calls me my first name. We are on first name basis. If we are on break and you see me talking to this guy, we joke about everything. We even talk about chicks. We talk about cars. We talk about racing. We talk about everything. You would think this guy is my age mate. No, this is a guy who is heading cloud platform tech, the entirety of the US in my company. A multi-millionaire in dollar. So please, I think it's high time we revisit what we call respect in this country, because it has brought us nothing, nowhere. Rather, this vile generation of baby boomers, silent generation, and Generation Y have used this to hold the young generation down. And I think that this is the time the young generation will say, I will not take this anymore. Because right before our very eyes, we are about to enthrone a drug dealer, because the generation that was supposed to speak up never said anything. They kept quiet, and we are the ones doing investigation for them. But it's not going to be business as usual. See, everyone, unsheath your sword, because this battle is going to be to the end. This generation cannot take us for a ride anymore. It is enough. Wole Soyinka, shame on you. You are a cultist. I never believed in you. I never even took you serious, because you don't even have any morals. You destroyed our institution in this country with your cultism. So what are you talking about? What are we actually talking about? Man, Saddam, man, I go rant, but I don't want to rant. Make I just leave him like that. Thank you, guys.
My brother, you know, ranting space beast now. We rant with facts and figures, you know.
Bro,
Many young people don't understand.
Bro, I'm telling you, I told guys a story this afternoon. I told some people a story this afternoon. This afternoon, I told a story of my uncle in Lagos. The very first time I traveled to Lagos, I was still I think it was in my primary 4. I went with my eldest brother to visit my uncle, who was very, very affluent and rich. He had a mansion. When we got to that mansion, I saw pictures of Wole Soyinka all over the places. But then that was the very first time I saw emblems of the Sea Dogs. It was all over his house. National Association of the Sea Dogs. So I had to ask my elder brother, what are these things and who is this guy? He told me that I should not ask the question. That is not something I want to know. I left it. And when June 12 happened, a lot of people returned back to the East. He didn't come back. He came back a month after, and he was asked what he was doing in Lagos. He was riding shotgun for Wole Soyinka as a pirate, as a sea dog. They were the ones who were protecting Wole Soyinka all through the time June 12 took place, until they were able to guard him and take him outside his country. That guy was an executioner. He was an uncle of mine. I'm not even missing or saying this thing. He was an executioner for pirates. He's dead now. Wole Soyinka, as of the time June 12 took place, was still a staunch cultist. So, please, for God's sake, is this the man I should be taking morality lessons from? Is this the guy that should be telling me about? Come on, man. What are we even talking about here?
My brother,
What are we talking about here?
My brother, for every soul that have died in higher institution in Nigeria, every soul that have died to cultism in Nigeria, a drop of their blood lies on the head of Wole Soyinka.
Let me close with this.
He started cultism in please wrap up, my brother. Just go.
Let me just close with this. And I'm very disappointed in some of you obedience, because the shit I've been seeing on the timeline is triggering. But I just simply refuse to engage anybody anymore. I'm seeing obedience telling me, "Oh, we should be calm. We should not trigger them."
Baba, see fire. Fire. See obedience. All gloves are off right now.
Man, it's off, man. This is warfare.
If you see an obedience that is moving mad, drag him by his balls.
I'm saying it now, Tumba.
We've been babysitting so much bullshit. Me, I'm tired. And I'm tired. I'm tired. If someone is telling you they're scoring an own goal, telling his father is one scoring an own goal, you are mad. See, the amount of bullshit we've attacked obedience in this movement for less things. This same person led us to attack obedience for less things. We took on Oloma Debbie and Gio Oracle for less things. Now, the person you respect is calling us fascists, and you are telling us we are scoring on own goal. See, I'm tired.
Just calm down.
This is here. What Grandmaster just said about fascism. See, in the US, we call ourselves name. We stop at socialist and communism. We don't go to fascism. We don't get to the F word. Even the crazy left. See, the Bernie Sanders left. Don't call people fascists. There's a line where you don't cross. You can call you communist. You can say socialist. The worst the Republicans will call the Democrats are socialists. The worst Democrats will call Republicans are communists. We don't use the F word. And some bloodsucker went on TV because he has international reputation. And you're telling us he has scored an own goal. See, all bets are off. I people know what I'm talking to. He used to be a host of this space. Omar. See, I'm tired because no, I'm not my tongue. See, if anybody
Otumba, please. I want to say this here.
I'm angry. See, because Grandmaster, he just struck a nerve back. See, obedience, drag anybody's father, drag their mother, their uncle, their brother. These people are fighting with us they're attacking the Labour Party. We sat down too quiet. See, curse their father, their mother, their grandchildren. That uncut or ruliness they say we have. We are not violent people. See, this social media space, drag their father, their mother.
Saddam, do you know how serious that label is? Because we
have we called for a
obedient
parallel
in
government?
America, we that we are obedient in America now, they can actually tag us with that name. You understand? It's a name that actually let's just say
don't use.
Baby, it's like baby version of a terrorist. That's what it is.
It's worse than a terrorist.
Man, so I mean,
it's like someone calling you a Taliban. It's not like someone calling you a Taliban or Al Qaeda. Yeah. That's the equivalent. That's how I see it. It's not a joke. What Wole Soyinka went to say on TV, he needs to recant it back. He needs to see we're obedient lawyers. He needs to explain to us how we are fascist. It's at some point I think we sort of lower the temperature a little bit. They need to go back and start calling us bullies. They've stopped calling us bullies on social media because we've been guarding stuff. Right now we will get on out and curse your father, your mother, your generation, children unborn. You people are mad. The amount of souls that have died in this country from 2015 to 2023, we can no longer see. We've been comporting us. Sometimes you know how much conversation we had behind the background that obedience. See, the whole protest. We know how we had to like just stay in lane. Body they pinch me. Like, guy, what they did on February 25. I think about it again. I freaking had a meltdown a week before. Mary White remembers. I called Mary White because I was like, Mary White, I'm scared. This election, we have been pushing people to go and vote in the election. What APC has in plan for us? And those people fucking fulfilled my fears. These people killed. See, they came on national TV, told us they will kill us and maim us. The police told us that what these people are saying is a joke. These people now came on 25 and did it. Police told us it's a joke. They came on March 18 or March 18 and did the same thing. And
Google
one
says
fucking
that
Wole Soyinka is going
109
on.
people were
He's
killed in that
going on TV
election.
to call us back. Please find me the person Obedience have killed. Point out one person that can say Obedience is responsible for maiming this person. We haven't heard a single fly. Is it from Flag Boy? Is it from Flag Boy? Remember when they did that nonsense in Flag Boy in Lagos State? They almost killed that boy. Is it in the southeast? We've had people that have died, politicians that are. This bloodsucker now has this Connie Dafu, now has the effort on national TV to say we are fascist because we just want a Nigeria where it doesn't matter where you come from or who you know, you can still have a decent life. We just want accountability. Simple. We don't care. If you do an election where you uploaded the results from the polling units and we lost, my guy, we don't talk about N6. We will lick our wounds. We will tell you get ready for 2027. We will tell you because we're not cowards. You know, I mean.
My brother,
Okay.
my brother, beg.
It reached to vex.
No, it reached to vex. It reached to vex. You understand? Mine is that I
Let me
look at.
just throw some context here, Saddam.
Go on.
Nigeria recorded 109 deaths linked to the 2023 election. 109 deaths. And I promise you all of them were obedient. 109 deaths. That is the one that Google even verified. How can 109 people die just for voting? Just to vote?
Sisu, can we get the names?
Sacrifice
Can we get the
Nigerians every
names of those
election
109?
cycle. Out of that 109, 40-something were Lagos.
Can we get the names, like their names and, you know?
No, this is just a quick Google search. How many people died in 2023 elections? Premium Times, Nigeria recorded 109 deaths linked to the 2023 elections. Nigeria recorded 109 deaths related to the 2023 elections. So it is that 109 people is a lot of people.
And why these people died? Wole Soyinka did not for one day come out and say, for the souls of those that have died, this and that, rest in peace, we are sorry. No. That was not his problem.
No, that's not his problem. No.
His problem was not the snatching
if
of
it's
ballot
cutting Wole
boxes.
Soyinka, that will not. If that's what they're going to let us.
Are you forgetting that our senatorial candidate was
He
shot
was killed and
and
he was
burnt to
burned.
death
His vehicle was
in
With
burned.
6
Enugu?
people. With 6
He was
people.
burnt in a car with 6
And
people.
we should not
Please,
respond to
which
one
APC
idiot. And
candidate
people are
was
telling us
killed?
to not respond to one idiot calling us fascists.
No, do you remember that Doggy? He got to a point that what the message now, Doggy said that APC, let's go and beat our own person and say it's Labour Party that beats him because there's no proof that any APC person has been injured.
God bless you. I did the space
Is that
that
not
day.
what Doggy was saying in that thing? That let's go and beat our own people so that we can point you to Labour. There's no threat. There's no evidence of violence from our camp.
Amadou, Sisi Yemi is a known blogger on YouTube, food industry. They literally did not let this woman vote because they said she looks like an Igbo person in Lagos. And someone went on TV to call us a fascist.
Thank you very much. Let me just close the
just let
debate.
Grandmaster finish up. Yeah.
No, I'm already done. I just did a sentence. Obedience. This battle is going to be long and worn out. It's going to be long. But please, we cannot sit back and let these people destroy everything that we have worked for. All the things that P2B has worked for as a man, we cannot let these people destroy it. I say this metaphorically, unsheath your sword. Let's go to this battle. Because we have been playing the defensive. We've been on the defensive for so long. And I think it's time we take this to the take to the offensive. That is what I'm saying. Because if not, these people will destroy everything we have labored so hard for. They are now bringing out their big guns. Their big guns. What is it called? Soyinka is a literally giant. He is internationally recognized. And he couldn't find any better words to describe obedient as, but fascist. But it is fine. There's been a day of reckoning coming. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
My brother, thank you. Soyinka is an international giant in the old school. In the old school, his time has passed.
No, even give him his
Who is
development.
ready now is
No, we
Chimamanda
can't
Adichie.
take it away from him.
No, but
He's
no,
a useless fellow. He's a useless
I'm
We
not taking
fellow.
away
can
from
take
him,
it
but
away from him, or we actually can.
Otumba, we're
It's
taking it away from
yes,
him.
it's like R. Kelly. You can't say R. Kelly is not a Grammy winner. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he's
Yes,
a
now, but he don't cast. Say he don't
he's a
cast now.
convicted
Right now,
fellow.
who they reign now? Who they reign now? Chimamanda. And she don't write to what do they call this now? Joe Biden. Biden don't receive her later. America they shake now. Everywhere for America they shake now. They don't know say a drug dealer, a drug baron, a criminal wants to use backdoor. He has been ever since Peter served him his court documents. He disappeared. We have not seen him. He has lost. He don't lost.
Me and my own is obedient. Any propaganda, any fact. See, we're no longer. I hate the culture of responding. See, I say so many things about Trump, but there's one thing I love about that man. I keep saying it, man. That guy, you get him on TV. If Trump said something yesterday, and that is not talk, and you call him the next day to talk about it, he would say, "Yeah, I said it," but China. So, man, we need to get more forceful. I kind of felt like we sort of sat back too much on Twitter and just waiting for things to cook and cook and
No,
cook. No,
Otumba, you not say we sat back. Let me tell you something. What you
okay,
understand that
let me take that word back.
you did
Not
not see
sat.
because a whole lot of obedience. First of all, you understand that now we they run this thing ourselves. It's not like we have one apart from when Peter Obina took us to hotel room. He said let us stay in hotel. As they say that we're in hotel now, we're not in hotel. We're not chilling from hotel, tweeting from hotel. Before we went to the hotel, we were always doing this in ourselves, running it ourselves, funding it ourselves, and everything. You understand? So it is difficult when you get the kind of the hit we got on February, the lives lost, the blood. Do you know my book? If I give my bookmark and you see, I'm bookmarking all the cases I have. All the blood cases, all the people that were macheted, all the people that just in Lagos and Rivers State alone, if I give you my bookmark and you watch it, you will not sleep for 1 week. Nigerians suffered the highest level of terrorism under APC in these last elections. Because I know a time will come, these animals will ask you, show us evidence. We don't see evidence. It never happened. They will
It
deny
was the
our
freest
reality.
and fairest election in our history.
They will deny our reality. They did it with NSAS, and I knew it, and I said, no, voila. I have gotten so many live images that happened that day. Because we know that the time will come when we have to speak and tell people this is the reality of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's evil ambition to be president of a country that he will never be. Thank you. Let's go. Let me bring in my sister. She's on the road trip. So I think I'll bring in Hanatu. Hanatu, if you can hear me right now, please come in. I don't know if your network is clear.
Saddam, real quick, those things you bookmark, try and email them to yourself, or if you can download them. Otherwise, if they delete them, it won't be there anymore. You won't be able to have access to it anymore.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Hanatu, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Saddam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but
Okay.
the background noise is bad.
It's bad. I think I will just, you know what? I think I will just listen. This one pain me. It pain me that I cannot talk. But I can see a lot of people, a lot
Let's
of my.
manage. Go on.
It's better. Let's manage. Go on.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. Let me just quickly share my thoughts. I saw. I don't know. I just want to ask. I saw someone. I think he has dropped off. Kada. Oh, my brother. Anyway, let me just go to my point. Yeah, because I was interested in hearing his thoughts. But let me just quickly say that thank you so much for this opportunity, for us to just celebrate our diversity. And I think that is the beauty of Nigeria that we should be able to harness and use. But again, it's interesting that every time we try to celebrate it, some people feel very jittery or feel very uncomfortable. When people are saying the awakening of the middle belt, I want to say it is the reawakening of the middle belt. Honestly, it is a reawakening, because what I see that is happening differently is that when I was growing up, the idea I had is that we had middle belt leaders, we had people that were going ahead for us, that were speaking for us, that were working for our own interests. So those were the people. And if you notice, if you look at the history of the middle belt, so many prominent leaders have been killed. I don't even want to go into that conversation. So many people have lost their lives. In fact, when I was listening to this space, I said, you know what, if you want to talk about the middle belt from even a political point of view, if you talk about the army, the kind of generals we've lost, the kind of officers we've lost, the damage that has been done to that region. But I don't even want to look at it from that angle. I want to reassure those people who have been trained by their parents to think that they are rulers over people in the middle belt, that there are some people that those people are under them. I want to let them know that this generation is different. This generation is not a generation that is waiting for somebody to come and say, oh, we are their leaders, we are now going to do this for them. No. This generation is a generation of people who have suffered, who have seen death, who have survived. We're tired of surviving. We want to thrive. We don't want to survive and just be counting our numbers every day. How many people died? No, we want to thrive. We want to have a voice. We now see that there is beauty in our diversity. Those people, if you say you want to kill them or bring them down, then you don't even know what you're talking about. Because if you could kill the Melafias, if you could kill so many people I can begin to name in the middle belt that have lost their lives in mysterious ways, you can't do that with this generation. It's way, way, way beyond that. I just want to say that I will never ever forget. I will use this space every day to thank my father. Number one, for educating me, because there's something that education does. It's not just going to school alone, but emancipation of the mind from slavery. My father will say, your grandparents served them, and then you cannot grow up and serve these people like this. You can't be a slave. I know what it means. So I know that we never joked with education. It's something you don't joke. It's not about building a house or having this. No. Because you know that if you want to have a voice, if you want to be able to speak in Nigeria, especially in the middle belt, if you don't even have education, even with the education, how have we fared? So whenever you see somebody from the middle belt who has achieved something, honestly, dove their heart for them, because it took them more than an arm and a leg. It took them a whole struggle to get what they have. And that's why tears came to my eyes when I see people like I've forgotten his name. Is it Stephen? I saw, oh, there's this wonderful girl, I think it's Kangyang, was, oh my, girls, young girls, being
She's up here.
educated themselves
She's
and being
gonna speak
speaking.
here. She's up
Oh,
here
wow,
next.
wow, 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 amazing, amazing. My heart just warms up. Because for so long, we've been asking our parents questions. We're not understanding what is happening. What is happening? Why should a generation born and they don't even know? It's like you're born and then you're asking questions and you're saying, why this, why this, why that? Anyway, let me not go on that rant. Let me just also say this, that again, it shows you, there was a time, Saddam, on this space, I always tell my people, I said, there's a reason why Peter Obi has to win this election. There's a reason why we had to support him. It's bigger. Those who think that it was a religious thing don't even understand what is happening. It's bigger than that. If someone like a Peter Obi, as competent as he is, with everything going for him, everything fully verified, some people will sit down and say, no, this person is not up to this. How can we, you know what? This election is making us have the Nigerian conversation again. This conversation, we must have it. And this time around, we're not having it with Confab. We don't even know what they discussed in Confab because they shared monies among them. We don't even know. We're having this conversation among ourselves as Nigerians. And this is the way to have it. I have not seen anybody from the Middle Belt that has abused anybody. I've not seen anybody from the Middle Belt that has said that, you Hausa people, this and that. No. So what is the problem? What is the problem? I want to come out and say that I'm an Ngas girl, proud from Plateau State. And somebody will say, no, this and that. What kind of thing is this? Anyway, let me leave that because let me allow other people to talk. But honestly, I'm so grateful for this conversation. And I want to say something. I heard some people asking and say, how come Middle Belt people are just coming up and all of that? Honestly, a lot of conversation has been going on, but most times I notice it goes on Facebook. But a lot of people are coming into Twitter, which is good. And then also I wanted to say that Middle Belters are the people that have believed in one Nigeria, and we're the ones that have been hurt the most. See, if you look at most of the Middle Belt tribes, if you read our history, you will know that we are fighters, we are undefeated people. So you ask yourself, what is going on now? It's simple. Because we believe in a one Nigeria. We believe that the government should protect us. We believe that they should fight for us. That's why you notice that people are sleeping in their homes. It's not that people cannot get up and fight. But the thing is that if everybody should fight, what are we doing? So in that way, we got hurt. Our people have been killed, not because we are weak people. We are not losers. If you read the history, so many people have talked about it. I don't even want to go back on it again. These are real life history. Our people are warriors. That is why our tribes still stand, and that is why our tribes still remain. Middle Belt has come to stay. If you're Hausa, be proud of your Hausa heritage. If you're Fulani, be proud of your Hausa Fulani. Whatever tribe, be proud of your tribe. People who have no sense of beauty, people who have no sense of appreciating God's beauty and God's gift will destroy anything, because of their insatiable greed and wickedness. But we will not allow them. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honestly, I say this because many people feel like we are trying to why. There is nothing like giving people the platform to be able to express themselves. Nigeria is too diverse a country that we should just keep Nigeria and be talking every time about Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, where we have over 490 something other speaking languages. So Nigeria has to work for all of us. This is the new Nigeria we're building. All these people in their old generation, so Soyinka's generation that are fading off. If they did not fight for Nigeria, they fought for themselves. We, our generation, were trying to change the narrative. If Nigeria is going to work for you, it should work for everybody. Everybody should feel the effect of Nigeria. And if it doesn't work for you, it shouldn't work for anybody. It should scatter for all of us. You know, that's sort of the chill. Other people going to die. We are speaking right now. I got the news that today, 46 people have died in Benue State. They have resumed. Election has finished. Holiday has finished. They are back to work. APC field soldiers are back to work. No more elections. They are now back to work.
Bro, they didn't die, yo. They were killed,
They were killed, yeah.
They were killed. You said for something just died. They don't die, then kill them.
They were killed. All right, really my best. You can come in right now. Good evening.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. Wow, I've actually waited to come in here. Anyway, Saddam, how are you doing? Otumba, Jimmy, NCs, everybody on that space, I'm actually greeting you, but I think I'll come back to you when I'm done with what I have in mind so that I don't just keep them. I actually came here to speak about few things, but one of the persons actually came to this space today actually trying to talk about somebody and his gang. But because he's not here now, I wouldn't want to talk so much about him because it will look as though he's not in the space. Because when I entered this space, he was there. I wanted to talk about Aboki Nageri and his gang. But unfortunately, it's not on this space. I'll wait until he come on this space. If he don't come today, maybe next time I'm on his space and he comes, then I have to talk about them, because it's important I talk about them, because I know in the coming days and weeks, we are going to have people who are obedient, or, in quotes, people who have been on this platform all this while. They'll be the ones that will be fighting us and be calling us name. It's good that we have people that we know. These are people we are battling with all this time. So it's when they call us names, it's not new. But I think it will be heartbreaking for us to have people who have fought on this platform with, coming back to tag us, call us maybe we are mob. And the truth about this matter is that the obedient movement does not have a register where we registered our names. It does not have a leader. It doesn't have this and dons. We don't have rules and regulations. We don't have anything. So this idea that people are trying to say, oh, I don't know, I don't know where it's coming from. People come on this and express themselves the way they deem fit. And therefore, when you say something and other people don't like your opinion, they have the right to criticize you. So this idea that some people are just trying now to tag us and join the enemies to tag us, I think it's important to speak about them and call them names, because these are people who have benefited from this movement. These are people in this platform, especially those of our brothers and sisters abroad. We are giving money. They will slide in their DMs and they will give them money. They will tell them their personal problems and they give them money. And these are the people who will turn around today and begin to call us names. I'll wait until they come. But I will use his name to send message to other people who now want to tweet nonsense on their timeline and speak Hausa and all this nonsense. And these are people who started about the North to remember. Thank God we are discussing about MiddleBelt today, because before this time, when we talk about North, it will look like all the people that found in that region, they are all Northerners, they are all Hausas, they are all Fulanis. But it's important, the discussion we are having is so that Nigerians begin to know that, yes, when you talk about the North is a vast, expanse of people, with different tribes, different cultures and different orientations and different worldviews. That all these people are not just people who are marginalists or thinking one. Because if there's anything that people should remember, is to remember that there are millions and millions of out-of-school children in the North. These people have not gone to school. These people does not have future. These are the things that people should remember. And when I have people who are perhaps opportune to go to school come, instead of them to defend these people whose destiny has been destroyed, they are the ones who will come and enable these leaders. Because one of the things that has happened in this country, and let me talk about Jonathan administration, one of the problems that Jonathan administration had was the fact that Jonathan government tried to build a Amajiri school. He tried to build a Amajiri schools, tried to make sure that those people that is one of the problems that Jonathan government had. Another problem that Jonathan had was the fact that Jonathan government seemed to maybe give Igbo people some space. You can talk about the corruption cases that happened, and one of the worst things that Jonathan did, one of the crimes of Jonathan that I don't think anybody should forgive him of that crime, is to have allowed APC, this terrorist organization, to have come into, because Jonathan saw it when they created Boko Haram. Remember when Buhari actually masterminded a plot against himself, masterminded a terrorist attack. I hope you guys have not forgotten. Before APC came into power, Buhari masterminded a terrorist Boko Haram. They created Boko Haram and they called Boko Haram to come
We
and attack.
remember very well.
You remember that? These are signs that Jonathan government would have known that these people are terrorists. These people are not supposed to be regarded as a political party. But somehow that's the worst crime that Jonathan committed against, the Nigerian state. Let me talk about Soyinka. I think when growing up before this time, when we are kids, there is this notion that we have that when people have white hair, when people have white hair, that it has something to do with wisdom. So that when people, when you see people with white hair, you now say, oh, these people, they are getting old and they are full of wisdom. So most times when you see people who have white hair, you have so much respect for them, because you think that whenever they speak, they speak from the place of wisdom. And therefore, even when when we see young people who perhaps they are not that old, but they happen to have white hairs, you now say, oh, these people, they are associated with wisdom, they are blessed, and not the rest of them. But today, I think people like Wole Soyinka has made nonsense of such notion that white hair is not wisdom. That a mad person and somebody who does not have anything in his head can actually have white hair. I think people like Wole Soyinka should dark their hair. I think it's high time now here, because the white hair is useless. It's actually useless now. I think he should dye it, so that when we see him, we will not make the mistake to take his word serious. So that when he comes and speak on platforms, we will not take him seriously. Yes, Wole Soyinka is a good writer. It's somebody who has done so well. Read some of his books. Growing up. The Trials of Brother Jero. The Lions and the Jewel, read about the King's Horse, Death and the King's Horseman. It's a lot of books that this man have read. But one thing about Soyinka, just as every time he speaks, he said people don't understand him. Most of Soyinka's book, he can't read it. If you read some of Soyinka's book, like half of the book, if you don't still know what that man is talking about. Because most times I don't even know who he's writing to. Because a writer should be somebody who writes for everybody. Like when people pick up their book and they read, and that's why Soyinka, that's why people like Achebe, they are standing writers, because Achebe writes across everybody. Everybody, the common person can just, you don't need to have a university degree for you to understand what Achebe is writing. But Soyinka, most of Soyinka's book, I tell you, you can finish reading it, you don't know what he's talking about. I'm telling you, I can tell you this for a truth, because I tried reading some of his
Yeah, I
books.
talk am for here.
Okay, I tried reading some of his books because I'm somebody who like reading. I grew up in a place, in my uncle's house, where I was privileged to have books around me. So I all these, especially African writers, right? So you can
Are
read.
you saying Are you saying you don't like the Lion and the Jewel? Is that what you're
No, no,
saying?
no. I said no, no, no. I said I read the trials of very no. He wrote. I said most of his books. He's not writing for. What about
See, you
Soyinka's
know how
writing?
this is. Wait, you know how
Wait,
this.
wait.
I talk am earlier on for the show.
Pause,
Now they
pause,
laugh me. A
pause.
good
You
say
know,
person talk.
what happened now? You know what happened now? when when you and your girlfriend break up, your girlfriend not gonna say, she knows how we cook. I put no sweet. I put the soup you I ate 2 days ago,
No,
it
no,
was too salty.
no,
You
no,
can
no.
just say anything.
Sadam, wait,
Soup
wait, wait,
was
wait.
sweet yesterday. Oh my god, so you cannot
Sadam, wait. Sadam, wait. No, I said I read some of his books.
I
Right?
mean, wait, please,
I know
please.
he wrote
I'm
a lot of
coming.
things.
Remember, wait now, wait.
Wait,
Let me
now,
laugh
Sadam,
now.
you are
Wait.
disrupting my thoughts.
Oh yeah, continue.
Saddam, let him cook. Let him cook.
So I never said it's not. I said it's a good writer. He wrote, but I'm saying anybody who have read Soyinka's book, if you've read his book, this thing I'm saying is gospel truth. Some of Soyinka's book, you can't. If you read half of it, you don't know what he's talking about. I'm telling you. In short, this is what if you are following
If
African writers.
Wayek did not force us to read Soyinka's book in school, nobody will read his book. The
So
fecundity
the
of
thing
the
is that
unity of the
if
fecundity of the
he writes,
pathology.
go
That's what they
even
write.
yeah,
Nonsense.
if you go and read his comparisons, he writes for a certain level of people. Some of his books are not for average people. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that's why most times when he speaks, he says people don't understand him. But a public speaker should be somebody, when he speaks, people should be able to understand what he's saying. But let me tell you, people have called Soyinka a con man. That man is a con man. Everything, I hate Buhari with passion, and not because I just want to hate him. I hate him because he's a bad man. And a lot of Soyinka's article. In short, Soyinka in 2011 said that Buhari for Buhari to have dethroned a democratically elected government, and Buhari having the infantry to come and tell Nigerians to come and vote, that for Nigeria to vote Buhari is like eating our vomit. Like that is insulting for Buhari to come and say and convert for vote in Nigeria, having done everything he has done to Nigeria, and the worst of it, dethroning a democratically elected government. And Soyinka said in 2011 that for Buhari to come and ask Nigerians to vote him, it's like us eating our vomit. For Nigerians to vote Buhari, it's important. The same Soyinka that made this statement went and campaigned for Buhari in 2015 and supported him. And the reason why he came, because when Soyinka it was strategic. Remember, Soyinka said he was not around. Which patriotic Nigerian that will be in Nigeria, that is a Nigerian, seeing all the discussions that had to do with this 2023 election, and that Nigeria will not be, when Nigerians were coming back from abroad to come and vote, but Soyinka did not come. He said he was not around. I don't know what he went to do. I don't know what international engagement he had. That at least at his position, there is nothing that he will have. They say, oh no, I have an election, my country have an election, I need to. Okonji-Iweala had to come out from Geneva, to come and vote. But Senka said he was not. But he said since he came back, they've been sending him links. The links they are sending him, they are not sending him links of people who were lynched and killed on election day. They didn't send him links of people who were asked not to vote because they want to vote a certain party. They did not send him link of a Yoruba man who were beraged and called names and told he's not a Yoruba man enough because his mother is. They did not send him all those links. The only link he saw was the link where Baba Ahmed was actually making a constitutional statement. And everything that he said was just to the fact that it's unconstitutional that if the 25% that is supposed to be one of the requirements to declare a president is not met. That is a constitutional problem. And if that is a constitutional problem, that's installing a Tinubu is akin to installing a military government, which is also undemocratic. That is what the summary of what that man said. I like if you had listened to that interview when that lady asked him, please, what aspect of that is statement that you find troubling? What aspect? He asked him those questions. He pretended as if he was not hearing what they were saying. Even when he answered it, his answers to that question does not have any bearing to what Dati Ahmed said. In fact, if you go and listen to Dati Ahmed in that interview, when Segu asked him that if the Supreme Court, he said yes, if the Supreme Court give a judgment that is nothing will do in Supreme Court. He never said he will not, he's not going to accept it, he's not going to agree. Dati never said that. He was only making a call. But Soyinka, these people have been con people at every strategic time in our national history. These people, they will bring them on. And that is why we have not won any battle. Because the people who have always believed that will fight these battles for us, they have not fought this. They've always sold out. And that's why Nigeria has remained like this. These people has always been at every step. Soyinka himself. Soyinka uses his writing and his performance, his dramas to ridicule government throughout military regime. There's nothing he did not do. And that is why they were looking for him every now and then.
He called Jonathan's wife Shippopotamus.
Yeah, you know, there's no, that yes, there's nothing that man did not do. But when Buhari came, he became mute. And for him to even try to, because what he came to do on that platform that day was to legitimize a Tinubu's government. In short, he has even tried to say what he wants Tinubu to do, that he wants him to speak about a restructuring and all the rest of them. How can somebody who is that lettered, how can somebody who is an international figure, and that is why the word he used, you know, like as people have noted, it was strategic for him to have used that word. And because when he was using that word, it's just a virtue signal. He was just signaling to people what this movement, so that anywhere you see obedient movement, as he's going, I know that people are doing protests, planning protests every, you know, in other parts of the world. So he wants to make it, put them on notice that these people are fascist. And fascist, that's what somebody, all we have done is to just vent on media. That is all we have done. We have not fought anybody. We have not embarrassed anybody. We've not gagged anybody. All the obedient movement have done is to be on social, to say we don't accept this thing that is going on. That is what we have done. We not carried arm. I don't know whether they are saying we should carry arm. I don't know whether they say we should start burning places. Is that what they want? Because if we now speaking now is a problem. What then are we not supposed to do? Keep quiet? It was Soyinka that says, people have actually quoted it, the man dying him that keep silent in the face of tyrant. These are people who come and you believe them. These people are the reason why the Nigerian state is what it is today. And thank God it is people like me and you that will fight this battle. Thank God for the middle belt who is now, because if the middle belt can stand up, the North will get the message. Those people that call themselves North, they will get the message. Because the truth about the matter is that this middle belt, when you talk about Sister Hannah too said, yes, they fought to keep, even the civil war, if not the middle belt, the civil war wouldn't have, I think perhaps even the Eastern Nigeria would have been on their own. Because the middle belt believed that there was need to keep Nigeria together. There was need to keep Nigeria as one country. And that is why today, if you go to the middle belt, a lot of the generals, a lot of people, if you go, there's hardly any family or any community you go in throughout the middle that you not see army general, because they were the people who were the cream la cream of the Nigerian army in those days, the Easterners and the middle belt, and they are the one who fought the war. You know, but today they are being killed. These are people who helped. When you talk about the North, the people who made the North become what they are today are the people from the middle belt. I went to Benue, and I went to a place. I went to Benue. A friend of mine was wedding. I went for his wedding, and the church that they did the wedding, a young man was preached in that church. That the man was speaking. So when the man finished speaking, I asked my friend, is this man, is like this man has lived abroad all his life? And the guy said, no, this man has not traveled, or that this man has been here. He's schooled here, and he has not even traveled abroad. Because the way the man spoke that day, his English was so polished that I argued that this man actually schooled abroad. But Benue people, these people have the middle belt have a lot of prominent people who are supposed to be the people who are even being the people deciding what is happening in Nigeria today. Even their generals, if you ask the middle belters here, a lot of their fathers, their uncles who are there, just go and check the way they are treating them. Some of them are being killed secretly. Some of them, their businesses are being run. Even some of them are not living in those areas. They've run away from their homes because they are the target today. I'm talking about retired generals today. They are being the target. But these are the people who help them. What happened to the Nigerian state, like I've always said, Nigerian state is a crime scene. Nigerian state is a fraudulent enterprise. The purpose that Nigeria was created was not to help the peoples of this country. The purpose that Nigeria was created was because for British interests. For British interests. And that interest is what we are suffering today. So the peoples of this country had never really agreed on how they could stay together. On the terms, what are the basis of this unity? How do we stay together? And therefore, that is what is biting us today. We've not had the discussion. And because today we are having the discussion, that is why everywhere is jittery. Because there's a conspiracy about this country to keep holding this country. Because there are certain people that must rule this country for them to keep Nigeria the way it is. The problem that P2B has today, the why they don't want him, is because P2B is not in the status quo. P2B is not one of them. P2B is coming from the wrong side of the country. And what he's saying does not even blend with a lot of people from his own side of the country. I've said this thing before. The people who are leaders in Eastern Nigeria today are the people who were sponsored by forces outside Eastern Nigeria. And that is why it's important that we begin to change leadership in Eastern Nigeria. And the reason why they are fighting P2B is not in that people they selected. They didn't sponsor his business. They didn't sponsor anything. They didn't sponsor his political career. They don't have anything against him, because in Nigeria, for you to be a leader in Nigeria, they must have something against you. And that is why even if Buhari wanted to do free and fair election, they will remind him how he got into office. They will remind him how he created Boko Haram. They will remind him how they forged certificates for him. They will remind him a whole lot of things they did for him to become president. And he wouldn't want those news to come out. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu become, God forbid, anytime he wants to do anything, they will remind him his drug problem. They will remind him everything. So they must have somebody who they have something against for that person to become, because P2B is a people's-oriented leader. They don't want him. But we must fight. We must fight to make sure we save the souls of this country. If not, Nigeria is destined to hell. This country, forget it. If you don't fight for it, just forget it. Let all of us just write our will and die the day the death comes. Whether it's by kidnapping, whether it's by accident, whether it's by Boko Haram, whether it's by Fulani herdsmen, whether it's those from the radical groups in the East, wherever that death comes from, we can just sit down and wait until it comes. But if we want to redeem the souls of this country, it's important we speak out. The people who say we should not speak out, I don't agree with you. If you say, oh, Soyinka have made a statement, if Soyinka just made a statement that is just plain and then we can just leave it. But if the statement is made, it's a very dangerous one. We cannot allow it to slide. If we leave it to slide, to be like, oh, what he said is truth. We've not done anything. This man is coming. We didn't come for him. He came for us. And he is going to receive and hear from us. He will continue to hear from us. I don't know. For everybody on this page,
Thank you.
please, no. For everybody,
Everybody.
Saddam, wait, for everybody, I want, God, Saddam. Hey, no, I've not spoken on this page for a long time. Saddam, you want me to stop? Okay, let me just say this and stop. I came here, for those, I don't know, Burkina Gerifio, I came anytime he comes, please let me know. I need to have a word with Burkina Geri and his gang on this space. I want him to be here because I don't want to speak on his back. I don't want him to say, oh, he was not this. I want him to be on this space because they have to come and tell us what they mean when they say they never know they were coming. Nobody invited you. You never signed any register.
I don't know. They can return all our money.
So they can't fit if because it's annoying. If you played fast on us, you think you played. We know. We had the discussions. We know that there are people who are in this movement. They were just here to just use the opportunity. They never believed in it. They like their Majiri in the north. They like the fact that a lot of them are not. They like it. They enjoy it. They enjoy the fact that these people. The guy who tweeted today that they are calling the north. Go and check his tweets. What he has tweeted before. He has actually acknowledged that these people are not educated. He has actually acknowledged it. But today they are coming and they're speaking from different destiny. These people are bewitched. These people, their destiny have been destroyed, but they don't know. But we are going to treat their fuck up. We are going to still telling them we'll be here. We'll be here on this space. We are not going anywhere. I don't think that this one is the one you come and just say one thing. No. People think after the election we'll fizzle out. After the election, we are even getting stronger. We are getting stronger right about now. So for everybody on this space, I thank you for what you do. Please keep doing it. Jimmy, I thank you. Everybody, Sweet Angel, Madam Ankadede, Hanatu, everybody on this space. Please, we thank Dr. Lu, Women in Nigeria, Omega, Sweet Child, everybody on this space. We thank you for what you do. Please keep Sister Dunke, please, thank you for what you do. Naomi, thank you for what you, everybody on this space. Thank you, Zos. Thank you for what you, please, let's keep talking. Let's keep pushing this message. Let's keep believing in ourselves. Let's keep knowing that what we are doing is actually paying out. And we are going to be here until Nigeria, because we don't have any other option right now than to redeem the soul of this country. We must do that. We should have done it yesterday, but we are doing it today. So thank you for everything that you do. We are not going back. For Soyinka, he will hear from us. This is just the beginning. I think, please tell him to go and dye his hair so that people don't mistake that his white hair for wisdom. Thank you.
So remember best. You finish this your submission. You thank everybody. You don't thank me. You know, I know that. I know that. I don't need for your thank you. No,
No, if my man,
No, off your mic,
if my man, no, tell him.
Wait till you don't thank. Wait till you don't come for your mind. Thank you. It is fake. Everyone thing is fake.
No,
It's fake.
no,
Like
but I'm
Suika
in
hair.
the best.
Like Suika
I'm
white
in
hair.
the best.
It's fake.
I will go and dye my. You know, I'm having white beards. I'll go and dye my own. I think this white hair is a symbol of it's a symbol of it. Just
Oh my goodness! Thank you, my brother. Thank you. It's always as in. It's always wonderful listening to you speak on this platform. You always come with the fire. Honestly, I can just sit down and listen to you because you speak facts with your whole emotions tied to it. It is wonderful having you all the time, my brother. Thank you for all you do. Let me just take you guys back a little bit. Someone just sent me a message from Benue. He said, "Good evening, Saddam. I'm currently in my state in Benue, and I'm spacing from there. The carnage going on in Benue is crazy. The chairman of Otupo LGA's son was killed recently. Some communities close to my village have run away from their homes as I speak. I am glad we are having this MiddleBelt Awakening." So you see, so many people cannot even come out and speak. Nigeria has been happening to so many people. It is unfortunate, but we are here to speak and we'll continue to speak out for everybody on the platform. All right, let's go to my sister. I invited you, Shal. She has been causing problem on the timeline. I've been seeing her tweets. They have been attacking her.
Saddam, so APC is saying that in 8 years they cannot solve these killings in the Middle Belt.
It's either
Is
they're
that what they are
benefiting from
really
it.
saying?
It's either they're benefiting from it or they are the ones in charge of it.
Is that what is going on in our country? Nigeria never used to have problems that lasted 8 years, 4 years.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's
How
crazy,
did we
honestly.
get here?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
God. I can't believe the things we are discussing. I can't believe what we are discussing in 2023. This is not how it felt like we were heading in Obasanjo Yaradua's administration. No, how did we get here?
Even in Jonathan's administration,
Jonathan,
were mainly Boko Haram killings. You didn't see all these.
Even Jonathan, we used to have very intellectual discussions at Nigerians. How did we get here? It's almost like we're in the twilight zone since 2014.
Bro, the greatest mistake we did was 2015. And that's why no matter what they say, Jonathan will always be at the bad part of history of this country. Let them call him whatever they don't call him. Jonathan is a big mess. He messed up. The greatest mistake we made was allowing this bunch of terrorists to power. This APC, the greatest mistake.
And Jonathan knew that they were terrorists. You know, he kept trying to warn Nigerians.
He kept saying it now, but he didn't have the balls.
Come out and tell us, bro, man, this country is about to be taken over. We are all in politics, but the armed robbers, the murderers and killers amongst us have formed a political party. Nigerians, this is what is going on. Look at him now, he's shining teeth with them and moving around and like these people didn't literally murder him in 2014.
He almost joined them.
He almost joined them. Sure, they wanted to give him presidential candidates.
Yes.
When did Nigeria read this? Look, the old Nigeria, prior to 2008, 2009, Boko Haram would not have lasted 9 months. We used to have Niger Delta militants. Nigeria didn't used to be like this now. I don't understand. Sometimes I listen on this space and I take myself out of this space. This is not Nigeria. Look, even the world. Look at this Yahoo fraud that started in Nigeria. Normal fraud that used to just be dead, we'll joke about it. It is now a worldwide embarrassment. Do you know that there are countries that are tweaking their financial distance just because of Nigerians? We can't continue like this.
It's crazy. It's crazy how much
Buhari that didn't go to school. They had to go and create a fake result for Buhari. And then you people are forcing us to go from Buhari to somebody that didn't go to school at all. A drug baron. Someone that dropped 500,000 United States dollars in the 70s.
In 93.
They have pulled up his case of gun issues in Massachusetts. They pulled up a case of him now in what state was it? You know, Field Marshal is here. She's not, bro.
Yeah, I should
Hey,
call. Let's take this. Let's go to my sister from the Middle Belt. Then I'll come to. We'll circle back. And Pajok Jane, good evening. You're welcome to the Violence Space. If you can hear me, you can mute and speak, please. Welcome.
Oh, that's a middle belt name, Pwajok.
Pajok, yeah, Pajok.
Welcome, my sister.
This lady, they give them what she they pepper them. She they worry them for the timeline. I don't see her tweet. The tweet she feel the tweet like 10 times, and as the reply, she come with receipt. Pa receipt. Pa. You say we don't have receipt. Pa she'll give receipt. Oh my goodness, my sister, you're welcome to the Violence Space. Please you can meet and speak. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Make I
welcome.
first follow first. You say where she did?
Okay.
Correct.
So, hi, good evening. My name is Pajok Kangyang. I'm from Jos, Plateau State. I'm Biron by tribe. From Jos South.
Please, Just North or Just South?
Jos South. Jos South.
They gave birth to me in Just
Sadam,
South.
I know say you go farms. I know say
Wait now, Tumba. I know can sell my market. I don't like this. Is it because I cannot
sell your market?
Let me sell my market now, please. Wait, please. They gave birth to me in Jos South. I'm an Igbo man. Can I say I'm an Igbo man from Jos South, please?
Yes, you can.
So I'm from Jos South also. Yeah, continue.
Okay. So I think that the first problem we started encountering down here in Plateau State, mostly was, so we have 17 local governments from 3 different regions: the northern zone, the central zone, and the southern zone. The problem is, around the period, we have local governments like Just North, which is quite in the capital. Just North and Just South are more like in the capital. And we had a good number of people selling their lands, which I think some of our fathers have advocated against, in the past. And I don't think they understood the reason why the advocacy rather was being made. Fast forward to now, a good amount of Just North, not even up to 40%, but a good amount of Just North has been dominated by the Hausas. So at some point, they ran for member and they won the offices. Going back to the lands, places like Bariki and Ladi that are quite not in the central, they are quite in the outskirts, had problems of insecurity. And a good amount of their lands, again, have been grabbed and seized. Now, the problem predominantly is that they call Plateau State the Hausa state. In no sense is Plateau State the Hausa state. Like Patrick Anum said earlier, he spoke earlier, and we've been on this together. We've been trying to, have this project together. We don't even have Hausas that are from Plateau State. We have never had them. We have over 54. The 54 I even mentioned, some people are telling me that, I did not even capture their own tribe. It was really funny because I did a good analysis to bring out 54, and some people were saying, see my tribe, and I can't even see it here. We have 54 tribes in the state. There are no Hausas. The local governments where we have we have more of Muslims will now be Kanam and Wase. And in Kanam we have Bogom, we have Jar, we have Bashara. In Wase we have Tarok and we have Jukun. But we don't have any Hausas that are from Plateau State at all. Now, from the recent time, I understand that our fathers have tried to bring up the whole Middle Belt issue, and it has not worked. The only time we benefit from Middle Belt is when our governor, already gullible governor, already went to go and collect chairman Middle Belt, Northern Governors Forum, then collected APC campaign DG. You could see how pissed the state was, because he lost his election as senator, lost his Senate seat, lost his state as campaign DG of APC to put to get votes for the presidency, and failed to put in his successor as an APC person. The entire state was on the streets, celebrating for the fact that he lost. Now, going forward, or coming down to now, I came online and only God knows the amount of threats and insults I have received because of this whole movement. And the question, first of all, is, what has me saying I'm not Hausa got to do with me hating you? If you call me Igbo, I will still come and tell you the same thing. I'm not an Igbo person. If you call me Yoruba, I'll tell you it's not even about me not liking Hausa. They are Hausa Christians, for crying out loud. There are Middle Belt Muslims. We have Muslims in places like Kanam. For example, I have a friend who her mom is a Muslim and her dad is a Christian. Till today, she'll tell you I don't even know what religion I am. On Saturday, you see her celebrating. On Christmas, you see her saying there's Christmas meeting. She doesn't even, she practices both religions, if you ask me. We have that very, very common in Kanam. So we are not even against, it's not even, but of course, they'll always find a way to bring it back to, oh, it's a religious crisis. At the moment, what we've been trying to do is part of our street, like the local government barrack in Ladi, the original name is gone. Out of nowhere, of course, Sani Abacha and the rest of them, Babangida, all of a sudden the place is now named Barrack in Ladi. Then some of our streets that are in just south and just north, you wake up one day and just see that it now has a Hausa name. So what we've been trying to do is go on Google and rename those streets in their original indigenous names. Some streets like Zaramaganda that are now popular, that is a Hausa name. How is Zaramaganda a name in Plateau State? You know. Then secondly is our religious institutions. I think that they have a very, very important role to play in this because it is beyond religion. So yes, but we're taking the campaign all the way to the streets like that. Thirdly is businesses. I just screenshot a tweet from a couple of months back when Plateau votes were coming out. On the day of Labour Party election, I was among the youth that brought our monies together, brought cars, and got pass. We had like 40 pass and gave 40 different cars. What we're doing was across local governments, after the votes have been casted, stand there and ensure that you are shouting LUP. When they are done counting the votes, follow them to the coalition to every point. I was all the way to the state INEC office. For example, in Jos North local government, when I was there, they said they had 52,000 votes. The places that had not come were Kabom, Tudunwada, and Genta. Those places are Igbo dominated, so we both know how the votes would have come in. As at the next day, we went to the INEC office to listen to the collation. The next thing we heard was, and from the votes that we snapped, LP had 32,000 plus, PDP and APC had shared 20,000 votes. The next day, at the collation, we now heard just North local government. I was waiting to hear them bring out the votes, and next thing I heard was APC 100 and something thousand. We were already agitating. What do you mean by 100? How is it even possible? Because I know how Jos South, there was apathy in Jos South, but we brought out 112,000 votes for LP, and PDP had about 15,000, APC had like 12,000. That is exactly how the votes in Plateau were coming out. Next thing that we just knew was voting was just... So someone now came on Twitter to come and say, just people, we have changed our minds, so we're no longer going to buy your potatoes, your vegetables and everything. So I think the second thing we need to do is control our businesses. It is long overdue. We need to start taking our businesses down south and start exporting them, because you can't be threatening me and telling me that you will not eat my potato, for crying out loud. Chips again. You cannot be, I mean. So yes, businesses, largely, we're trying to look at how towards next week we should be able to, enlighten people in markets on how we can begin to expand and take our businesses all around the country. Then schools, secondary schools and primary schools, we're going to predominantly enter these places, burst into them and tell all of them that you are a middle belter, you're not a northerner, you're from the middle belt, you have your tribe. Then begin to create enlightenment on radios and TVs. For crying out loud, we have a problem of, since English is now, everybody now speaks English in the States, can we now just go back to English? If you can't speak English, is your problem. But you can't be telling me that. So personally, for example, in my house, Hausa was banned. My parents, I learned Hausa in secondary school. You don't speak Hausa in my house. We speak strictly Birom. When I'm in public and I call my siblings, people think it's because we are gossiping. And it's like, frankly, I can't speak English today with my brother or my younger sister. It's strictly Birom. I can't even, when I read the English Bible and I want to talk sometimes, there are words I cannot say. I have to tell you, see, in Birom, we say this, and I'll tell you, hey, this is what it means in English. Till today, as much as I speak English very fluently, my Birom is still stronger than my English. From the hymns that we sang, to the Bible that we preached, to whatever you want to call it, to numbers, to businesses, in my house, it was just strictly Birom. So I really hope that families can begin to adopt that in the Middle Belt. You have a tribe, speak it. Our tribes are already going into extinction. Even the Igbos and Yorubas and Hausas are already complaining that less people are speaking their tribes these days. And I think, not to talk more of we that have a lesser population. So we're hoping that we can also achieve that. The next thing is videos, jingles. This is actually a very serious thing for us. So it is now beyond just talking. We're going to make videos and jingles going down across, meeting the tribal heads and asking them about their history. Let people begin to know. Create archives of the tribes. Those people that want to learn and are now old, I think that they cannot learn. You can honestly learn your tribe now. It's not too late. Because this whole war we're talking about, on all my tweets, you see somebody come and say, I want to start a religious crisis. How is me saying I'm a middle belter starting any crisis in this? I'm not even mentioning anything like Islam or Muslim, but oh well, is now a crisis. It's the first thing that they want to tell you, warn you and tell you how you're starting a crisis because you're not advocating for the fact that we're not middle belter. So I feel that generally the wave is already being created. We're just going to hope that we can sustain the tempo on all fronts, on Facebook, on Twitter, on everywhere else that we can possibly take it up. But for as many of you that are here, please, I'm just going to state this categorically. If you're from the middle belt, you have no business not speaking your tribe. It's not a thing of pride to tell me that. It's not even prestigious to only speak English. You can't not be proud of either displaying your tribal name or let them learn how to pronounce it, for crying out loud. I don't even know how else to say this, but frankly, we have very, very rich culture, extremely dynamic and rich culture. So I don't understand how we are in the middle belt with rich culture, rich food. Do you know how much cabbage is in Jos? 15 naira, 100 naira. I'm not even exaggerating. With a good 200 naira, you can still make a very good meal. Okay, I mean, provided you have the main stuff. You can still buy carrots, green. I bought peas for 15 naira the other day. We still have very, very. Our culture is extremely rich. We have fertile land. We're farming. We're doing a lot of things. I don't know why we're not even proud of the culture. So as much as we can, if you're a middle belter and you're here, I crave your indulgence to please display your name on your Twitter, on all your social media handles. Because I mean, some people come and say, I did not know that Plateau State had any other tribe apart from Hausa or Birom. And it's like, no, we have a good number of tribes. So many people down south still don't know. We have a Twitter space on Saturday, I think, and it is to basically teach the middle belters, oh, Plateau State, this is your history. From 19 this to 19 this, we were called this. From this to this street was this. Let's begin to make people understand and, intensify the knowledge out there. Provide documents if you want to read, if you want to, in schools. If they will not teach the children in primary schools, it's going to be on all the radios, no matter how we're going to sponsor it. Every radio station should start broadcasting. Today we'll take it and do Birom. Tomorrow we'll do Ngas. Next tomorrow we'll do Magabu. Everybody, it will enter their ear. The only issue we're having currently is the threats for insecurity. Personally, my siblings just called me this evening to tell me that I should stop, because everybody's now beginning to get scared about the fact that the threats are getting quite serious and all of that. So I think it's the major challenge we're having right now. Insecurity, threats. And that is, frankly, for me, as far as I am concerned, I think my life is, we live to fight another day. My life is quite important, very important, but we're going to do our best to ensure that we keep advocating for the middle belt and keep, projecting and enlightening the public as much as we can until everybody that has to know actually knows. I think that's pretty much. I try to be as brief as possible.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you. It's good to have you on the platform. It's good to see you guys come out and speak. And educating also for all of us down the south, because there's this notion that if you're from Benue down, you're from the north, and if you're from Benue up, you're from the east. So you see, when the guys from Niger Delta, from Edo, Cross River, Bayelsa, the Ijaws, the Shekiris, when they go down to the north, they all label all of them Inyamri. They call all of us Igbos. And when you come from Benue down from Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, Kaduna, Bauchi, down to the core north, everybody is referred to as Hausa. So we are opening up the eyes of Nigerians to understand that we are very, 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 very diverse. And I love, oh my God, Plateau State. God, that land is just too blessed. All through my life in Plateau State, I never saw AC. I never saw AC in my life. I never knew that there was anything called air conditioner. In my life, the fan that we kept in our parlor, we never used it. We never used in my life. Just whether it's Europe, mini Europe. That land is so blessed. Nigeria is just too blessed. So when I say this in most times, people don't understand how blessed we are, that we just have wicked and selfish leaders that kept the region, kept the country in abject poverty. And we have young people that should be clamoring for the change, clamoring for things to change. Let us see, let us test the blessings God have kept in our land. No. What they want is continuation of their slave masters. Let our slave masters rule us. It's unfortunate. But we'll keep speaking, keep using this platform to educate and open up the minds of so many Nigerians. Understand, I said it earlier on, this is not about Christian or Muslim. It is about people identifying their culture, because in the Middle Belt, we have Muslims and Christians. But they have their own culture. Allow those people to speak up. Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you. All right, let's move to a guy. I think I'm going to take who has been here for the longest. I think SVPD08.
Hi, I'm a girl.
Ah, are you a lady?
Yes, and I'm Birom as well. Let me use the Birom.
Birom. Birom, back to back. Vote.
Sorry, I'm just going to be I was here earlier on, and I even
Is it
requested
Birom from just South or
just just
just
north actually. Boom.
okay,
Yes.
just not okay,
So good
nice.
evening, everybody.
Hear the voice of these people speaking. Can you they hear the kind of English when they come out for just Abi? Did they hear Amabi? Oh, yeah,
All
continue.
right, thank you. I wouldn't be long. So to piggyback on what Kenyang had said just now, that's Pajok.
What please? What do you call her name again?
Kenyang, that's her name. Kenyang,
One more time.
Kenyang,
I love the middle belt.
Again.
Kenyang.
Yo,
Right.
continue.
So I'm not sure what Patrick and the other people who started speaking like earlier on have said there, but I think that there has to be a backstory to how Hausas actually came. So back when the mining started, when the British were here, they brought a lot of them, because for the purpose of mining, and they were given settler forms. So the British never, and like they never foresaw a problem where these people would come and they would say, okay, you're now native. The form that was given to you will now be more or less like some sort of legitimacy. So they stayed, and then the next thing we know is they started to agitate. To make matters worse, colonialism you know, worsen the whole issue. So I'm reading a book right now. It's called Colonialism by Proxy. And it's written by Moses E. Ochonu. He's a Benue man. So you might want to look up the book. It's called Colonialism by Proxy. So back to the story. They assisted the British in sort of exerting control and dominance over the Middle Belt tribes. And at some point in our history, our forefathers had to be paying some sort of levy to the Sultan of Sokoto. So that thing caused a revolt, and it's what brought about the rise of the UMBC, the United Middle Belt Congress, where you had Solomon Lar chairing it. You understand? So to make matters even worse, IBB was the one who designated the creation of Just North. That is why there is a serious problem. And that's why they believe that the legitimacy that they've been given through the creation of Just North is theirs. It's not theirs. Where do you want to throw Irigwe people to? Where do you want to throw Miango people to? Where do you want to throw Anaguta, Buji? Where do you want to throw the Afizere people to? The creation of Just North was where our problems began. And the 2001 crisis, I'm sorry I'm going to have to say it, but the 2001 crisis was an issue of dominance. Because tell me why you'd be walking casually from Terminus Market and then the next thing you hear is, I'm Farah, and then you start running, on your heels. I was in primary school when 2001 crisis happened, and it was very, very terrifying. I grew up in Rivers State, but I never lost touch of my roots. I speak Birom perfectly. The same thing Kangyang just told you. My parents made sure all of us never spoke Hausa. We all speak Birom in the house, and I speak Birom with my parents constantly. I learned Hausa because I went to boarding school in Faringada in Jos. By the way, that place is not even Faringada. It's actually called Busa Buji because it's practically Buji land. So these are the things that have happened, and ever since the crisis happened, it has been a tug of war, and that's why you see that the rejoicing that Jos people engaged in after
Lalong lost in Plateau State during the just concluded governorship elections was because of what he was doing. The killings in Plateau State and generally the Middle Belt, as well, I will use Plateau State as a litmus test. The reason why in Plateau State the killings were horrible and it looked like nothing was done because Lalong refused to do anything. Why is it that people will get killed and then the soldiers are not there for the citizens? They're there for the marauders. Why is it so? You walk into the market 3 days after that killing. I went to Terminus Market after those killings in 2018, where they killed people marathon from Berkinladi to Rion for 3 days straight. And the next thing you hear is, yeah, you must kill, yeah, you must kill. I be rom, sunche baswa son lafia, zaman lafia. Roughly translating into, people have said they don't want to stay in peace. So are you trying to tell me that peace means giving up my land and my heritage for you to actually find some sort of ego trip? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That's wrong. And in case you don't know, I'm going to say here, Danfodio he met his end in the Middle Belt with Benue people. So all the whole Danfodio
Facts.
all the whole Danfodio did whatever that he met his end in Benue. We are warriors. The reason why we become calm is because of Christianity. And well, religion has sort of tamed people. But Danfodio met his end in the Middle Belt. That's why he did not venture down south. And I'm proud to say it. So nobody should come and tell me it's a religious thing. We have Muslims. I have Muslim relatives. I have never discriminated against them. I've met them on the buses. I've met them in so many places. And even when we're going to do in Zembirom this year, please watch out for it. In Zembirom is the Birom cultural festival that happens every year, I think in April or in May. One of those between that period, that time frame. Watch out for it. Our color is the Gucci color, red and green. And the red stands for the coral sand. The green stands for the cactus that we used to fence our houses because cactus is native to us. So when you see all these things happening, you should know that it's coming from somewhere. The Biroma, the Middle Beltan is a warrior. We fight. Is who we are. We've just been tamed because, you can't go into the real world, behaving like that. But we fight. We are fighters. So anybody that wants to come and start reviewing history, they should know where they came from. Oh. They should know where they came from. Nobody come and collect
One
from
thing I
somebody.
remembered is that when Birom do their traditional showcase, I remembered most of the things they would do. You'd see them take knives and slice themselves. The knife
Yes.
won't cut
And
them.
that's because
They have
there's
always
charm.
shown warriors. The men will lie down and women will pounded yam on their
Yes.
stomach. Just to. It has always been a show of
Yes.
strength. They've always been from that warrior, especially, and it goes along the entirety of the Middle
Yes.
Belt. Most of their traditional ceremonies have swords. You see power plays, displays of power and strength, brute male strength. So I don't know when this onslaught on the Middle Belt, if it was not state backed, I doubt that these headsmen marauders can even subdue Benue people. I doubt it.
Yes, that's very
And you've also brought up an interesting conspiracy, which I didn't really take the amount of military men who have been mysteriously murdered, military men from the Niger Delta, and then they leave you guys with the saboteurs. The same thing they did with us in the East. They killed. You check the list of people. I remember that one called Bade. His hands were not so clean, but how he was murdered too was also very suspicious. And so I'm putting a lot together. Continue, my sister. I'm learning a lot and I'm putting a lot
Yes,
together.
so
Thank you
Alex
so
Budden was
much.
actually like we all know it's a conspiracy, but it's just that there's no paper trail to tell, where the conspiracy is from. And the Middle Belt thing is not just it doesn't
how they do it on the platform. But we are back, so please, guys, retweet the space. Let people know that we are back. I don't go wrong for us. Yeah, we always on this platform. If they crash the space a million times, we'll come back a million and one times. So we are back. Please make tweets. Let people know that the number one tweet face on Twitter is back, and we are up and we are running at full. That conversation they scatter the owners of Nigeria. They boss their belly. So please, guys, retweet the space. Let them know that we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back again. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Sorry for that. It had nothing to do with my network. It had to do with the multiple attacks that we're getting. Please, when the truth is being spilled like this, these guys don't like it. They always love to hear lies. They do not want Nigerians to speak the truth. So, guys, we are back one more time. I'm sorry for all those that we lost. Please retweet the space, share the space, let them know that we are back. Otumba, I've sent you the mic, so if you can pick up the mic, I think you can help out with the whole coordination. Please, guys, retweet the space, share the space. We are back. Let people know that we are back. I was meant to play some music, sir, but right now the gist, the hot. Growing up for me in the north, I have always said my story about Plateau State. My Plateau State story is a story that when I look at how blessed Plateau is, there's virtually nothing on earth that does not grow on the plateau. There is nothing on earth that does not grow on the plateau. There is nothing. To the point that we don't even, my mom's garden back home then, you don't need to dig the soil. You don't need to till the soil to plant. When my mom, probably when she wants to make stew, she just, when she washes the tomatoes, all the seedlings from the tomatoes, we just pour it on the garden. In the space of days, you will see that thing that when you hear them say tomato juice, it is not it is real. Tomato juice is real. Everything grows in that city. Everything grows. Apples, strawberries, grapes, name it. Everything grows in that place. And growing up, I see these the traditional people from the place. These guys, they have an identity. But the owners of Nigeria has tried to suppress their identity the same way they tried to suppress our brothers in the South also and made them feel like, sorry, the Niger Delta, because there's nothing geographical that is called South. We cannot gang up group of people that have their own culture, their own ideology, and map them into our own human creation and say they are this. No, they are not it, please. They are not it. And so as we're speaking out tonight, please let it be known that we give them a platform to speak. I'm sorry for all those that fell off. Please, you can do okay. I can see our numbers are coming back up as we always do. Get people back and we're up and running one more time. Thank you guys. All right. Let me open back the platform. I think this lady that was speaking, Vo is a typical Birom name. Vo, if you can hear me, please come back. If you're up on the platform, please come back. We're making a very important submission. And when you're making submissions like this, owners of Nigeria don't like it. Please, if your network is not good, don't request the mic, eh? I don't know whether Vo is back. Vo, my sister, you're the one that crashed our space. Yeah, they.
Right. So sorry. So as I
What
was
happened
saying,
now? What happened? Wait,
I don't
what
even know
happened?
why. My internet is supposed to be working. I'm in front of my router. Anyway, we'll see. The owners of Nigeria don't want us to talk, but speak we shall.
Talk, I
Anyway,
beg, talk.
so as I was saying, IBB was one who sort of caused this problem because he carved out Just North, and because he carved it out, he gave the illusion of legitimacy, and that's why whenever you go about, you hear them say, "I Mune Jasawa." That's where the owners of Just. Who gave you Just? How did you get Just? You don't own it. There are people there. You met people there, and I'm sure Patrick must have said it earlier on, and maybe Stephen or somebody, but the history of the Nok and Kwararafa, basically our existence spans 1500 BC. Do you know how old we are? For you to come a few centuries ago and then start telling people that they are strangers from where? As in, who are you? So it beats my imagination that they will go around saying those kind of things to people and give the illusion of the fact that they have control. You have control over nobody. You have control over nobody. And it might interest you to know that aside the Sultan of Sokoto and the Emir of Kano, we have first class chiefs in the Middle Belt. We have the Totiv, he's a first class chief. We have the Bongom Jos, he's a first class chief. We have the Ngolongas, he's a first class chief. I'm pretty sure the Langumai of Shendam, where Lalong claims to hail from, is one as well. We have the Akuka of Jukunland. That's a first class chief as well. So you meet all these people in the plethora of, diversity. Thank you, the Esunupe, you have him. And then you now come and tell us that we're nobody. In the engagements we had over the past few days, some people have called us bushmeat simply because we decided to stand up for ourselves. It's utterly disrespectful. Utterly disrespectful. My cousin is a Birom girl. She's married to a Fulani man. He's never spoken to her like that before. I have I would say I have a partly Fulani niece. Nobody has ever spoken to us like that before. So it's completely hurtful, and to think that people would actually condescend that low simply because they feel they're better than us. How are you better than us? How are you better than us? In fact, legend even has it that if you go to places in Tafawa Balewa, that's in Bauchi, where the prominent Tafawa Balewa, the first premier of Nigeria, was from, you have human beings in the walls that they built with. It's legend I've heard. These are the things that have happened, but nobody tells you. Yakubu Dogara is Sayawa. It's like one of the largest tribes in Bauchi State. But they will never tell you these things. They'll just use a paintbrush and sweep all over everybody. All of us, northerners. But when it's time for the northerners, for the north to be northerning, it will not northern. Why? It will not northern. Why? You say we're not worthy enough, but you don't want to let us go. So that's why when I see things like this, it's really, really painful. It's exceedingly painful. They tell you whole heart to your faces. When the killings in 2018 happened, I went to the market. The next thing they're telling us was, we are going to finish people in this place and nothing will be left of you and we'll take Joss away. They said it whole heart. They did not flinch. They didn't stutter. They said it to my face. It's utterly disrespectful. So as much as we've tried our best to be civil and not condescending, I think the least we deserve as people is for them not to come at us with that energy. I wouldn't tolerate it at all. I wouldn't tolerate it. I'm feisty for a reason. For things like this, I'm feisty. After all, Biron, people are warriors. So you don't think you come at me with that energy and expect me to be quiet. So God willing, when we have our space on Saturday, a lot of us will learn more. So the history I know is from my parents, because my parents grew up in the village. But for some reason, God has just been merciful and He has elevated them, to city dwellers now. But they are very much in tune with their locality and everything that goes on back home. So the things that we've learned because we sit under the tree with our parents and they teach us. So hopefully you're welcome on Saturday by 7 p.m. to join the space and learn something if you're free. And, all of us, we can just, just cruise the ride as things go on. So thank you very much for the audience. I really appreciate you guys. God bless Violence. Thank you,
Thank
Sir Dam. Thank you, Otumba. Thank you, Sizzle. Thank you. Love. Bye.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you. It's good you guys are speaking out now, and Nigerians are learning. So you not come and tomorrow that guy, when you now see some people speaking one language, you see, are you people not all Hausas? Are you people no? We have different people scattered around the middle belt that are not Hausas, and this no disrespect to the Hausas. The Hausas are lovely people, but these people own their own culture and they deserve to be known. We're not going to sit down as a country and watch some people get exterminated when they have their own country, their own nation, sorry. Please, it is very, very, very important we allow these voices be heard and be heard loud and clear and give them room to speak. Nigeria does not belong to the Fulani Hausas, to the Fulanis, to the Hausas, to the Igbos and the Yorubas alone. It belongs to the remaining 460-something different people that speak different languages. It belongs to all of us. I mean, if it works for the three major tribes, it should be able to work for the remaining 400 and something different tribes also. Thank you. All right, let's go on real quick. Omega, my brother, good evening. You have the space.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Before the space crash, we had like almost 1,200 or 400 plus. So please, I beg now, if you're enjoying the conversation, if this conversation is making sense to you and you're getting all this information, could you please retweet the space? Let's have more listeners. Let's have other people that are tapping into this information here. Please, I beg, make una retweet the space. How can we be 600 in the space and so far it's just only 50? That has retweeted the space? I beg now. Let's have more audience. I beg. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. That is not that is what nothing true. Thank you. All right, guys, please retweet the space, share the space. Let people know that the number one space on Twitter is back and we're up and we're running. And also, please, don't forget our hashtag. APC is a terrorist party. Hashtag APC is a terrorist party. Please tweet to that hashtag. They are the ones that they send their terrorist gang to come online to come and try and crash the space. They came here and they were not hearing. They didn't like what they were hearing. They want to subjugate all of us by force. No. We're speaking out loud and clear. Thank you. Let me go to another of my middle belts, brother and sister. I think it's a sister. That thief girl.
Hey everyone, good evening, my tribe. In fact, I want to greet you guys in Tiv.
Please greet us in TV. In fact, that's what we'll be doing now. If you come up here, you use your language. Wait, please, wait first. Wait. That's thief girl. Val, are you there? Val is numero uno. Val don't run. No. Birom. SVPD08. She don't run. I need Birom greeting here. All right. Steve, give us Steve greeting. I mean, let every time say no every time no every time Oshe. No. Give us Steve, please. Give us Steve. Let me hear.
So this thief girl is saying Nipandeve. That's translated to mean good evening to all of you.
Yeah. Nipandeve.
Nipandeve. It's a plural greeting as opposed to Upandeve, which is singular. So if it was one person, I'd say Upandeve. But since it's a group, Nipandeve. Nipandinana. How are you this evening?
Upandeve.
Exactly. Msunechi. I greet you all.
Unsunechi. Vawulence, Unsunechi.
Your pronunciation. Ladies and gentlemen, pronounce how they go.
So I had a lot to say today. It was a happy day for me, and then some Agbado person came into my space and just vexed me. So most of what I wanted to say has.
Who is that? Please send me the person handle. Let's go.
No, the person is not on Twitter. Don't worry. Someone I work with. I have my ways of. I mean, I've been dishing it out back and forth.
We can say hello to the person on your behalf now.
Really, best had to ask. Go speak today. Anyway, so here's. I love my sisters from Jos. I love the history you guys are sharing. I'm so glad that our generation is waking up. And, this is just the beginning. We can't have these woke moments and then not take advantage of it to galvanize the kind of change we need in the middle belt. And that change needs to reach our leaders, guys. We need to pass this message to those people that were watching them. We want to hold them accountable. I just want to make sure that I pass on that message that as we have these spaces, we know that these guys are not on Twitter. A while ago, when we had all those legends speak to us, the first time I spoke on the space was when the gentleman from Just, I forget his name, the doctor, he was talking, and I asked him this question about these conversations that are happening. Are our leaders part of those conversations, and what is their stance? And he said yes, there's room to bring back those town halls, those opportunities to dialogue as a community. I think beyond Facebook, beyond WhatsApp and Twitter, I don't know how we're going to achieve this, but I think if we're committed enough, I know we're all smart enough, we can pull this off. We need to get back to that point where we're having those conversations. Our leaders sold us out, guys. They did. They became politicians. Our traditional leaders became politicians and they sold us out. And it's high time we wake up and let them know that it's not acceptable. It's not good enough. Every time I hear of Tea people being killed. It breaks my heart. My village was ransacked in 2021, May 27th. I'll never forget Children's Day. They killed my brothers and cousins and family members, and it was like a coordinated attack, a wipeout. It was so brutal. Like, even thinking about it alone just brings this kind of pain that I can't explain. I come from a military home. I grew up in Calabar. I speak Efik and Ibibio. Grew up in Lagos. I don't speak Yoruba for some reason, except to say being Pami. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm a Nigerian, and until recent happenings, it's never been. I mean, I've always been proud to be Tiv. 1000% Tiv. All my friends who know me know this. But the need to preach that message of identifying with your tribe and all of that has never really been something that I've thought was necessary, because I mean, at the end of the day, we're all Nigerians, right? One Nigeria, we love each other, we're all brothers and sisters. But unfortunately, the way things are going, I think you know it's time to stand up and be counted for who we are. I am not a northerner. In fact, I was having a conversation with another colleague who is from Plateau today, and she was speaking house when she's not speaking English, she speaks Hausa, and I'm like, girl, please, let's go back to our roots. And I think this language that everybody has adopted is part of the reason why it's easy for people to identify this large group of people as northerners, and why people like Erufai will call us an enclave. I think it's important to amplify the voices in those languages that belong to us. And I'm so proud that Benue State, I think, is the only state in the Middle Belt that has not adopted Hausa as some sort of general language. My parents speak Hausa. My Hausa is terrible. My parents speak Hausa, but they don't speak it. They understand it. They'll speak it either in Kaduna or Bauchi or somewhere. But it's not a language that is spoken commonly in Benue. And now, casting my mind back, I think all of my uncles understand Hausa. It's not that we don't understand it, but we intentionally do not speak it. And now I'm so proud of that I can't even overemphasize it. So please, I think it's really, really important for every tribe to remember who they are and project that identity, because the more we do it, the more we can stand up and be counted. I feel like it has become so important that those voices are heard. And I think the fact that we're able to stand up and hold our shoulders up would also remind our traditional leaders that they have a duty to uphold that culture, to promote it, to fight for it, to defend it. There's no respect of the traditional households anymore. I don't know. I let me not speak for other tribes, but at least in Tiv land, the Tiv youth have become useless. My father used to tell me that if the Totiv calls, passes a word, and it becomes law and it's feared and all of that. All of that has gone away. The other chiefs are basically laughing stock. They're all politicians now. I mean, so if as a generation, the only thing we can do is take back our country through political processes, I think we should also extend that to the traditional processes as well. Let's take back our country. Let's take back our culture. Let's take back our tribes. I'm sorry I sound this way, guys, but it's so disheartening. I have two sons. Every time I think about what their future holds, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? What do I do? Should I pack my bags and run away as well? Carry my kids, go to the UK and go and adopt another man's country? But home is home. Where will I go and see my native soups that I love so much in London? I grew up in the UK as well. And one day I was crying for hours because I just wanted to eat yakwa leaf with dadawa. And it was nowhere to be found in London at the time. I mean, I love being Nigerian. I love being Tiv. I love being who I am. And I should be able to be happily that person. And I should be able to go home in comfort without fear of being attacked or kidnapped or something. And that is not the case anymore. It's so annoying. Like, oh God, I'm sorry guys. This is usually not me. I don't like to whine and complain, but it is what it is. So I'm so glad this is happening. I think we need to figure out how to galvanize this movement and take it back home and have these conversations at home and get our youth at home to also wake up and remember that we middle belters are warriors. I mean, come on. That is our history. That's in our DNA. And for some reason, I don't know, we sort of just forgot that. sometimes I wish I was a man. Maybe my voice would be, people would listen to me a bit more. But nevertheless, it never stops me that I'm a girl. So anyway, I love you guys so much. Thank you for giving us the space to be able to come out here and have these conversations because they're actually life altering. So let's keep this up. I know things are shitty right now with the whole fucked up situation, but I also have faith in every single one of us. So let's just keep the flag flying. Let's keep the candles burning. Let's pray, but let's also back up those prayers with good work. My only request to my other sisters that talked about a space on Saturdays, it coincides with the violence space. I beg, can we find a way to move it so that we are able to get the best of both worlds, please? Just an appeal to my fellow just sisters and my other middle belts, brothers and sisters. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, everyone. And since I'm a full-blown Nigerian, I want to say goodbye in Efik. Welcome, sorry. Good
More,
evening.
more,
Thank you
more,
so much.
more convoy. Offer.
Well, I'm just greeting you guys. Thank you. All right, bye.
Buy more convoy. Offer.
Thank you. Sada, stop.
On
Thank
your.
you. Sorry, Kevin. I know you have something. A quick update. Can you just go 1 minute, please, Kevin? Please. Kevin, are you there? Hey, Kevin, are you gonna beg me? Okay, so now who's going next?
Kelvin, more
Kevin.
convoy. Yawa. We'll not give you this space and you're not come and mess up. Kevin, you're not even from the middle belt. You're not even supposed to be here. Let's bring Senator Isaiah. Good evening, sir. Isaiah, can you hear me? I mean, they don't attack the space again. Can anybody hear me, please?
Loud and
I
clear.
can hear you,
I
Sadao.
can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Isaiah, go ahead now. You just raise your hands.
I was trying to unmute myself.
Bro, not there.
Good evening,
Oh,
Emir Saddam, from Prof now to Emir. You are welcome to Emir.
is he talking?
Yeah, he's speaking.
Okay, let me drop and come back.
Isaiah, please, where are you from, please?
I am from the Middle Belt, original
Oh,
Middle Belter, Kogi State to be precise.
please, how do you say good evening in your lingua franca?
Olane.
Ola na wife name for Easter. Olane.
Olane.
Sadam, how is Ola wife name for me?
Olane.
Yes. Olane
Eh?
Chaka. Huh?
Olane Chakam.
No, Olane Chaka. That's good evening, everyone.
All Vawulence, Olane Chakam. Oh, good evening, everyone. Continue, my brother.
You see, I was added to some WhatsApp group for the past few days of about middle bed, and it's so exciting to see some notable and good public figures on that space, and then also discussing this issue. The thing is, honestly speaking, the way I have decided to be holding APC of law cause is in a different direction. Saddam, this guy came to power, packaged Buhari for us in 2015, told us that they are with a good vision, that they want to solve Nigeria problem, that they are going to change dollars to dollars to one dollars to one naira, that they are going to remove fuel. There is nothing like fuel subsidy, and this and that. Create more employment, removing Nigeria from it was a hell of every atmosphere. Baba Buhari. This in the next 53 days, these guys are going to earn 8 years. What have they done for us? Are we better in Nigeria today as it were in 2015? We should hold this man. He will either take us back to 2015 or he should not give us the same. He should leave us how we were. He should turn us back to how we were in 2015. The same people that could not take opposition. That is why this issue of Wole Soyinka was part of the people who packaged this government for us. We should hold him by what he said in 2015. 2015, instead of Wole Soyinka to start showing us the scorecard of the people he supported, I'm very happy to bring these people to support them in 2015. Now they are about to leave. This is what we have done. He came to say different things. And even the one they have said that he even spoke wrong about the election. But you see, APC, they have this way, this con way of coining a issue, and then they'll just bring out your own part of the matter and start flogging it left and right. We should not join them sometime because we are giving them attention that they don't even deserve. What we should be, the kind of hit they must be taken from us is the hit to even say, for the coalition can say in the submission that the election was not credible, that the INEC they have not done so well. Why do they carry that one and be flogging up and down? Why would APC, they are the machine, they are the engine propaganda. In fact, their second name is propagandists. In fact, they will add their father name propaganda, their mother name, every part of them. Because in fact, the opposition, mark my word, if APC is sworn in, but if there is no court injunction against 22 against May 29, and APC enter into government, before the end of this year, they will be the one to criticize themselves. Those who did not get any position they are looking for will start the opposition. In fact, they are the worst set of people of government that Nigeria have ever produced. They will be fighting each other. Prior to this election, even Tinubu started flogging Buhari and APC. Flogging as if it's not part of the... I say, wow. Tinubu, when the Naira, if the dollar was arrested at the early stage, who were to arrest the dollar? Is it me and you? They was referring to the APC government. You see, these are people... Saddam, 3 days ago, Sunday, so much killing in 2 villages in my local government were attacked by Fulani herdsmen. 2 villages. Now, down to the Kina local government, serious attack. As in, if I post the video here of the kind of the gunshot this guy, I mean, the automatic rifle were shooting everywhere. Is it the kind of the security? Buhari came and told us, I will lead from the front. I will lead from the front. Then they say body order, Buhari body language, Buhari body language. Then they see some people were displaying the light, that there is light in their area 24 hours. They will say 24-hour electricity. APC, shame on you. This is your 8 years. We don't have even like 2 hours, not to talk of 24 hours. I've been running generator for the past 5 days. Shame on you, APC. 8 years, wasted 8 years of fair promises. Where is the electricity that APC promised us for 8 years? Where is it? Let's ask them one by one now. It is time to be showing them their scorecard, Saddam. Let's show them the scorecard. Your pastor just said you don't reinforce failure. Why do you want us to reinforce failure? You are calling obedient this, Labour Party this, PDP this, but you have failed for 8 years. Have you made our life? Is our life better than where we were in 2015? Are we better off? How about the price of fuel and gari in your area? APC people on this place, please come take the mic and tell me how much you are buying the price of gari now. I'm sure the price of gari knows your name as APC member. They will reduce it.
Isaiah, before you round up, you said, come take which mic?
Because, yes, let them come and tell us how much is the price of gari in their side. Probably their own side.
Any APC person will cram this place, go further and die. If you just cram be a main request, you go further and die for your room in the room. Now,
the price of gari, sir.
Who get that time to come and talk with it?
Once you have APC written on your forehead, the price of gari will just go down. Once you have APC written on your forehead, the price of cement will just jam. Go to filling station today and just put AP and wear APC card. They will sell for you 75 naira. We, the zombie children, youth were in Ojota. I was in Lagos that time. I was mugu inside the hot sun of Ojota, calling Jonathan all of the day. Kill the Kaba, don't kill Nigerians. Kill the Kaba. APC will lie to lie. Session de Pelawai. Session de Pelawai. Because this guy, they have suffered, like the promises they have made is zero. Let's see the scorecard. The price of food in the market is something that fuel in Kogi is they're buying fuel 500, 550. And you are here telling me APC handover, we have this. We cannot, okay, Tinubu brought most of the people in this government. Osibanjo was his product. Bajamiala was his product, and so many this thing, even the former minister of finance was his product. This lady from London bank then, and there's so many people. Now, what opportunity have you not had to redefine Nigeria? And we are not telling them these things. Oh, in 1985, do you know, Saddam? There is something about me and Buhari. When I was born, 3 months after I was born, Buhari was kicked out of office. Now, 3 months exactly that I contested for election, say he don't do it is my time for you. He's leaving the office, the government again, finally. And this one he will not come back again till this will end. And you see, in 1985, these people came and told us that they say there is corruption. They want to make Nigeria. He want to change Nigeria. Buhari do and left. This man came back again. In 1993, the same Tinubu, the generations of the generals and the military never want to leave us alone. They don't want to leave us alone. They followed us again to the Generation Z. We, Generation Y, took over it. We were muggling ones, swindling. They were playing us Ojoro, handed us over to the Generation Z. The Generation Z, the generation of digital, that are very, very dangerous. And that is why they are afraid. That is why they are afraid. They are afraid of the Generation Z because these guys, the generation now is generation that you cannot tame us. We use digital to fight you. We use digital. When the same thing APC say today, that is not a problem. If you say it today, they'll say you are inciting. You are inciting. Go to Femi Kayode war. Femi Kayode say we won the war. That is what he said. We won the war. How will you say we won a war and nobody talk about it? It is not inciting. So was election war? Was it war? Is that what you are referring to? War, election war? And nobody is saying it. If somebody else say it, they'll say it's inciting. It's religious bigotry. How would you call that religious bigotry? Muslim ticket is not religion bigotry. But for somebody, let's even assume he say in the process of in the electionary process, you are free to buy your own election and win the heart of people anywhere, anyhow. You are, as long as it's not illegal, and as long as you are not sharing, you are not inciting people to be lawless and take laws into their hand. They all were going. That I posted on my page about this the imam that said that he only go for ticket that is Muslim. He said it, and nobody got after him. MC Oluomo said it in Lagos and threatened people. Nobody said it. I condemn the person, the man that said he will bring IPOP to Lagos to fight. I don't believe that. That is a wrong statement. But then, others that have been saying it, what happened to them? If you say your big head, they say, oh, he didn't mean it. He was just trying to say your head is a bit big. If you can bob it, no problem. But if me, I say your big head, hey, he say he's a big head. He say our head is big. He said the head of my father is big. Kodi Dafuni, exception Ekwelawa. We have to let these people know that the time they have gang us and useless us and call us lazy youth is enough. You see,
Alpha,
these people
Pastor.
told they say we are lazy youth. And they lazy you from lazy you to 2 people, 3 people tweeting in a room. But they could not withstand the pressures and the capacity of the 2 people that were tweeting in a room. And the 2 people that were tweeting in a room, they said, oh, somebody say, we did not only get 2, 3 million, 4, 5 million votes. You see, we have done very well. Obedience, you guys are too much. You gave them heat. You hold them their oblockers. They couldn't sleep. They sleep dried out from their eyes. That is the
Wait, off your mic, off your mic, please. Off your mic. Yeah, you don't do it. Who they you they 2020. We don't finish 2023. Is it Wait. Now Nigeria. After this, if we don't wait. Now Nigeria. After this, if we don't paper and there is poverty on the street. The whole Nigeria today, we are suffering because of the few refuse to leave us alone. Military generation. Let me tell you why it is military generation. Now, the age bracket of Tinubu is the same age bracket of of Azikwe. They handed over to the military. Military took over. Those are the generation of Babangida. Those are the generation that even he, Buhari, belonged to. They refused to leave us alone, handed over to themselves. Jonathan and Yaradua came in to be a different people outside that those generation. They couldn't allow them to go. Yaradua died. Jonathan was cut short. They handed them over again to the military generation. The military generation continue. Again, they are handing over. If you look at Tinubu today, it belonged to the military generation. It belonged to the people that were fighting military in the name of civilian. Today, they are still in power. Okay, from those years till now, Tinubu is in control of Lagos. Tinubu is in control of the government of Nigeria, not total control, but at least to the large extent, have all his people in every of the parastatals and the ministry. Now for 8 years. 8 years is going to finish in 53 days' time. Tinubu should tell us what he gave us in 2015. Our market. The market that you packaged for us to buy. We bought it, they enforced us to buy it, and Nigeria bought it. How far? What is the price now? We should hold this. You see, they are diverting our attention. Anytime they see that we want to ask questions, they will bring a market. Before next week now, you hear another thing again. Hey, obedience are this. Hey, obedience. Hey, they don't respect. Where they talk anyhow. Hey, this is why won't I talk anyhow? You slapped me yesterday. You slapped me this morning. You slapped me this afternoon. You slapped me this evening, and I'm ready. And you say, shut up. God punish you to tell me shut up. When you were slapping me yesterday, do you tell me to shut up? When you see, I have been coming down, I've been absorbing you. Section de Pilawabayo, more passion. All the people that say we don't move forward. All the people that are holding Nigeria captive, may the God of heaven, may he punish them. We to be a better country. How can Kamara, ordinary woman that is a vice president in America, did not enter Nigeria and left to other countries? Lastly, don't come and be threatening us that we are inciting. You are an army, your children, you are a youth like us, you know what you are talking about. We did yourself, search yourself, and tell yourself the truth that we are not in the right place that we should be as Nigeria. And it is not about self. Our life, control our future, control our children, control our everything about us. It is only about them, and then transfer it to their children. As I speak to you, Rufai's son is now a honorable member elected representing Kaduna. Is it my turn and your turn that they will tell us that the leaders of tomorrow, is it me and you that will be leaders of tomorrow? Then the tomorrow will not come and they will still be controlling among themselves. Say to Fiakwa, it will not work. I no passion. Everyone that say Nigeria will not be better, that it will be rotating between them and their children. May the follow me. Jack, what show for that? In fact, may they wait
Wait, you see,
Wait,
wait, let's do this. Wait, you see, this country. Ilẹ̀ bọ́ọ̀lù olúwa látòní lọ àgórí rẹ̀. In the land of Nigeria must bring forth fruit.
You took us from a CSA way, Isaiah. I feel the same exact way.
You know, I at the time I'm just laughing because I know he's coming with the whole energy and everything, but I can relate to the fact that after 8 years, after
Of the island coming to the light to tell us Yakubu went to Chatham House and sat there, opened his mouth to tell the whole world that he will be transmitting live from the polling unit, and this did not happen. And you want us to keep quiet. And you say, talk. What are you talking about?
Isaiah, no worry. Honestly, your pains, your the way you feel is how we all feel. And honestly, I wish I can allow it to just continue going on, but we have plenty of people that have to speak on the platform. But I say this that with all certainty that this generation will be this generation will bring the end of APC. This generation will be the end of APC. And when I say APC, it includes the old order.
APC is a national security threat to this country.
The old order is fading away. They must fade away with this old order. I don't know how. I'm not going to come after and say preempt what is going to happen. I am not God. I can only say because I feel the pulse of a whole lot of people, of the nation itself. I feel the pulse. I don't know if you're not feeling it, but we feel the pulse and we know. And it's because a good man, we are following a good man. If Peter was half the man Buhari is in terms of wickedness, what is half? If Peter was 10% the man Buhari is, Nigeria will be up in flames by now. Nigeria will be burning by now, and they cannot do anything.
Madam, if Peter repeats what Buhari said is it 2011?
2011.
That statement, I don't even have it. If he repeats it word for word, my brother,
It's on my timeline.
this country will not be the same anymore. This country will not be the same anymore. And yet they are taking advantage of this. And
they're taking advantage of the man's calmness.
So that's why I go against people that are saying we should not go against Soyinka. To my brother that is scared, sorry, with your bonner. Your 2 shots at you was intentional. So, I just had to.
No.
Please.
I mean, Otumba, please.
Otumba like Wala.
As in, I don't just know, please.
I know the wrong. Academy.
Please, I beg, let's
see. Saddam, I just saw that video now. The video of one useless senator. They passed the bill of bringing, creating, like an avenue
bill or House of Rep. Senator House of Rep.
Sorry, House
the
of
one
Rep,
that they say medical doctors will not be able to travel, right?
So now here's the thing. These guys, I just realized we've not had leaders all along. What we've had are just useless elders. They are actually running away from the solution. They've not had any critical thinking to sit down and figure it out. Like, okay, wait, why are people leaving the country? They are not ready to face the problem. And
no.
They are shifting from the problem. Because to them now, They believe, okay, before they'll give you your full license, you have to use 5 years in the country. That is what they are trying to pass across now.
So
They are not
after
bothered
5,
about fixing
so
electricity.
after 5 years, you will not come and stay back.
We now come and stay. So you understand? So they are not bothered about fixing the electricity of that country. They are not bothered about fixing the condition of hospitals. Where you see people, they use torchlight, they do operation for Nigeria. They are not ready to fix none of those things. They are ready to bring people back. They are jealous. Yeah, that's the right word. They are jealous
No,
of
the
America
idiots. They
taking
would
their
rather.
doctors.
And this is the same idiots that a simple headache, they're on a plane, on a flight to Germany or to the UK. Now you're telling Nigerian doctors to stay in this country, have to stay compulsory 5 years. My brother, you've only made the brain drain worse. They see, you know what they can't think? Like what we were saying, you know what people now start doing? Start going out to other West African countries to study medicine. You were simply just telling people, yo, like even so, the best of the best that has ambition, you know what?
God
Outside,
bless you.
go to Benin Republic, I'll go somewhere else to go study medicine.
Togo get light. Togo.
The biggest mistake we made, I keep saying it, is 2015. Nigerians messed up 2015. But with the mistake have been made, we have to just find a way, fight our way out of these demons, because we just have to take back our country from these guys, whether they like it or not, any which way. And I'm saying this because the judiciary, they on a ball, the ball they on a court, do what is right. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is trying to make sure Nigeria go up in flames, doing all while hearing what's happening in Liverpool. And I heard that tomorrow, please, let me just make this announcement, please. Abuja will be there to tomorrow, please. Make gonna go lap for LP office tomorrow morning. I heard they carry
LP
for secretary. I heard they carried one junkie.
Carry one useless
One junkie. Wait, if you see the man face, the man said get white baby. If let's say white people get white beards and this, then use that.
Yeah,
if let's say people get white beards and white heads, don't they use now? They don't do say like say this say. If let's say
all the black heads work.
That's where we guys begin by die. We guys by die, begin to die all these people with their head. Because they just feel like this generation, when we see their white hair or white beards, like Reno. Imagine Reno self. Reno is a perfect example that white beard does not connote wisdom. It connotes, in fact, the moment I see white beard in the end of my baby, I go brush them out. It connotes foolishness as far as I'm concerned. If I see white beard,
not to go Tokyo.
I swear, just go Turkey. It's crazy.
But seriously, but sometimes you also know what this is telling us. Obedience, if you're an obedient and you're still doubting that we won this election, see, these last couple of days, it raises every doubt.
Yes,
if you're
now.
obedient and you are doubting, you can't say it publicly, but you say, Baba, see, what they're not doing anything to PDP. What they are doing to us, my brother Ibrahim will come right next. What they are doing to us is they are confirming that based on the results, they know we won. And that man needs to be given back. So right now, they are fighting. Yeah, I've never seen someone fight someone that came to this month. If they really be here, okay, let me put it
that don't have police, don't have DIA, we don't have anything, no. We don't have anything, only Twitter amount we get.
So now
think about this.
Like this. Think about this. So let's say there's a rerun and it's between APC and PDP. I mean, it should not concern us now. Why is it that it's we that they said they gave thought to? That we are the one they are fighting. They don't they fight PDP. Now why? Because those fuckers know we won that election. They know we won that election. They know we we won that election. So
we have our results now. We've been compiling things now. Even from the one who are compiling is from their own IREV.
On their own IREV.
On their own IREV, we won on their IREV. The one that will go and show them, say, count we have in fact, INEC, the ones that we have downloaded all the results from your IREV. So if you can't be changing it, that will concern you. We have downloaded all of them from your IREV. The one from your IREV, we have it. Everything. And we won it. The one that you uploaded, that you called the drug dealer from, we won on that IREV. Tinubu knows that he cannot be president of Nigeria. There's supposed to be the moment it happens, it means that Nigeria is not a banana republic. Anything goes. There is no rule of law because there's no presidency. It's a criminal that is up there, so everybody can be criminals. Nothing happens. That's just the way it is. Please, someone that say you have white beard and on our speech and you have sense. No vex, eh?
Saddam,
Please go and die.
did you hear the lawyer that said criminals have been approaching him that they will review their case in case Tinubu wins? Did you see that man? Now, one barrister like that, he said criminals have been approaching him that they will they're telling him that if Tinubu wins, that they want him to review their cases because they are criminals, drug dealers and all that. That they should review their own case too.
I don't see the picture of this man. I don't see the picture of this man where they all carry content.
Ishawuru.
Serious Ishauru.
That guy na
Ishauru.
herbalist.
I know
Na herbalist.
yeah, no, the guy
Juju man,
na
confirm juju man.
elder.
Like Ishauru be this. Please, as you're going to the office tomorrow, please carry kola nut. Carry kola nut, please. Obedience, carry kola nut in your pocket. Like you're going to meet the gods. Please, Ibrahim, please come in here. Good evening.
Well, before Ibrahim, let Kevin just go 30 seconds, Kevin and Ibrahim.
Saddam, no be laughing matter. Now the update we want bring go. Like, see, if any other name dey to label this APC, this terrorist organization, I'm not sure say na wetin fit. I'm not sure say na the best description wey fit these people. Like, how the fuck? If you see that man face, that man be like ancestor, be like Orisha, like one kind of strong God, whether like gods I will call him a be mini God. I don't know. Where they go bring that man from? Where they go bring that man from? Just see the latest wahala where they want bring come.
Tinubu native doctor.
Jimmy, did you say Obatala? Please, don't insult my ancestor.
Tinubu native doctor be that. Tinubu native doctor.
No, na God now. Obatala na God now.
No,
Obatala
Jimmy,
na
not
God.
Obatala with the watch our house, watching for our household. My gig.
Oh!
No, insult Obatala. No, can I go there? Obatala with the watching for my generation. No, can I go there?
As Otumba talk, if you are still doubting whether you are obedient or not, even say you are still doubting that we won this election, let me say something they wrong with you. But just see how everything is just playing out right now. See every move where they make. Like what they want to do now is infiltrate the Labour Party and see how they can suspend the chairman, then invalidate everything, both Peter Obi's candidacy and everything. Now, Nadia, man, these people, they don't mind make this country burn to the ground. Are they legit fear these people now, honestly? Like, man, are they fear APC, I beg. Anything where APC no fit do, exist. I'm not sure. What APC, as it stands right now, what APC cannot do does not exist. So if you be baby obedient, may you brace up.
There's one good governance, they cannot do it.
And completion of projects. Sadem, can I go?
Go on.
Long time no hear, my brother.
We did do the work we were supposed to be doing. Well done, everyone. Good evening. So happy. I always tell people, if your tank they full, they go down, just come to Violence Peace, fill your tank for violence, and enter the next level. Wallahi, I'm telling you, it's not something that we have to do. It's a must. There is nothing in this. When they are even talking all this, obedience to violence, blah, blah, blah. I say, okay, let me just go and see from Adam to today. Where did I see any useless bad governance just sign out and just leave people without fight? Check from anywhere you check in this world, from medieval to today, check anywhere. You see bad people like Nigerian elite that will just sign off. Say, we are tired, let me just leave these boys and go. They will never. And look at Nigerian history. There is no moment that no people fight for their right. It's now somebody will start to now grandstand and tell us that it's treason. What we are saying is bad. We are going to let them come and arrest everybody now. Yeah, I told them. Let them come and arrest all of us. See, there is no way this can stand. So let me give you a small story so that at least everybody from today carry yourself with full chest. Obi won that election. I can tell you I'm with facts. I used to go to the situation room every day. I used to sit down with the lawyers. I used to check everything. They have seen it. See, let me tell you, even some I don't want to call them. I don't want to open up some things here. But let me tell you, there is a time PDP put up all their this thing and they realized that They are just working for Labour, but they're not looking for Labour Party because what they have seen is that we are just the one that are leading. That
Sorry, Ibrahim, please go on. Sorry, please. I'll just use the emoji
okay,
and rest
all
it.
right, no problem. So PDP itself, Gongon realize that even if they do this fight, Labour Party just stay in front. The numbers they are getting from their own server, not from anybody. From PDP server, they don't say that Labour Party just they win. I enter situation room. They have printed out all this one. They put them into booklets. They put the poll unit that are blonde, the one that have been changed, the one that is having people face into different categories. I carry one of the booklets in River State. It's like one big booklet carrying like 1,000 pages of from EC at 80. So then I went through. I'm trying to get one polling unit that Labour Party lost in a whole booklet of like 1,000 pages. One local government I'm working is in a query. I saw one. And I was there with the leadership of the party. I called them and said, check this. Every page you open, input on IREV, I'm not saying on anything, on IREV, they downloaded it, they printed it, they are doing all the analysis on it. Go and check Labour Party. You see APC 2, Labour Party 418, 420. Not the small gap. But when they went to Coalition Center, they just used madness, correcting fluid, and mutilate this thing just to make sure that APC win. I now went to Benue. I carried Benue. If you check on Benue, you will look for like 4-5 local government without seeing APC winning. Labour Party everywhere. So the lawyers are doing very wonderful job. The IT department superb. See that now I know. See, these guys are even getting the initial upload that went into Amazon server. The initial one. They have their spinach. They are going to bring people to come and testify. These guys are getting. That's why APC are ratting. And the lawyers told them, these boys are millennials. They know what they are doing. They know why they want to exercise their time. There is no way you can beat them. They be in front of you on social media space. For 9 months, you couldn't dislodge them. For 9 months. How do you think you can dislodge them now? And we are going to bring the documentary out. Very soon, you see the documentary out. How we won. There is nobody that will watch that documentary. He will have iota of doubt that Peter Obi did not win. From Adamawa to any other, to Bauchi, any other places, they remove all these numbers. The day they will start the election, they have already uploaded like 40,000, 50,000, some thousands of votes already on the platform. Before the election day, it was only the presidential that is not going. So it's a orchestrated program. They put it, this is what he wants to do. That's why he's in a hurry to announce. He don't want to look at anything. He don't want to wait. And he knows the numbers are not tallying. The same thing that they are now doing in Adama. They have seen the numbers, but they now say we are going to come back and do again. They are doing it in Sokoto. They say we are going to do a run for you. But why not on the presidential election? Why don't you wait? So the questions, and they said that why they make them very angry is that there is no even a person called Ahmed Bola Tinubu in this world. There is nobody like that. So if the case go to court to now prove he's even Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a case. So once we just put up that caveat that he's not eligible to even contest because of his case, they knew once we put up that and we bring up something, there is no that person. He is not having anything to associate him that is Bola and Tinubu. So it's like this me on the inside for Lord of the Rings. Nobody knows where he comes from. That's what's going to happen. So they are aware. They knew. So all this one they now bring, and the highest thing they can do is to divide the country. Here in the north, they are even trying to start stigmatizing people that if you are with Obi, like you are not even a Muslim. That this guy don't like Islam. This guy. I say, who like Islam? Among all the elite in Nigeria, tell me one elite that love Islam. Tell me one. One elite that love Islam. If they love Islam, will you be having all this almajiri on the street? If they love Islam, we will have all the crises we are having people kill every day. It's now that we remember. If you want to do Muslim, whatever you want to do, or you want to do religious politics, go and do like Benue. Be a reverend father. Go do primaries, win election. Not just to come and tell us we adopt somebody that you don't even know where he comes from. A drug baron. Somebody that you don't even know his history. Then you now come and join and say it's Muslim. It's a Muslim ticket. This person that you don't see, the only reason why I love obedient movement and I love obedience is that it's some. The only group that I'm so happy. In Malema and other people in South Africa, they'll still say we go back up. A lot of my friends, they'll call me. He say it fall into fascism. We can just not just sit down and converted to now obedient. You can see the fire where I'm going to join together. Like they manufacture me from somewhere. So I've not even started anything. Me, my own now just to look. Now from this angle of the north, now where we're going to kill ourselves. Now from here we go start them. Now from here we now religion, it has nothing to do with the tribe. Anybody that has reached that level that is stealing money, go and see his village. In his house. In the 80s, he has one of the best golf this thing in the US. Did he hear how many hospital he did for people in Benue? So it's not about don't even where anyone from us from any part of come on, we are not doing even obedience for Nigeria. We are doing obedience for the Africa. We are going to repair not only Nigeria. We remove them from Ghana. We are going to remove them from Burkina Faso. We are going to remove them from Guinea. All these useless elite that don't want to move us. We are going to the fire will start from here. We all chase them out. All of them. Anybody you see him being what they call them, being activists, before you know, that person go just turn and just join the government. That's all. You know, go hear them again. No? They'll just tell you a story in the 90s or in the 80s where we see somebody he's still in La Sore, he's still posting
newspaper, this thing. So because you are activists, then all of us will just leave what we are doing and just pursue you. It's an ideology. I used to tell them, I said, see, if Obi himself go on television and now say him don't stop, we go say carry using name, carry continue what you want to do, and we go see achieve what we want to achieve. Because we can't give them this Nigeria on a platter of gold, and we know they are not going to return Nigeria back to us. So we have to collect it. Whether they are going to call us treason, whether they will send some of us to jail, whether they are going to do whatever they will do, whether they will send some of us, man, not even Muslims, no matter the name they will call us, we are going to stand, because that's what we read. This is what the whole world is all about. Go and check history. Go and check history. It never happens. As I talk to you, Sadem, today, as you see, we have 29 people who they say the banks or whatever. They have suspended account of 70 trillion in Nigerian banks without even a BVN. In 2001, Nigeria wanted to go and collect that money. Those people stand on their toes. Now, as I talk to you, 3 weeks ago, government withdrew that case. So that 70 trillion that are in Nigerian banks, nobody, those people are their own money. They are just waiting for Buhari or any other person that will go. They continue with their lives. 70 trillion. That means Nigeria will have people where they walk out with their 2 legs, having 1 trillion in their account. Siphon from government. One of the account is even money sent from Nigerian and NNPC account in London to a person account, $2 billion US. These are the same people that you know that they have that pipeline 4 kilometers up to the sea. These same people, they're still in Nigeria. These are the people that are now manufacturing fake phone call and fake everything they send. They say they are going to disgrace us. Okay. They will watch them now. They will see. We said the thing we will cook, it will serve everybody. Or at least you can just be served. So you come now, we go see serve you. Enough for everybody to chop. They will be tired. They will start with us. We will see. When they say that it's not going to be sworn in, they think that we are joking. A lot of people thought that it's just joke. A lot of APC will say, no, be Nigeria, there is nothing you can do. We go see now. Maybe some few days today. Maybe just like 50-something days. We go see now. Say they even today they are putting up where they are doing what they call them inspecting Eagle Square. We go see now. All of us did in this Nigeria, but we go see now. We just collect people's mandates. Then we see all of us, we just gaslight all of us. It's by force. We are not going to collect it by asking you give us. You can either
it's our property.
seize all of us, you can shoot all of us, you can shoot as many as you can. That's how countries evolve. We have seen what happened in Egypt. We have seen what happened everywhere in the world. So let's happen that way. And we are ready for that. Because this is the only country we have. You can't divide us. But as I talk to you today, do you know amount of gold that is being taken around Sokoto, Zamfara, Niger axis? Do you know the amount of gold in a daily basis?
Ibrahim, my brother, that is why I want to come into this conversation here. You know, you're from the north. I know you're from Kaduna.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so from Kaduna, you see, when we had this space, we're having this space on. I know you're seeing the trend going on right now on social media, the whole middle belt agitation and everything. And you know, when I keep speaking, and I say a whole lot of times, in fact, in our circle of influence, people that we made relevant in this movement, that the obedient movement made relevant, our brothers from the north also. And when that fake video came out, fake tape came out, many of them were going haywire, joining our opposition to amplify it and say a whole lot of nonsense that I felt taken aback, you know. And they always come with this notion of they're not remembers. But me, I spent a whole lot of my time I grew up in Plateau State, present day Middle Belt, and I'm saying this because I know you know what is happening. I know you understand what's happening, and I know that I'm not trying to make it. I'm trying for us to understand that this is not a divisive campaign, but it's a campaign of people waking up to their culture.
Yeah.
And owning the narrative for themselves. So when I see all these things at play, and I just get taken aback, I'm like, I know APC are going to try to spin it, because that's what they do. They know how to spin narratives to make it look, because all they work on is division, not knowing that we, even in the whole divisive nature that they are bringing, we as a people, we are united on all fronts. And when I say this a lot, because I know that even the core notes that people feel like the indices, you have said a whole lot of stuff about the core notes and how the whole Amajiri system. You have said something that a very normal person, that you can say it boldly and it will resonate with every other person on the space. But if I say it, will look like, what are this one saying? Is there no poverty in his origin also? There's poverty everywhere. And I'm happy that you can come out and say it here. But I am
See,
happy where I came in now is because of what you said about the gold in Zamfara and Sokoto. People don't understand how wealthy the core knot is.
people,
Please go on.
just on agric alone. Let me tell you, money is on agric. Let me tell you, even from the space here, at the end of rainy season in Sokoto, in Zamfara, beans were going to be sold at 18,000, 19,000, 20,000 per bag, 21,000 per bag max. 3 months after, beans is going to be sold 50,000, 60,000 per bag. If you make that investment, Sadem, if you make investment of 100 million, you rake in almost 600 million or 500 million from beans alone in the north. People don't understand this country. I'm telling you, some people in their own account now, they have trillion, 70 trillion. 70 trillion individuals. 70 trillion. Currently in Nigerian banks, because they can't move this money outside. In Nigerian banks, after the ones they carry kompu for house, after the dollars they carry kompu for house, this one, the way they cannot carry them go anywhere, they have to be in the account. 70 trillion. Tell me, do you think this money they get them from US or they carry them from some other place? They carry them from Nigeria. Go to Port Authority and know how much these people are making. Ask anybody that works in the shipping industry. Ask them. In fishing alone, for you to get a waiver for fishing in Nigeria, you know how much you spend in the ministry? Fishing. People don't know about Nigeria. They talk about, it's not about religion, it's not about tribe. It's about some holistic people that feel that the whole country belongs to them. And they can do whatever they want to do with it. The cocaine, when they carry for Nigeria, worth 190 something billion. Saddam, you are here. Why this cocaine going to? If it's a drug baron that is doing that, do you know how many warehouse of that he is having in this country and Colombia and where he's going in Thailand? You know how many airlines pass through to take his product to the whole world? Do you know a minimum of how much that man is making? And he is a man. He's a human being. He's a Nigerian. That tank that you see, they say they take 1 million, 2 million barrels of stolen crude oil. They are Nigerians. They are Nigerians. They are TV. They are Hausa. They are Igbo. They are Idoma. They are Igbo. They are Yoruba. They are Ifik. They are everything. They have their only religion, and this thing is money. So even if you feel too big with anything you want, call yourself anywhere you are coming from. They'll just smush your head and just go. That's just all. When you go there, you see all of them. They are Christians. They are Muslims. What they just see, what they do, how they act is not that they steal money. Everything they worship is money. Their dodo is money. The thing they worship is money. Their life is money. And they are connected internationally in Italy, in Germany, in other places, in US, in UK. Look at where we are, all of us here.
The only word that they don't want to hear. That's why they want to gaslight us. That's why they want to blackmail us. That's why they want to throw everything to us. Carry this thing in big this thing. I feel very proud of what we are carrying. What we are saying is that we need a new Nigeria, where Nigeria that works for everyone. We want a leadership that we have to even forget where we are coming from. We just feel we are Nigerians. We just want to build a system where all of us will be happy and enjoy our time in this life. How much are we borrowed? Everybody is now borrowed less than 100 years. What is the last time you see somebody in Nigeria that is 100 years old? When last do you see that person? Whether you are pastor, whether you are imam, whether you are the biggest politician, all of us are going. Some of us are already 40 something. How many years do we have less? But our children owe us something to do something for them. Clear this thing for them. Actually, let us see the fight. The fight is not going to stop tomorrow. It's not going to stop. Even if they swear in my, even if they kill half of us and so we are not still going to stop. It's a belief. We think we can do it. See, one thing they don't understand is that it's a millennia that think that we can be useful to ourselves. And we understand that sharing the whole world, the whole nation, is better than carrying it to one singular part of the country. Go to the north with all the leadership that we are seeing, with all the keeping this thing to go and check the north and see how poor everybody is. We have a Christian president, we had Christian president, we had Muslim president. What have they added to? What we need is institutions to work. We didn't tell anybody to give us money. We don't want anybody to give us any what they call it, any appointment. We don't want anybody to give us anything. We don't want free money. We don't want free. What we don't need is environment. Give us a good environment that we can live as people. That's just what we ask. Lawlessness cannot. But look at the amount of lawlessness in this country, Sadam. Look at the amount. Now they have now pulled in religion. They have now pulled in. When I met Pew, I told him, I said, the video conversation is not for the Christians. It's not for the people in the South. It's not for the Middle Belt. The video is, where the audio leak is for the Muslim in the North. You will see how many mosques are going to talk about it tomorrow, Friday. Because that's what they are giving to them. They just want to show them that forget about the people that are stealing for you. You forget about everything. You forget about whether he is there. What you're just supposed to see that is a Muslim is better than any Christian you see anywhere. I read it. I listened to one of the imams. That's what he's saying. I say now somebody that is stealing money, somebody that is killing people, somebody like Bello Turji is now better than any good Christian. How do we arrive here? On what doctrine of Islam did we reach here? This was not Islam. Nobody said this is Islam. How did we reach here? Who would make this explanation? To who? How? Religion is about making people to be good. That's why all of us are religious people. That's just the definition of Islam by the Prophet. They asked him, why did you want people to be converted? He said, because he wants people to be good. If you see people going to mosques, the idea for you to go to mosques or to fast is for you to be a good person. So that your neighbor, according to Islam, Islam said, anybody that sleeps and his neighbor is not feeling comfortable being around him, he's not going to enter paradise. So part of the principle of Islam is that anybody you stay around, he must have comfort being a neighbor to you. So why are we changing the narration? Why are we changing Islam? Why are we changing it just because we want to suit some few useless politicians that don't even care about anybody? They don't even care about themselves. Ask them, list all the ministers of Buhari, this government. Ask all of them, put them from number one to the end that are northerners. Tell me one that is beneficial to his place. One person. One person that is useful to his people. One person. None. I know of a person that if you give him 20,000 naira, that person will greet you before they enter this government. Now he is flying cows from Argentina in a private jet to his farm. I know of a person, he came to the day he is coming to Abuja, I was called to get him a place where he's going to stay. Today, as I talk to you, he bought $9.8 million estate in Abuja. And you want this country to continue going that direction. People with no job come to the north, only 3 jobs: government appointment, government contract, begging. Both professional and unprofessional beggars. That's the only thing we do. If you see anybody with no industry, no factories, no anything, nobody is thinking of doing anything. Just go to government and collect money. One small boy I see in Benin Kebbi, somebody gave him the note. He went. He said he has a farm. He went to Central Bank. They gave him a loan of 7 billion. He went to buy Range Rover and buy some other cars. Buy some cars for his friend. They are now cruising. Buy a house in Abuja. They are now big boys. They collected loan 7 billion. At the end, this loan 20 trillion. Now, Emefiele Karian go reach Buhari. Say he now want to now cancel it as bad debt. 20 trillion. So all of us they mad. When you talk, somebody say, "Na Muslim they there." That's just satisfaction. Your satisfaction as a human being. You are not asking where is your money. You are not asking where is the hospital. You are not asking where is the road. You are just happy. It's a Christian that win. It's a Muslim that win. And how do that translate to development? That's just what is just cracking my head. How will that make it a better Nigeria? Because your tribe or your religion is now the next governor or the next minister. How did that change? You see people even doing tantan in Kogi. They are saying, okay, now is zone 4. If you go to Kogi, it's a just glorified village. Go to local dance. Carry anybody go inside the local dance. Local is supposed to be the Abuja. It's a confluence system city. We're supposed to now make it. There is no any big city in the world that is not having a river. Dredge that river. Make it very beautiful. Today I was listening to this one. What's his name? Smart Adeyemi was even saying that today you cannot do an international conference in Lokoja because there is no hall that can be called to organize people to do an international conference today on Channels TV. Any one of you that listen to Channels TV, he said that. We are not beautifying our cities. Look at the sand from Badegri. Look at all these beaches that we have. Look at, go to Akwa Ibom, go to places. Look at, even when I see this ghost, the Tinapa, how it's now become ghosts. We don't maintain, we just do contracts. Once things finish, we abandon it. Look at this Kaduna Abuja train. Now they do tan. One train in the morning, one train in the evening, only 2 trains. When Buhari government start launching this one, now 4 trains will they go. Full. Sometimes you even call somebody there. Now only 2 trains, nobody they enter. How can we society like that? And it's a loan, no. We have to pay it. It's a loan. We didn't pay, but our children will come and pay. This is where we are. And then when you are talking with somebody in APC, he's just trying to tell you, nothing can change Nigeria. You just be trying to put your mind towards just join them. You can get something. Is it about getting something? I'm telling you now, somebody has 70 trillion, and people are still dying. We don't even have roads. Because not Abuja, you can't even fly the road. So what's the essence of you having 70 trillion in some accounts? Now, for example, say Saddam now get 1 trillion. How are you happy, Saddam? How you tell me how you are going to be happy? What are you going to show that because you have 1 trillion? See your country. See Nigeria. See how they rubbish this country. See how they do election for your country. This kind of election, who will go show? Say it be Nigeria. See election. Even in jungle, they say, okay, rats and lizard and everything to come and do election. They will do election better than what this Yakubu did for us. After spending 400 billion or 500 billion, as people are saying, everything contract. That man is just INEC chairman of contracts. Even the server, they told him that the server, that was nothing like server. They just give him. They even spend almost 12 billion, say they are going to protect the server when he knows that there's no even server. When the server is in New York, in Newark, in New York, go and see. Just computers. I am betting you the computer that is on your table, Sadem, is better than those computers they are using as servers. It's when Nigerians start making noise that they even move this thing. As I talk to you now, they even move it to one. I don't want to even disclose so that people, I know some people here we know what they are doing. Go and see everything contract. And I bet you he is not even aware of what that Vivas is. But because it's contract, money is going to come. He keeps sharing and give contract out. That's why I said I want even people that outside APC or in Labour Party to sue that man. That's one, so that we can know who are the contractors. You'll be ashamed of yourself when you see the contractors. They do a week before election. Some politicians up here in the north, they are already having presidential ballot paper. Some printed ballot papers. When they are going around collecting people's BV, they think that 117,000 polling is memory. They can just come and just break the thing. Because they are in rush to push the document. Up to there, as I talk to you, we don't have 10,000 polling it on that IRF. 10,000. Apart from the ones that are just fake. My own essence of coming here as Adam is that I just come here, refill myself, give my own information, then everybody feel free and continue what you are doing. Nobody can intimidate us. Me, I just want to even challenge the imams. I want to challenge those that feel they are more Muslim than us. I just want them to come over. Let's talk. Come over. Let's talk now. I don't want even any Christians to put his mouth on this one. Allow us and them. Let's talk. How you see nation building and religion. Come, let's talk now. Then I will give you all these incidents. And I'll tell you, go and check your Quran. Go and check your Islam. Go and check. Where did you see that Islam will protect this kind of people? Just because they are Muslim. You go to the north, Saddam, you see people that bath themselves with blood. You see, go to people that you see that they go to even mosques to bath themselves because of Babalao. Some you go and see people that chop people's head. Yesterday, I was listening to one of the imams. He said, in graves in the northern part of the country now, if you bury your loved one, people come in the night and remove some part, private part, some part from the grave in the north. How will that thing be better than any other person? How will that devil be better than somebody? And you are now, when we are talking about national development, you are bringing that person that can mend, can kill, can remove head, can remove private part is better than any other Christian. And where did you read that? How did you even qualify him to be a Muslim? Just because you go to the mosque? These are the things we are asking. These are the questions. I want imams for us to sit down and imams. Where do this imam they leave them in abject poverty? But I take him upon myself. I say one of the first thing we want to do with the Labour Party, as we are going to move to continue what we are doing, one of the things we want to do is to liberate people, their mindset, and also to make them be financially okay, because it's very important, and go to school. In the villages, get projects that they will be doing working, poultry or fishery or anything that can make them to start earning money. So they can start to be individual. So you can get a mosque. Mosque, how many people are you? I have 500 followers. If I give you 5 hectares, or I give you 2 hectares, and I give you everything, how do you utilize? Because by going to mosque, coming back and make their own money, it starts to liberate them to start thinking that they should not wait for politicians to come and give them spaghetti or and give them 1,000 naira, because at that time they can afford it. That's when they will start having the muscle to challenge the status quo, to challenge the imams that are giving them the wrong explanation of Islam, to start to stand for what they believe in. And then we have to link up to them and change this world. That's what it's about. Why did they say a lot of people, they said in Igbo land, everybody is a chief? Because everybody is liberated financially. You have something doing. You can do something for yourself. You don't have to wait for anybody. But here up in the north, come and see people during this Ramadan. This is my conversation with Pew. I said we even have to have some feeding places so that we can be buying food for people. Come and see how people are languishing in poverty. And this is the trap they do in the north. No education, no food, no health, no anything. So you only mortgage your life to those people that are getting something from Abuja and some people that are big men to start to help you. Had they even have a close now in the north, they call it Allah Kubamu. Everybody in family is looking at somebody that can go and steal and bring small something for them because they don't think where they can get any money. So it's from there that we're supposed to start to change the mindset. It's from there we're supposed to liberate people. It's from that point we're supposed to talk to people the reality of this life. Go and see Qatar. Go and see Qatar. They are Muslim. Are they poor? Why will you take poverty to be a virtue here in the north? Go to Saudi Arabia that you see. Go and see their iftar. Go and see them eating food. Go and see the kind of luxury in Riyadh. Why will we have to be destitute in our own land for us to show that we are piety or we are pious or we are virtuous people? For what reason? All the imams, look, go and see some imams. So it's beyond us. It's a dead system, and we have to kill it. And this is the only way we are doing it. I'm so happy being part of obedience. I have never regretted being part of obedience. I have never regretted campaigning for obedience. I have never, because I know it's a genuine cause. All people that are doing, they are doing it wholeheartedly. They believe in Nigeria. They want to see it work in Nigeria, and that's the only thing they are asking for. I have not met a single obedient that is asking of anything more than in Nigeria that is working. I have not met one. I have not met anyone that we have sit down and talk. He's talking to me about what he. I don't even have a CB. Talk less of asking somebody to give me a position. I don't even need a position. I made it this far without anybody giving me an appointment. Then why am I waiting for somebody to give me an appointment before I go? Just give me an enable environment. That's just what I need. An environment where I have happy people, not sad people. Not people that feel that they are above the law, not a lawless society. Everybody in UK and everything, what makes them? I was talking to somebody about road. I've done a program called Navims. I was talking to him about road. Do you know, I told him, do you know that it's road that talk to driver? He didn't even understand what I'm saying. He said, what do you, I said, no. You see, road, every road talks. That's why we call road signs. Those road signs is, the road is telling you, this is speed you can do here. This is where you go right. This is where you go left. In UK and US and any other places that are having sense people, anything that the road talk and you refuse to do it, you will be charged or you go to jail. Come to Nigeria, one lane, with Guinea or one lane. He's a mad person. It's only in Nigeria you see a criminal with 20, 30 policemen guarding a criminal. Only in Nigeria. And now that we are talking that we want to change this thing, now people are now calling us name. Calling us we are barbaric. We are too aggressive. So you want me to be light? We're going to say, okay, we are sorry, please, this elite that you have given us this suffering, please now. We are tired. We cannot do anything. You know we can. Please go away now. Allow us in Nigeria. Where did that one happen? Where in the war? Go and check history. You have to go to them and give them shaggy. The middle you are laughing, wallahi, until they see suffer. The only thing that will make them to reset their mindset is to see, let me tell you, we are already too much. 6 million, even the vote, nobody 6 million they give us, we are too many now. We just need 100,000 people to confuse this country. 100,000 is enough for us. We are too many. Obedient, 6 million, we are too many now. This one we go, not the Africa now. Now we go take the world. 6 million people. We don't pass this threshold. 10,000, the confusion we take for 10,000. Now 6 million, they don't see the vote. Even the vote where they dash us 6 million. Do you know what it takes for 6 million people to say they don't agree? And it's not 6 million of us. If you add PDP, people will say they don't agree with this vote. Now 14 million. People don't even, they are not seeing what I'm seeing. Though. That's why when I post this, I said, people are not seeing what I'm seeing. Check my post. I said, if we are tired, we said we are tired. When we do answers, what did they tell us, these people? You know what they tell us? They say, you don't have party. Organize yourself. This thing is done politically. It's through democracy. Go and do. We say, okay, we'll go do democracy. Now we all go join. We enter ourselves. We become obedient. We do 8-month campaign. We organize ourselves. We organize ourselves. You say we don't get structure. We not tired now. We don't tell them anything. We carry ourselves. We do our own structure. We come win election. Now we say we know we give us. But not the wahala now. Now you cause the wahala, not be us now. Anything we tell we go do, we go do. Now man, we can't do and we say go to court, we go court. You still not comfortable. What do you want us to do? to leave the country for you to keep taking the money and keep taking lives. I use my mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Hi, oh my God. I didn't want to interrupt you. I said that to go on because this your submission. I have to cut it. I have to publicize it. It has to be a special wake-up call for people to understand, especially our northern brothers. There's so many of our northern brothers. It's a call for every Nigerian first. Then down to our northern brothers, because it is good to hear from the horse's mouth. Because when it is me, Saddam, that say what you're saying now, it will be like, why Saddam will talk that kind of thing? Or why Otuma will talk that kind of thing? It is good that you say the same thing, because there's some people that are comfortable. I'm looking at Saudi Arabia, I'm looking at UAE, I'm looking at Oman. I'm seeing great things happening in Muslim countries. Why can't our own be the same? And I am saying this because the day the northern Muslim wake up, that day Nigeria will stand up. Because they are vexed. They are vexed now short fuse. There is no reason why. Let me just keep quiet and let me play this 2 minutes clip, then I'll circle back to level best. Let me play this 2 minutes clip. I've played it before, I'll play it again. Just to follow up Ibrahim's submission from Sanusi. Maybe back to back two respected northern people, elders that I respect, spoke. Listen. All right.
And we have to be very honest with ourselves. I'm an economist and I always talk economics, and we look at the numbers and we look at poverty. If you look at all the poverty indices in the world today, you find that in southwest Nigeria, the incidence of poverty is 20%. In the northwest, it is 80%. The northeast, it's 80%. Why is it that the poorest parts of this country are the Muslim parts? Why is it that in a state that started Sharia in 1999, and we just heard the opening verses today, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. This is the very first verse revealed in the Quran. How come that the state that started Sharia is not the one that is the most educated state? In fact, how come that in that state in 2017, only 24 children got 5 credits in secondary school? How do we define Sharia? How do we define Islam? Illiteracy, malnutrition, children on the streets? We have to ask ourselves. And we can't ask those questions until we begin to understand through usul that you have to live in this world well in order to serve Allah for the hereafter. For Islam to prosper, we need educated Muslims. We need Muslims that are not begging. We need Muslims who are standing on their feet. Believe me, if poverty continues in the north, Islam will disappear from the north. The Prophet said, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-kufri wal-fakri.
That is my 2 minutes clip. Thank you very much.
You have to send it to me. I have to share this thing.
I'm sending it to you now, my brother. I'll send it to you right now.
Thank you. My WhatsApp. You have my WhatsApp number. I swear to God, you see this one? That's exactly my thinking.
This is what I want. This is what I am expecting our northern brothers. They will say, we will interpret it in Hausa and send it to the north.
No, I know what I will do with it.
This is what you should interpret. Well, the one you want to interpret is a fake call. Fake call that Peter and this thing say. Fake call, you want to interpret that one.
I don't know how that one is even going to change our lives.
Do you understand? Playing to the rhetorics of some people that kept the country poor. It's crazy. Let's take a lady now. Circle back to you, never best. Ariwa, let's take a Ariwachi. Good evening, my sister. Please, you can do it as short as possible. You've spoken before, but it is you guys' platform today, so please go on.
Yes, thank you very much, Saddam, for giving me this opportunity to speak again. Honestly, I got so very emotional when Ibrahim was speaking, and it got to me because I'm from the north, and I kind of relate with everything he's saying or he has said, because it baffles me how something like this is happening, and those who are marginalized are the ones that are not even seeing anything. They're not seeing any faults. They're not seeing any problem at all. And when you try to let them see the light, they tag you a non-Muslim. That's just the simple thing they do. Ibrahim, I don't know if you remember me, but I was the lady that chatted you up with my business account on Instagram. I told you I was going to invite you to a space because I've always followed up. I don't know if you remember me.
I remember.
Okay. So I've been following up with what Peter Obi is doing, but I never had any environment that gave me the opportunity to speak out. So when I found Ibrahim on Instagram with my business account, in the midst of all the Arewa blogs that he's following or something, he replies and everything. I'm like, wow, how is this guy doing it against thousands of people, that are shutting him down, don't even want him to speak. And anytime he comes up with Obi's matter, he's always, oh, you're siding with a Christian, you're siding with an Igbo. Why do you think this Igbo is going to do anything? Why do you think this Igbo is going to change anything? And then one day something brought me to Twitter. I'm not I don't do Twitter often. And I found Steve Space. And that was a turning point. It became a home for me because I found people who had, who thinks the same way that I think, who feels the same way that I feel, who, irrespective of tribe or religion, still see us as one and see the need for us to come as one and fight one cause, which is a new Nigeria that is going to be useful to every Nigerian, irrespective of your region, your tribe, or your religion. And I never left this home that I found because he's saying, oh, you're an Igbo, don't speak. Oh, you're a Muslim, don't speak. Very well-read Muslims and Northerners, but we have been marginalized for his government job, begging, and contract. Nobody wants to know where the money is coming from. Nobody wants to have the opportunity to find something for themselves. I'm just sorry. I have to go, sorry.
My sister, is fine. Thank you very much. It's unfortunate where we have found ourselves as a country. Please, it's always we are home is here. Here is home. Please, you're always at home here. Whenever you feel like speaking, come up and speak. You understand? I am happy that at least you understand the mission of the obedient movement. That we are one family looking for in Nigeria that works for everybody, irrespective of where you're from or what you believe. I don't give a damn as long as you want Nigeria to work. You really want, not people that are are camouflaging. There are people that are just camouflaging. If you really want Nigeria to work, you know where you are, you know where you stand, you know what you believe in. So even when I get doctored, let me use it as an example now. Even when I don't hear from Peter Obi now for the next 10, let me say for the next 1 month, I don't even need to hear him tweet or anything. All I want to know is that he's well and alive. I believe in the ideology of this movement. This is the only movement in Nigeria that has an ideology. So irrespective of whether it is Peter is speaking or Peter is not speaking, or we're going to court, we're not yet in court or anything, the ideology of that, I believe that we want a country that works for everybody. Everybody. Whether you're from the north, from the middle belt, to the east, to the Niger Delta, to the south, to the west, wherever you're from, Nigeria should work for all of us. Whatever you serve.
Saddam, sorry. I want to part with one thing.
Please
One
go.
word from Metama Sule. Late Metama Sule. I posted it I tweeted about it this morning or afternoon. He said something. He said, power can remain in the hands of anyone, irrespective of religion or tribe, if he is just and fair, but will not remain in the hands of the believer if he is unfair and unjust. Behind every crisis anywhere in the world is injustice. The solution to that crisis is justice. My Muslim brothers know this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you. Ibrahim, I sent you that to your DM. Please, you can check it. Please, for our northern brothers that like how do I put it now? Translating stuff to our fellow brothers in the north. Please, this Sanusi's tape is one tape I wish we can translate in Hausa to the north. Let everybody hear. Let everybody know. Let everybody know that your problem is not an Igbo. Your Ipitobi is not your problem. Igbo man is not your problem. Yoruba man is not your problem. Your problem is within your circle there. I was in Qatar. I think I flew to Qatar last year, and my God. Please, you guys, go and watch you watch the last World Cup. Everybody that went to that World Cup will tell you that it's the best organized World Cup they have been to. Qatar showed people that are not Muslim that when they will say, this is the Islam they want to practice. Northern Nigeria is more blessed than Qatar. The resources in Northern Nigeria is more blessed than the resources in Qatar. Facts. But some certain men are keeping that money in their account, are making the region, not even the least education. No. And that's why you're hearing the middle belt are crying out and saying, no, this is not what we stand for, this is not what we represent, and we'll have an ideology and a culture of our own. Look inwards. Your enemy is not outside, it's inside. All right, River Best, let me bring you in. I want to get other speakers, but let me bring you in before I move to Deborah. You've been here for long. Sorry, I've been falling back up. I'll come to you immediately after River Best. River Best, you have the space. Please go on, bro.
All right, Sam, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. At least for those who are not here when I spoke before, I would have just stood on the existing protocol. Okay, when I came here, Ibrahim, I want to thank you for everything you've done for this movement and all that you're still doing. You're one person that I have so much respect for. I remember when we started this movement, you're this person that used to come to space and listen to us. And before you even joined the Obedient movement, you took your time. Before you made that decision to come, you used to come give your own suggestion, your worldview, what you think, and you bought time, you remained and you looked at the movement. You never just jumped into it. You looked at the movement and joined. So in short, I ask people around when you come to space, say, why is Ibrahim not joining us? Why is he not joining us? And when you finally joined, I was glad. And since then, you've been true to yourself. So you're one person that, I have so much respect for, because I know there's a whole lot of you from the North. And when we speak about you and whatever thing we do, you're the face of the North. You're the people, through which our message has gone to the North. And you're a good representative of this movement. And for you, my heart is always, glad and full of respect for you. So because of you, I'm glad, and that is why all of us are fighting this movement. But when I came here earlier on, I had actually spoken about Abokina Geri, and I just wanted to use Abokina Geri to actually speak to a whole lot of other people who are part of this movement and who have fought with us on these streets, and who, within this period, we have seen as, our brothers and our sisters, and we have held our hands, to see how we can secure, a good Nigeria. And before this time, I think I've had an occasion also to come on this platform to speak earlier, in this movement, when, there was speculation and they were tweeting on the timeline and they were, making all kind of statements. I came and spoke, and even Abokina Gere was like, oh, he's sorry, and not the rest of them. Abokina Gere, I'm telling you, please, Obedient movement is not, it doesn't have a register. It doesn't have a leader. Obedient movement is just an organic movement, a kind of social movement that just sprang up. All of us just saw ourselves just speaking one thing and just doing one thing. So there is no leadership, there is no rules, there is no this and that, there is no anywhere we wrote anything. There is no anything that will say, this person, you must be here. So you came to this movement on your own, and at any point you feel you don't want to be part of this movement, you can just freely leave. You see, this idea of going on your timeline and you're tweeting, you're telling people, oh, they not to remember, you're making all manner of statement that, oh, they're insulting this person, and when I joined this movement, nobody called you to the movement. You came to this movement, I believe, because you think Nigeria is not working, and perhaps you felt there is a leader in P2B that you want to be part of, and you saw this movement. That is my thinking. But if that is not it, please, you can just leave. This, I don't see. I would actually prefer an APC. That is what we've been dealing with. But for me to see somebody who fought on this movement being together, somebody who've called you a brother, you've made a lot of friends. There are people here who took you like their brothers, who took you like their family and their neighbors. There are people here you speak to personally, they talk to you directly, and perhaps there are people here that even when you've had problems, you've talked to them. This is what these movements are. There are people here too I've found that have become my friend, people I never knew I was going to meet, that they have become my friend, that I talk to. Most times I share my personal problems with them. That is what this movement has been. It's been a movement that's supposed to be that creates a better country, but even beyond creating a better country, that will create a family that all of us, irrespective of our tribe or religion, we can call ourselves family. You can have misunderstanding with people. I've had misunderstanding with people on this platform. It doesn't matter. There is no human relationship that will not have a people can misunderstand you. But the truth about the matter is this, that when you begin to insult this movement, I will take it personal with you. Please and please, we want to have a country to save. If you think you love the way Northern Nigeria is, then good and fine. You can go and continue, because any attempt to make sure you cast aspersion on this movement, you're trying to say that you want Nigeria to remain how Nigeria has been. I said on this platform, Obedient Movement, we have not fought anybody. We have not fought anybody. We have not gagged anybody. We have not seen any head on the road. We gag the person or we saw the person. We have not done that. We've not beaten anybody. We've not told anybody you must be Labour Party, you must vote us. No, we've not done that. So for you to make statements along the line of court and not the rest, I don't know where it's coming from. I know there are people who join this movement who are here as moles, who are going to go back to APC now that they think that APC has won an election. You can go, good and fine, no problem. But please go quietly. And please don't just call us names. Nobody is invited. Nobody registered you. You don't have your name written anywhere in our register, and nobody has a register here. So it's not a court. It's a movement that we believe, the peoples of this country believe, that we have a country to save, and we are doing it the best way we could, because all the people that we have believed all these years, the people who are well educated, the people who know politics, the people who have gone, every one of them has disappointed us, and now these ordinary peoples of this country are coming together. Let us just do it the way we can. Or do you want us to carry gun? Or is it when we carry gun that is you know that we are serious? We are not carrying gun. All we are saying is that we came out and form a movement, and we came out and said Nigeria is not working for us, and we came out on the 25th of February and we voted, and that vote is stolen, and we are saying we want to recover it. This is the time we are supposed to be together. If somebody offend you, you can come on this platform and say, I don't like what you said to me, I don't like this thing. That is how it should be. But when you go on your timeline, you begin to translate in hours, and that is even good. Translate in hours that tape that Sam just played. And is it not even shameful? Is it not even shameful that today we come and just like somebody come and say something, somebody says translate it in Igbo, translate it in Yoruba. It means that there are a whole lot of people in that place that are not. And if that is the case, that is what should worry you. That my people need to be educated so that when things are said, they will hear it. They don't need to be translated. It's insulting to say, let us translate in Hausa. Those people, are they not supposed to speak English? Are they not supposed to hear English? Because English is our lingua franca. As much as English is a foreign language. But yes, it's our lingua franca. Everybody in Nigeria is supposed to hear that language. We don't have to have this problem of translate. So it's even shameful for somebody to say, I'm going to translate it in Hausa. So the people you're going to translate in, they are fools. Why have they not gone to school? The reason why they've not gone to school because we've had a kind of leadership in this country that have decided to bring some people down. What is happening in the North is a conspiracy. What is happening in the North is intentional. What is happening in the North is intentional, and it is intentional to make those number of people not to be educated so that they can use them as naked weapons. They can use them to perpetuate any evil that they want. That is why those people are not educated, because the kind of money that have gone to the North, not even from Nigerian government, the money that have gone from international organizations. Do you know how much international organization has pumped in the North to build schools and make sure that people are educated, and those monies go down the drain? It's intentional, and I've made this comment here that the reason why Jonathan government was fought where they hated him so much is because he wanted to educate the North. And one of the reasons why these people are out and agitated about P2B is because he keep on saying that I'm going to educate the North. I'm going to meet the majority. I'm going to teach them technicals. They don't want these people to be human beings. A country that reduces half of its population to less than human beings, that country cannot progress. That country is a time bomb that's waiting to explode. And that is why at every turn in our national development, it has been a disaster. What happened is not something that any of us should joke about. So Abokina Geri, please, we are fighting a fight of our life. If there's anybody that should denigrate this movement, it should not be you. If there's anybody that should be making comments or casting as person, it should not be you. If anybody in this movement has offended you, please come and talk it on this platform. We can talk about that person. And of course, we are not perfect human beings. We are not. Nobody has claimed that we are perfect. We are not perfect. But I want to tell you, Obedient Movement is not an organization. It's not a club. It's not a court, because there's no register. People just come. We are like Barack. Soldier go, soldier come. We are going to be here because I believe at every point there's going to be true Nigerians who are going to. A lot of Nigerians are finding space. They are finding a platform. They've been waiting for an opportunity to see where they can belong. Like Ariwa chick that just spoke now. Madam, please don't cry. Rise your hope. Please be inspired. A lot of us are with you, and we are many. We are plenty on this platform and fighting for this cause. For people like you, we are always inspired. For people like you, we are going to be here. For people like Ibrahim, we are going to be here. And for people like Hanatu, people like Zari, a lot of other people who are from the North, we are here because at every part of this country, the peoples of this country have been neglected for a long time. One of the reasons why the civil war, people don't even know. Some of the reasons why the civil war was fought was because of the problem in the middle belt, in the Tiv area. Go and read the Nigerian Revolution. Go and read the Nigerian Revolution. That book by Alexander Madiebo. Alexander, please, if you've not read that book, go and read it. One of the reasons was because of the problem. People don't know. Two problems that started the civil was because of the problem in the Tiv areas and the problem in the southwest. The Akintola Awolowo problem in the southwest and the problem in the Middle West. That was the two problems that made soldiers for the first time to come out to try to clear the problem in the Tiv land and also the problem in the West. And that was what exposed them to actually the politics that was going on, and they saw how much corruption that was happening. Yes, today we'll talk about how much that first military coup actually derailed the different. But to go and check those people who actually was in that coup, they were some of the best that Nigeria ever had. Most of our well-educated, well-trained military officers. But this is where we are today in 2023. The Nigerian problem still persists. The people who are going to solve the problem of this country, they are people like me and you, the ordinary people, the elderly people, the politicians, the well-placed people that they failed us. The people that will save this country are me and you. Please, if you want to be part of this movement, come with your futures. Forget religion, forget tribe. Religion has not solved any problem. In fact, Europe got liberated. For so many centuries, Europe was engulfed with religion. And there were wars and wars and wars and wars. Go and read about the 30 years, whether it's the 100 years, whether it's the 30 years, even the World War that happened. But until Europe actually got liberated. Now they talk about everything they want to talk. They talk about lesbianism, they talk about gay, they talk about anything. They talk about even pets, even caring about animals more than even they. But the truth about the matter is that since religion became a personal business, Europe got liberated, and that is why you've had the kind of development you've had in Europe. Until the peoples of this country, Africa, especially Nigeria, will see religion as a personal problem. It's personal, take it as a personal thing. We will not be liberated. If you're still hanging on your religion and thinking that religion will save you, it's not going to save anybody. Thank you so much. Please, if I've taken so much time, I'm sorry about it. Thank you, everyone that have listened, and thank you, everyone on this space. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Deborah, are you there? Please, you have the space. Please go on. Please,
Okay.
my sister, Miss Barry, please request the mic, please. I'm trying to just please request the mic. Let me bring you up. I just saw it, please. All right, Miss Deborah, please go on. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah, and my tribal name is Plangnan from Mangu Local Government, Plateau State. And I first of all would like to say a very big thank you to you personally, Emir Saddam, and the co-host for hosting this space specifically to create more awareness about the MiddleBelt Awakening, which of course is not a religious movement, but to create more awareness about the diverse cultures that exist in the northern part of Nigeria. And for me, I did not really know so much about history. And just as my sisters who came in earlier and talked about it, people in the likeness of Kiangian and Samantha, I would like to also say a very big thank you to them. I'm someone who is very sorry. I'm a linguist. A linguistics student studying at the University of Jos in my 300 year level. So most of my the things I would like to talk about is from a linguistics perspective and might be boring, but I just it's my own way of trying to enlighten the middle belt, and I just hope that you just give me the little time to explain myself. So I've always been someone who is very, very interested about art, and one of my favorite artists ranges from the people in the likeness of Vincent van Gogh, people in the likeness of Frida Kahlo, and Michelangelo, and of course his very famous statue, which is the statue of David, and you could see a lot of details there. But I never knew that where my ancestry actually came from here in Nigeria, which is of course the Nok civilization, which you can see on my DP. They were my ancestors actually created art like that. So it was really a moment of awakening for me to know that, wow, I actually have a history, and my ancestors really did a lot of stuff, and they didn't really go through all what they went through for me to play small for anyone or to be subdued by my oppressors. And I would also like to give a very big thank you to Patrick Anum, Stephen Kefas, Zari Yusuf, because they have been the ones who have been really hampering on the historical evidences, historical facts about the diverse cultures that exist across the Middle Belt region. Then I want to talk about Latin. You might be wondering why is Latin related to the Middle Belt, but linguistically it is not really like from the ancestral part. Latin is considered to be a dead language, and the classical Latin to be precise. And the reason why it is considered to be a dead language is because there are no indigenous native speakers of that language. But then, even with Latin being a dead language, most of the English words that we speak right now have their origins and etymology traced down to Latin language. And European science and civilization kind of owes it to the Latin language. Then bringing it down to the context of Nigeria, where we have a diverse linguistics, rich culture. How many of these local languages, some languages go undocumented, that is to say, nobody even knows that this language exists to even say that they want to deduce that verbal form of communication into written form. Most people don't even know. So most minority ethnic languages do not even have the kind of spotlight that Latin has. So even if Latin is a dead language, it is widespread across everywhere. That is why I can just, it's one Google search away. You can go and just search of Latin, you'll see. But then what happens to the other ethnic groups that are here across Nigeria? And then I've been seeing a lot of like even in the likeness of Bello Erifai with WhatsApping, saying things like, "Oh, this is the middle," making fun of the agenda. And I want to reiterate that this middle belt awakening is not based on religious lines. Of course, we have indeed people who are, for instance, the Nupe people. There are a lot of them who are actually Muslims, and of course, there are also Nupe people who are Christians as well. So this is more of like a movement that cuts across all the places where there are actually languages that people speak different from Hausa. That does not make a Hausa language inferior or something like that. It is us owning up to our identity that we actually have a tribe, and the stereotype of classifying every single person coming from the northern Nigeria to be Hausa is false. So basically, that is just what I want to say. And if we do not really try to speak up about this, our languages might end up becoming like Latin. Then what happens? If we then have like if we then lose our, what I'm just trying to say is that we then lose our linguistics culture, because an average, I would say, from my own place where I come from, an average Plateau person is somehow to some extent like a Yoruba person. Culture is very important to us. So the moment you take away culture, you have taken away our identity. The moment, because language and culture are intertwined, they are mutually exclusive. You cannot take one out of the other. So that is why it is important. So when you see anybody saying something like, "Oh, this is a religious something," it is not. It is us fighting and trying to come out of any sort of oppression. And of course, again, what I saw about Mosapin saying that Southern Kadunas are settlers. But then the Nok civilization, where we all sprout out from, is actually 1500 BC old, and then they started smelting iron about 500 BC. So then, how then can people who have existed long before even Christ came be settlers? It doesn't really make any sense, because I don't really know why they are connecting it to politics or something like that, but that is definitely not the agenda. And thank you so much for giving me this little time to explain. And I hope that the more people continue to know, they will tell the rest, and then hopefully a lot of our people will be awakened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Thank you. I am very, very happy that we are saying this all the time for people to understand. It has nothing to do with religion. It just has to do with people speaking up for their culture. Because I know these pin masters in APC and PDAPC, they'll try to put it, obedient are trying to say this, trying to say that. No, we are saying the middle belt is made up of Muslims, Christians, traditional worshippers that are coming out to say we are indigenes of a place. We are not Hausas. And that has no disrespect to the Hausa tribe. The Hausa tribe they are beautiful, wonderful people that is also mixed with Christians and Muslims. Lies all these lower so-called, I also say so-called minority tribes. Let them speak. And the education I'm getting is very, 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 very. I have people in my DM saying that they never knew what they're hearing today on this place. I am so, so grateful that Nigerians can now understand how diverse we are as a people and learn to respect everybody's culture and ideology. It's very, very important. Thank you, my sister Deborah. Thank you. Always welcome on the platform. All right, then move straight real quick to my brother Savik. Then I'll come to you, Miss Barriat. Thank you for joining us one more time. Savik, my brother, you have the space. Good evening.
Hello, Saddam, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Go on, bro.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to thank him, right, for the great submission that he gave. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, why are you using your earpiece?
No, no, I'm not using. I'm actually driving.
Go on, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I want to thank Ibrahim for the excellent submission that he gave. Actually, I agree with him. Every single thing he said there, 100%. Again, I want to thank him again for, the kind of effort and the kind of dimension that he brought to the campaign and continue to drive in this movement. One thing I want to add with this discussion is that a lot of the folks that have joined us in this movement identify the ideology of moving Nigeria from consumption to production. And this consumption mentality is actually what is holding the northern part of the country back. And this master-slave relationship, which we need to kill, the master-slave relationship. And that's why we are having over 20 million people out of school in the north. Real Babes, I think, hit the nail on the head when he said that these guys are doing these things intentional. It's intentional. It is not about for the benefit of the North or for the benefit of Nigeria. Everything that this political class are doing is intentional. I give you an example. Let me even use the South now as an example. Look at what the political class are using Wicked to do against the Rivers people. It's not only in the north. The fight is actually, that's why we need our northern brothers and every single person to understand that this fight is between the elites, the political class, and every other Nigerian. That's the problem. That's why when I see a lot of people saying this about, oh, you are trying to denigrate the north by saying that they are poor, you are doing this, you are doing that, you do not understand the fight. The fight is between the political class and ordinary Nigerians. Look at what Wike is doing in River State. Look at what David Omahi is doing in Ebonyi State. This political class, they don't care about ordinary Nigerians, and unfortunately, because they have weaponized poverty, they get away with it. And that's why this obedient movement is so crucial, and it's so crucial for us to reclaim this country. And so every single one of us should jettison this thing in our mind that the obedient movement is somehow tainted with religious bigotry. That's actually what they try to sow, and that message and that narrative they try to sow is actually to look for a way to divide the movement. It's actually to look for a way to divide the movement, and so that they can conquer. And so this discussion we're having right now is actually healthy for us to move forward, because what has happened the last 2 weeks shows where these elites are, the strategy they are trying to employ, and which is what kind of message can we use to divide this movement? Because like Abraham said, this is one of the movements that is going to change Nigeria and change Africa. And we should not entertain anything that these elites are going to bring, because now they're trying to skew it into a fight between Christians and Muslims. No, it is not. It is a fight between the elites and ordinary Nigerians. And I think our brothers in the north, people like Aboki Nagari, should understand this. They should understand it and stop falling for these guys that want to change the narrative. So in a bit to round up, because I'm actually driving and it's raining heavy right now, I'm just struggling to talk. I'm struggling to talk on top of my voice. Please, please, and please, every single one of us should understand that this fight that Peter Obi is helping us to fight is a fight for the soul of Nigeria. It's a fight for the soul of Nigeria. It's not a fight for Christians. It's not a fight for Muslims. It's not a fight for atheists. It's not a fight for traditional worshippers. It's a fight for ordinary Nigerians, irrespective of where you're coming from. Let's understand it that way. Let's understand that the people that are trying to sow this division within us, they have their game plan, because they don't want the ordinary Nigerians to unite, because they know if we unite, we are going to fight them and defeat them. So they don't want that. So please, I thank every one of us that are lending our voice to this. Let's stick together, because we're still going to fight a lot of fight up ahead the mic.
Thank you very much, my
But
brother
also,
Sambi.
I wanted to comment something. I don't want people to feel like we're just piling on the north. This is not the. See, Nigeria is just a mess. It's the entire region, But I think I don't want to make it feel like we're just speaking on the north, but like it's every region is a mess. This multidimensional poverty doesn't spare any region. Every region is part of this multidimensional poverty. It's just that one region just seems to have more, but yet some people just seem to celebrate because they are still in power. That's why it feels so. I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, we're just piling on. No, we're not. That's not what it's about. And anyone with a logical functioning brain that thinks would understand that the Middle Belt movement is not an anti-Hausa or Fulani movement. It's just them finally saying, yo, we're separate, we're different, and this is who we are. We're proud of our culture and we want to showcase it. So it's simple as that. Thank you, Saddam. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, let Miss Barrier can come in right now. Good evening.
Hi, Saddam. Inyabzek Serenyin, Bombiangzuba. I knew you said we should greet
Yes,
in our
so
language when
please,
we
please say it
come up
again,
to
please.
Saddam,
speak.
please don't repeat what she's saying. Just Miss Barrier,
Okay,
just
mute your mic, please. Mute your mic, for easy clarity. Please, Miss B, fire on again. One more time.
Inyabzek Serenyin, Bombiangzuba.
He had
And what?
best MD
Saddam.
or who's Abuda. I get them now.
Inyabzek Serenyin,
He upset
Bombiang.
here.
Serenyin,
Seringen.
Bombiang.
Eh?
Bawumbiang. Like I'm saying hello
Saddam,
to all of you, my brothers and
Bawum
sisters.
Biang. Bawum
Saddam, you go
Biang.
bite your tongue.
Balenza.
Saddam,
Bawum
just
Biang,
breathe. Breathe.
So it's me saying hello to all of you, my dearest brothers and sisters, in our language, Baju. For all of you that I'm sure I have spoken on this platform not once, not twice, I'm sure by now everyone is very much aware that I have always been very proud of where I come from, Southern Kaduna. When this space was ongoing, for a long time, I just come in and I listen and I'm fine. I wasn't also going to say anything today because I was really happy listening and learning from everyone. Because as Mr. Peter Obi will say, anyone who believes he knows it all and doesn't want to open up their minds to learning more is an idiot. And that's exactly what it is. And for me, I am grateful to all of the speakers on this platform who have lent their voices, to all of the heated, conversations that have been ongoing on the social media space, a space that has come to liberalize, how we now spread the news all across, Nigeria and beyond, because before we had just the mainstream media and the radio giving us the news. But today, we have the news right in our hands. I don't have to watch the TV. In short, my screen, my phone has become my TV and my radio where I get all the news that I want to get. Thank you, And three speakers just made me really want to say something today. And first on the list, Ibrahim. Ngode Sosai. Ngode Bagangang. Ngode. Like what you did on this platform this evening. It takes a mind of rare courage and bravery, to speak, knowing fully well that this conversation will go beyond just this space. I can't thank you enough for what you just did. I remember watching the movie Long Walk to Freedom when Nelson Mandela was brought before Frederick de Klerk in one of the scenes. He had this because he had to ask Frederick de Klerk, like, why are you so scared of me? Why are you so scared of this movement? Because we don't carry guns. We have never called for violence. We have never asked that anybody be hurt. I have never used my voice to call for violence. I have only just advocated for peaceful change. And that is what I stand for, and every other person. And he says, you fear me and so many others because we only come armed with the truth. That that is very, very important. That truth that is lethal. That one and only truth that can change the entire narrative of what you have fed the majority of South Africans. And this is what I likened with the obedient movement. You do not bear arms. You carry no guns. You carry no swords. You carry nothing when it comes to weapons. The only weapon you have is your mouth, your God-given mouth. My tribal name is Bariat. It means someone who talks. I have once shared why I was named Bariat by my mom, because she said from the minute I got to a certain whatever month in her stomach, I was already talking. And she was like, whoa, what am I carrying in my belly? And she named me Bariat. And my father gave me Kasham, which means something beautiful. So today I said I can, of course, I already bear Bariat, but I'm like, I'm going to drop all my English names and adopt only my tribal names so that I would really, carry on with this one identity that I have. Southern Kaduna, a place I am very proud of, because I know what my people have been through for us to even get to where we are today. That I can speak on platforms like this, that I can speak the English that I am able to use to communicate to everyone here, is because our parents said we must be different. We must be given also this opportunity that they couldn't get. Thank you, Ibrahim. Saddam, when you said you're going to make sure that you get the submission of Abdul Karim to go viral, is very important. Very important. In whatever way you can get this submission of Ibrahim today on this platform out there on Twitter, on whether Instagram, Facebook, on the Violence Space Radio, and on WhatsApp. Let it go out. It is very important, because the only thing those bloody, irresponsible, useless elites have always used in the North is religion and tribalism. That's the only thing they know. That's the only thing they know. When he mentioned all the Islamic countries that today swim in wealth, they don't even have poor people in their midst. I don't think there's any poor person in Saudi Arabia. Like a citizen of Saudi Arabia that is poor. I don't know whether there's any citizen of Bahrain that is poor. I don't know whether there's any citizen of Dubai that is poor. I don't know whether there's any citizen of Qatar that is poor. And these are all Islamic countries. And look at the difference from all these Islamic countries that do not, just propagate only religion as a means to an end. But development. Look at where they are today compared to that area where we come from. So today that we're saying we're middle belters and you see them fighting is because for so long they have tried to take our voices away from us. I have shared my story here not once, not twice, how my mom had to go get me Kaduna North local government. I had to go find the one I went to get myself. I said, oh, wow, Maureen, I've been very stubborn. It seems I saw the date. I'm holding it right here. 2nd January 1995. I made that trip. I remember I put my father, my late dad, I said, no, Dad, I am going to Zonkua. I am going to Zonkua to get this local government indigenization letter. I will not use this Kaduna North local government. I will not. And my dad took me, I stayed in my auntie's house. And I have that letter in front of me. And I am so proud that I did it. Because I didn't know what it meant for me to fight to get this at that time. But it all makes sense now. I am holding it and I am very proud. The lady who spoke first from Jaws, I've been seeing her tweets, pushing this conversation, brilliant conversation. You see, these conversations I've once said here that they tell you are uncomfortable conversations. We must fucking have it. If we're going to have an indivisible Nigeria where every one of us will be respected, dignified, and values placed on all of us, we must have these very uncomfortable conversations. The Southwest that we all thought. So when Otumba and who was it that spoke not too long ago, Sadiq, and even the Abdul Karim spoke about no, and the lady Deborah, and the lady who cried, she made me cry. She was one of the reasons to why I had to make this request. And I say that it is really not about tribe and religion. The most exposed region, as we were told, the Southwest. What did we see from the same Southwest? We still see today The so-called, the so-called educated region. My goodness, supporting a criminal. The supposed. But thank God, there are likes of Otumbas on this platform. There are likes of Jimmys on this platform. There are so many other Yorubas on this platform that have come out to say, no, this is not who we are. Because the only way evil thrives is when good people stay silent. They have thrived and benefited from the silence of our parents. I once did a video after that election when Saddam says, guys, we won an election. That was how I started that video. I will find it and put it out again. When Abdul Karim said we won an election, I remember that bit. I said, we fucking won an election in 8 months. But guess what? If we had gotten that on a platter, you and I will not be having all of these other major conversations that we must have for this country to work. I tell you, Peter Obi would go in inheriting too many issues. But guess what? We're fixing the issues before Peter gets into office, inshallah, inshallah Jesus, which we will when we reclaim our mandates. We're already having these uncomfortable conversations that they have said is forbidden. What I find funny about the North is when they don't speak about their own issues. Then when you try to highlight the issues, they come at you and they tell you, oh, but we are also being killed. Oh, but this is... But fuck you guys. When people were taking on all of these issues, what did you tell them? You called them names. I remember my journey 2014 when I walked into that Unity Fountain. I didn't know what I was walking into, but I signed up for it. And I still stand by everything that made me walk into that fountain. There was no attack. You think DSS used to come to the Unity Fountain every freaking day and we could fucking identify them. The minute they come in our midst, we'll tell you are DSS. You sit down here and you listen to everything we have to say. And I don't give a toss. When people say, oh, Maureen, are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Is this a life we're living where you can't close your eyes, where you can't move from point A to point B? Is this life everywhere you go around you, there is poverty? So when I remember seeing tweets when people were writing and saying, gosh, we're going to go and buy lands in Niger State once PO gets into office. Isn't that something to be proud of? When people talk about the North that you so-called want to protect, what are you protecting? The illiteracy level? The poverty level? Is that what you choose to protect? Because they serve your fucking interest, just a few of you. And I've always said, Randa Arewa Zatatashi, the day Arewa will decide that they have had enough, there will be no hiding place for any motherfucking elite that comes from that place. My only prayer is that may my people not be victims when such a day of doom comes. Obedience, hold your heads high. For everyone listening to this very, very, very important conversation today, take this with you. You are on the right path. Forget about the fucking white hair people. Forget about every irresponsible fucking elder that comes out to tell you, oh, you are unlettered and you are rubbish. They are the ones who are rubbish. Do not let them rewrite the rules of what values should be. Just as Peter Obi said, beavers, basic values accepted in a society. There are basic values for Christ. You don't need to have religion to fucking tell you what is right and wrong. Nobody needs religion. Nobody needs to tell you what is right, what should be done, and what shouldn't be done. Right and wrong is already there. It's spelled out. It's clear. It's clear. It's white. It's either white or it's black. Don't let anybody make you feel less of yourself. Stand by what you believe in. So when I saw also the trend of the middle belt, I was like, yes, wake up, folks. Wake up and bake. Bake, sit down, cross your legs, eat your cake, drink your wine, drink your whiskey, whatever it is you want to take. Fucking do it. Don't let anybody intimidate you off the streets. Don't let anybody intimidate you off where you live. Don't let anybody fucking intimidate you off the road. We are Nigerians, all of us, with equal rights. Because when the fire comes, it's going to consume. You see, the problem is they don't know when to stop. They don't know when to stop. So they keep pushing, they keep pushing, they keep pushing, they keep pushing. But I tell you all, for standing by this truth that you have decided, because for some of us, it's actually gut-wrenching to see people in their old ages coming out to tell us white is black and black is white, and they are demanding respect from you. Don't fucking respect nobody. They don't deserve it. They don't. When I did that video, I said nobody today that crosses your path in the name of being an elder should be spared. I knew the curses people. I said, but I stand by my words. Because even in my family, I don't give a toss. I have so many white hair uncles in my village who I give them a piece of my mind whenever they cross my path or they cross my line. Your white hair does not guarantee respect. You must earn it. And that is the real Nigeria that we are fighting for today. Thank you, obedience. Stand firm for what you believe in. Abdul Karim, I will just continue to pray for you because I know you are walking on a territory, where the easiest thing to do is to attack you and tell you, oh, you are a Kafiri, or you are aligning yourself with Kafiris, because that is all the messaging that they can put out there. What is wrong in a Peter Obi saying when he gets into office, the North will be his biggest baby? What is wrong? What is fucking wrong with saying that, for crying out loud? It's because he has seen the vast opportunities that lies in the North, with no one single factory working in that North. Yet there's so many things that can come from that North. All around us in Nigeria. When I went to school in Onitsha at age 11, I always tell people, when people call me Hausa because I come from the North, I used to fight that. So I'm happy that we're having these conversations now, because I'm a Jew girl, double JU, proudly one. From Fadia to Dungwada, Zangon cut off local governments. When that lady tells you where we come from, we are warriors, we're fighters. We sucked it from our mother's breasts. We know the fair face. That's who we are. And today we're standing and owning our true identity. The fact that we speak Hausa, a language that was passed on to us by the colonial masters, does not make me Hausa, and doesn't make anybody who speaks Hausa also my enemy. Our oldest sister, the first child of our family, is a Muslim. Her name is Mariam. When they gave birth to her, her name was Patience. She's been to Saudi so many times. She has 2 boys. I've spoken about them several times on this platform. And I don't love her less. Neither do I not love her sons. I love them with everything in me. So I don't see religion. I only see rich and poor. And I only see a class divide by the very greedy, evil monsters that have been fed in this country. They were given everything. They had everything going on for them. They had everything going on for them. I only saw this evening Dr. Joe Abba coming to try and apologize. And where I was, I felt if I had a book, I would have just thrown it, And I'm like, what fucking nonsense. Young people are here every day fighting for their lives. They are telling you they want a country that works. This is what every one of you here has said. That's all I've heard every one of you here saying. That all you want is a Nigeria that fucking works. You're not asking for too much. We're saying give us a level playing field where merit will work, not nepotism, not face me or who do you know. So guys, you're fighting a good fight. We are all fighting a good fight, and we're in it to win it. And win we must, and win we shall. We're not going to be pushovers. We're not going to take anything lying low. We would no longer be afraid of speaking truth to power. Zari, I don't know if you're here. Dr. Mo, I don't know if you're here. You guys have been awesome. When Zari reached out to me, I told him I am in Kaduna because my mom has been in and out of hospital, and we have had so many emergencies, but God in his infinite mercies, she's doing well now. And I said, but I know that when I'm fully back to Abuja, come what may, even if it's just for a few hours, I'll find myself too on the street, because it is very important. It is very important. Don't take our silence for foolishness. And don't take our silence for us being, that we're cow. No, we're never going to be bullied out of this space. If I was ever going to be bullied out of social media, it would have been 2014. You see what Adeyanju and the Sega Links are doing today? They just didn't start it in 2023 because of Peter. They have been doing the same nonsense since 2014 when I joined Twitter. They have been vile, they have been evil, they have been nothing but the same creatures that you see them showcase today. There's, sometimes when I see people say, I never knew this person, and I just shake my head. And I'm like, for some of us who have been at the receiving end of this nonsense, this is who they have always been. But I'm happy all of them have been exposed. So we now know who the true enemies of a working Nigeria are. And we must not lift our legs or our knees off their neck. We must take our country back. whatever it is that we would have to do to organize ourselves. When Saddam spoke about, I was on one space when Saddam spoke, I'll round up with this, was speaking about their different forms of advocating, the different forms of agitation. Let me tell you guys, BBOG, we never had this number that obedience have today. This army, when Ibrahim was talking about 6 million votes, you think is a joke? 6 million people, and these are they suppressed our votes. Because I can tell you, we had, I'm sure, close to 12 to 13 million votes that voted for PO. BBOG, I could count us. But what we used effectively, I joined Twitter 20. I didn't even know how to use Twitter. But if there was anything that we used effectively and we got the support, I listened to Saddam that day, and he was right. We made sure that we stayed on the issues. We made sure that we made it uncomfortable for even any foreign dignitary that was coming into the country. We found a way to get to that person. You must hear us. Every life must matter. And before you knew it, of course, the West aligned, because there were certain voices that couldn't be shut down in that movement. I can tell you that for a fact. So stay on these issues. Every day, trend a certain hashtag. Make sure, even if it means one day we would go off this Twitter locally and use VPN so that all across the world we're trending a particular hashtag. And then we can now come back to the same platform that we use back home. So be it. We must begin to organize properly, so that the world will know that honestly we are not joking and we shouldn't be messed around with, because we have a country to save from charlatans, from thieves, criminals, and rogues who today have formed dynasties that they want their children to carry on with. And we must stand firm and say, God forbid, we didn't inherit the silence of our parents, and we would ensure that we end this madness this time around, because we have the numbers, we have the knowledge, we have the brilliant people amongst us, we have intelligent people amongst us, we have creative minds amongst us who can do so many things, wonderful things that these old idiots can never contemplate of doing. All they have is that useless age that they showcase around to tell you they are elders. Elders, my ass. Enough of that nonsense. Thank you very much for all that you do here. And for the lady that cried, I want you to know that very soon you will cry tears of joy, because in the Committee of Nations. And as Ibrahim said, when Nigeria gets liberated, Africa would be liberated. Cry no more. It is time to wear that armor of going to the battle. We must face these people. Madness for madness. As my sister Aisha Yusufu will say, and I end with it, in this, there's no Mr. Nice in Barrago, I will come, as Reliever Best said. It's a free movement. You fucking join and you fucking leave when you want to. But when you leave, please do us a favor. Please do us a favor and not denigrate what you once shamelessly said you stood for. Because if you indeed ever stood for anything, then nothing should shake your belief or stance in that movement or in that particular thing that you said you once believed in. We're fighting to liberate not ourselves, but the entire region. In all those Almajiris you see walking around in the north, therein would lie the solution maybe to the problem of cancer in the world. Therein might lie the solution to one of the biggest crises the world is facing today. But we have them roaming the streets. For what reason? Because some selfish idiots have decided that I come from the middle belt right now. And the earlier we understand that we're not each other's enemies, but that we're fighting a good cause that will liberate us all and make sure that we run these people out of this madness that they're trying to put us in, the better for us. Don't bring any nonsense to me, or whether you come from the southeast or wherever. It is in Nigeria that we all know the green passports we carry, and we have a country to save. But before then, be proud of where you all come from. Be proud of your cultures. When you see bad, call it out. When you see good, heap your praises on it. Dance around it and make sure that the world hears of that good. And that good we shall put leave the footprints of all these good things that we're fighting to ensure that we enthrone it in this country. Thank you very much for listening to my rant. Thank you. Kazaya Brang Serenyin Ngodi.
Kazaria Brian Inserio Ungode. Thank you.
Saddam. Saddam.
Thank you now. Tumba, let me make a delay on this language where they speak. Allow me, please. Allow me. Kazaria Dam Unseri Ungode. And so, thank you, my sister. God bless you. What a wonderful submission. I have 2 submissions. All right, let's keep the mic going. Woo! My big bro Akin is here. Akin, don't tell me we don't see you. Oh, no, hear your voice for this church. Oh. You heard you have now gone to other churches to be paying tithes, and you refuse to bring your tithes to our church and offerings. I don't know what is wrong. Yes.
And that is blackmail APC style. So we don't know if they have hijacked your microphone. But look, I miss the violent space. You guys have been doing the Lord's work. It's good to see a lot of growth, impact, influence, positive. I think you've grown this thing very well. Kudos to you, Otumba, Omar, N6. Me and N6 always jam for church on Monday, so we get one church venue like that. You know the place now, Saddam. But
I know.
anyway,
You're a good off service.
we still see on Monday, but the Lord is good. Is all I can say. Look, guys, Miss Bayard, you're always charcoal in my tea kettle. You keep it steaming, and I hope that you continue to stay courageous, speak with that amazing, inspiring voice of yours. Look, something I heard again on this space, I've been down quietly listening. Women are leading the charge. Some of us were disappointed this week with a childhood hero, Wole Soyinka, stepping into poo-poo and using some very colorful words to paint a movement I equally tried to take some credit for. I don't know what ganja Baba is smoking, but I wouldn't come on stage here to denigrate him, but to only say this: the universe does something beautiful at every turn. When it's retiring the wise old ones who would start faltering, it replaces with a brilliant set that belonged to our generation, and Chimamanda Adichie is that person. I would say this: look, Baba can retire, lock his front door, and chant all the pirate songs he wants in his bedroom. If he likes to wear yellow underwear or green berets, that's his wahala. But I'm saying this because seeing sort of the changes that just happened within the last 48 hours, her article, if you've not seen the article, Saddam, please post the article on the Jumbotron. Very, very important. It was brilliant. It was fantastic. My LinkedIn is on fire. I have a few hundred white people that follow me, and everyone is just taking interest in the political space in Nigeria. All it took was for a young writer from the Southeast to put Nigeria's issues on the world stage. You see Lai Mohammed flying to America with a retinue of aides, business class or private jet to come do, PR damage. And all it took was a masterstroke of a pen from Chimamanda to basically water down all that nonsense. Guys, if this generation is not blessed, I don't know what else to say. I think we're very, very fortunate. It's equally okay that many of us are waking up and answering the call, doing what's very difficult. I would say this, and I don't plan to hug this mic for too long. You said some things, Ibrahim, earlier. I don't know if you're still here on the stage, that were quite, thought-provoking. But we belong to a very selfish generation where elites are our number one problem. It's not the poor man on the street that cannot feed his family, or the one that works 2-3 jobs, or earns 400 naira a day and spends 350 eating and nothing left for even school fees. It's the elites in our midst that are the problem. And I say this because I've never gone through the audience to see if they are here, but some of them are my friends. I would even say shameless, with a lot of shame on my face. And, it's down to, what am I going to get? How would it benefit me? And nothing that takes a holistic look and says, how would this country benefit from one policy or the other? And it is
Very, very sad to see where we are. So what I thought my father's generation failed to do, I'm seeing people in my generation looking to get a piece of that pie. And guys, look, go into conversations, try to convince people, but understand that where they have drawn the line and say it's all about me first. And whatever you are seeking in a quest for, national progress or perhaps, the ability for Nigeria to move forward, understand that that is where the enemy lines are drawn. And I've equally made it personal because for me now, it's not just a question of, oh, it's politics. Don't take, I'm just saying to myself, what will it take for my generation to get it right? So again, Saddam, Otumba, great work. I love what you guys are doing. I'm mostly back office doing a lot of ground activities. By the time my day is done, 21, 22 hours gone, I see these spaces I can't even join in. Fortunately, I've got some downtimes. I said, okay, I'm going to make sure I log in today and at least enjoy these beautiful conversations. So guys, well done. Kudos. Again, as you can see, I have gone on a very violent streak. I am a Vawulence member, but in the tweeting section, not in the audio section. So again, let's keep the heat going. Keep these guys on their toes. I think I scored my first badge of honor. FFK blocked me today after I called him an Ellen Boro. For those that don't understand Yoruba, it means big-mouthed fool. But again, look, me are taking off the gloves and I am going scorch earth. Look, in the streets, on Twitter, bring it on, man. I need a look face. Anyways, guys, back to you. Thanks, eh?
Thank you very much, Aki. Welcome back to church. I miss your voice. Thank you for all you do on the back channel. Thank you very much, my brother. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think we'll be doing for gender equality. One guy, one girl. Please, middle belt. I need middle belt sauce. Some. Let me bring in before I come to my brother Danbo, let me bring in someone. Gratitude, Andrew. You have the space. Good evening. Abi, good morning from my side. Gratitude
Good
and
morning. It's Gertrude, Andrew. Good
hey,
morning.
Gertrude. Sorry, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Where are you spacing from?
I'm spacing from Jos.
Ooh, which
Yeah.
middle belt?
Yes, middle belts. I mean, I'm currently in just not, but I'm actually from Pangshin local government. And my name is
Angas.
Nenrit. Yes, I'm on gas from Pangshin.
Angas, Ngolongas. That is the street. Yeah,
Yes, that is. You're very right.
I'm a just boy now. So please, in Angas, tell us hello, good evening, everybody.
Okay. Doundung actually. So it's morning. Uranye. And I would like to continue in English.
Wait,
Okay.
please. Just say it one time, eh?
Doundung. Doundung. Uranye.
Guranye,
Chitingranye. Chitingranye.
Shitingranye,
Chitingranye. That's how's work.
Shitingranye.
Okay, we can leave that for now, but I'm sure with time you would be able to learn.
Do Shitingranye. Hmm? Okay, continue, my sister.
Good morning, everyone. I've really been trying to speak on this space for a very long time. I'm very grateful for having the opportunity to be able to speak. And earlier, while my very good friend Kang Yang was speaking, she made mention about land possession in Just Not. Like I said earlier, I'm calling from Just Not, but I would like people to know that there are certain places in Just Not that I cannot go to, and I am a full-blown indigene of Plateau State. And this all happened because of a certain pattern of crisis that goes on in Plateau State. So apparently, some parts of our city is divided into religiously dominated areas. While moving the whole advocacy for the MiddleBelt Awakening, someone even told me, like, it was just a bluff, though. I took it as a bluff, but it felt like a threat, saying I should come to his own part of the area and then see what could happen. Now, she made mention of something about people selling the land, and there was a movement trying to stop the sale of the land. That is there. We can't take it away from it. In every society, no matter how good you try to make things hard, there are always people that go out of the way to I don't know, make things controversial. And I honestly don't see a problem with selling of land. I mean, it's your property. You could actually do whatsoever you want to do with it. But I just want to note out that majority of the land occupied was not just sold, it was grabbed. People were killed and chased. And all the owners of these properties could not and cannot go back because their religion does not favor where their properties are currently situated. Um, for example, there are some parts in Terminus towards Just North that was actually dominated by Yorubas and Igbos from the structures there. You know, there's this certain thing about Nigerians. We all have a pattern of how we love to live. We have a pattern of how we build structures. From the structures there, you can clearly state that these are the people that were there. But they were killed, they were massacred, and out of fear, you can't go back to your land. This is where the issue of land grabbing comes into play. I mean, you could legally own a property and you don't have to kill people for it. We have a lot of Igbos, Yorubas, people from other tribes that are in Plateau State. And I'm very glad that Saddam said he grew up in Jos. And I don't know if you've been to other states, you'd be able to compare that Plateau people are very loving people. God, I'm so proud. Like, I feel,
Plateau people are the best. Plateau people are the best people in the world, in the
thank you.
whole world,
Thank
in the
you.
whole world. Trust me.
I feel so proud. I was actually born in Lagos. I was born in Lagos. We stayed in the barracks before we came back to Plateau State. And even when I was born, that was why I love the fact that the title of this space was changed to Middle Belt Awakening. Because when I was in Lagos, I knew I was from the Middle Belt. I made a tweet about it. It's very surprising, but it was in history class in SS1 that I found out that Plateau State is considered north. And I was confused because I was like, okay, so what is Middle Belt? It was gradually that I started following up history, and then I realized that there was a white paper that reads us as Middle Belt, but it was changed for some selfish reasons. Actually, I'm a graduate of History and International Studies from the University of Jos. So being able to keep up with history and see that even this Middle Belt reawakening is not just noise. We have historical backings and facts. Earlier, like my linguist sister here also mentioned, talking about our languages. It's even interesting to know that we have 54 different ethnic groups under our 17 local governments. But for a very long time, we've been able to preserve our tribes. Now, my tribe is my identity. I hold my tribe very close to me. So when somebody tries to make me feel like my tribe is not what's being heard, it really, really gets to me. I can remember clearly that one of the reasons why suddenly the whole Middle Belt Awakening came online is because most of us from Plateau State, from Kaduna, from Benue, from the north that have our own tribes that are not Hausa, are sharing a particular narrative. And it always comes mostly when you go out of your state for NYSC or when you go to school out of your state. I remember in my NYSC camp in 2019, there was this Tarok lady of my Plateau sister that slapped somebody in the camp because he kept calling her Hausa, Hausa, and she kept telling him, stop. This was like 1 week through the camp. So then when you come out to share your story, you find out that it's the same fate that we all go through. We have our different languages and you still call us Hausa. There is absolutely nothing wrong with being Hausa. Absolutely nothing. Because the moment we say there's something wrong with being Hausa, it means we're trying to say there's something wrong with being Yoruba, something wrong with being Igbo, something wrong with being Efik. No, there's absolutely nothing wrong. And it is a very proud thing for everybody to hold on to their languages. Now, you can't bring me down because I keep telling you I'm Ngas. I don't think that that's supposed to be a problem. I actually fell in love with Miss Barriat when she was speaking. Oh my god. I don't even know how to show how excited I was when she was speaking, and also with Mr. Ibrahim when he was speaking. And from the things Mr. Ibrahim said, he even made me jot out some things down. When our leaders try to use religion to divide us, it hurts me a lot. Because in Nigeria, even down here in Plateau State, We have people that are not Christians. They are traditionalists. They are holding on to the culture. In fact, just a week ago, my people just finished celebrating a certain festival, Morgi Festival, where the masquerades of our land are going to grace everywhere in beauty and color, with their white clothes and leaves all around, and dance because the rainy seasons are approaching, and so they have to appease the gods. We have traditionalists in Nigeria. We have Christians. We have Muslims. And if you check one thing common about all these religions, both being a traditionalist, a Christian, and a Muslim, all these religions speaks humanity. It speaks that there is a God that loves good, and it speaks that there's an afterlife after we leave this world, which is where you atone for whatsoever consequences you have lived in life. Now, if we're bringing it back to our leaders trying to cause division, they mostly focus on Islam and Christianity. And it pains me the most because they forget to see the fact that Islam loves Christianity. A certain time in history says that the great prophet Muhammad even stayed in the convents with reverend sisters. And even in the Quran, there's mention of people of the book. People of the book. We have our holy book in Christianity. There's the holy book in Islam. If you go through these books, it is preaching morality. But when our politicians want to use religion to divide us, they forget about the corruption that they are into, and then make it feel like we hate Muslims and Muslims hate us. And it's so painful that this kind of narrative moves very fast to a person that does not really understand what these people are trying to do. Mrs. Barriat said her sister is a Muslim. My father's elder brother is an imam in Central Mosque in Mangu. My father's younger sisters and his younger brother is a Muslim. I have Muslim first cousins. My mother's immediate elder sister is a Muslim. I have Muslim first cousins from my mother's side and from my father's side. And guess what? All of us are Ngas, front and back. We have our language, which means Islam, even on the plateau, is not just designated to the Hausa people. We have family members that are Muslims and we love them, of course. And then we get to see the beauty and the light of the religion through them. We're not foolish people. So each time they try to wage this religious war, because that was what I noticed all through this whole Middle Belt movement, is like we are trying to make a narrative. Okay, there are people in the south. I'm from Plateau State. I am not Hausa. We know that you people in the north that are Hausa know that we're not Hausa. Because even when we try to speak the Hausa that we know, you tell us that this is not Hausa. I, for one, learned Hausa from my neighbors when I came to Jos. They were from Kasina. Very loving people, very peaceful people. We stayed together for almost 8 years. There was no issue. I would go to their house and eat. They would come to my house and eat. I could go to their house, bathe, dress, and all of those things. So when I try to see people inside religious uh, issues, which is actually a norm here in the in Plateau State, it really hurts me. Now, earlier,
My sister, please, you try to wrap up in like a minute, yes, so we can have other people speak. And
okay.
thank you.
Earlier, Mr. Ciso said something about the insecurity that is constantly moving. I think that when we begin to understand that there's something called security votes, where a huge amount of money is given to states and that money is not accounted for, we understand why these elites and politicians will want insecurity to grow. Now, the money released for security votes is given based on the level of insecurity in your state, so you could handle it. Of course, we all know that these people are bloodthirsty, hungry, greedy people that just need money coming through. So no matter how it is, or no matter how they get this money that cannot be accounted for, they want it. So then we keep being victims. And all we have been trying to say is that our lives matter. We want politicians that will think about us. And then they are making the whole obedience movement and the PO movement feel as if we're just making religious noise. For example, we have Muslims like Mr. Ibrahim and many others that are my friends that voted for a Peter Obi. I know a lot of Christians that voted for the Tinubu. So all these religious issues are actually a problem. Now, we're making mention about we're making mention about Mr. Ibrahim said something about Islamic countries that actually are very rich. And I wanted to bring our attention to a country, Kuwait. Kuwait's dinari is currently the highest currency in the world. One Kuwait's dinari is equivalent to 1,500 Nigerian naira. And this is an Islamic country with 76% of Muslims. So it has nothing to do with the religion. It has more to do with the mentality of the people that are ruling over a certain people. The whole Ahmadiyya movement, we know initially, if you know why the concept of Ahmadiyya exists, you will know that it's actually for good. The Ahmadiyya system exists for children to leave their parents' house and learn more about their religion peacefully, civilly, and go back home. But these wicked people have turned it to something different that looks like a nuisance to the society. We need all these things to come to an end. We have issues of our brother like Chudi that was arrested. I was very proud to see that he came out and shared his story about the people that are illegally detained, which is a very, very beautiful thing. I just want to motivate us in this movement that the last thing that should be at the back of our mind is the fear of death or fear of intimidation. At the end of the day, we're all going to die. So I would rather die fighting for the right cause than to die quiet. If they like, they should bring DSS to pack each and every one of us. If they have a space to put us, that is fine. But the truth is that history will record, and it will never go down that we sold our integrity to people that we know that do not care for this country. Please, if you see anything about the Middle Belt movement anywhere, please support us. We need it. We just need to be heard. We want people to know that we have our tribes, and then we are here to live for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my sister. Kai. Oh, thank you. Please, what is thank you, Ngas? Mungode is Hausa now.
Mugode.
Mugode.
Museyinlen.
Museyinle.
Thank you.
Museyinle. Thank you for that wonderful submission, my sister. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. I
Amen.
think your submission has also opened our eyes again to see what we've been saying. The Middle Belt is not about, it's very diverse culturally and religious wise. It is divided across both religion, Christians and Muslims. So this is not a cry for, it's not a religious cry. It's a cry for people that are coming out to say, we have our own culture, we have our own identity, respect us for this and allow us speak out. Thank you very much. All right, guys, please let's try and keep our submissions as short as possible because we cannot go on forever. We cannot go on to the end of the day. Please, I plead and I beg all of you, please be conscious of time while you speak. All right, thank you very much. I think let me bring in Dan Borno, my brother. Dan Borno, yeah, yo, guess what?
Yo, well done. I think Andy, she was here before me. I think.
A proper obedient. Dan Borno, you always want to All right, let's bring Andy, my brother. Go on, you have the space. Good evening. Andy LP, are you there? Can you hear me?
Or should I continue?
I'm here. Sometimes you wait. I think yesterday or the last space we had, I had to sleep off at some point. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm spacing from Lagos. Well, I just want to encourage all of us. It's been a wonderful period since last Saturday or Sunday when the propaganda machine got to a very, I think we are seeing an anticlimax at this point, and the movement itself is shaping up to something I know very well we'll get into. We shouldn't be discouraged by any means. What's happened today was like a change of baton from the old, discarding the old represented by Shoyinka and embracing the new represented by Chimamanda. And we see how desperate APC has gone. It's amazing. I mean, it's so obvious. The more they show their desperacy, the clearer it becomes that truly and truly PO won this election hands down. His case in the courts will prove quite decisive. And it's just so sad that the way APC wants to fight this, I mean, you say go to court, at the same time you are battling to prevent. Look at what Wike is doing in the south River State. Nobody has access to the election materials right now, so they can't even make a case. But the good news about all of this is it will end in a revolution. Whether it's active or passive, I don't know. People will be so riled up to the point where something will break. $800 million was borrowed. They presented it as a grant, got some media houses to call it grants. Eventually, the papers leaked and it was clearly stated as a loan. Now, that money will be shared to households the same way they shared palliatives that nobody saw. Man, Nigeria is, I don't know how somebody will build a government on this level of illegitimacy. It's so brazen. It's so bad that it whoever takes power will require powers even more than the constitution can grant. So I just want to encourage us. Without this movement, I'm not even sure if Obi will be anywhere near claiming anything. So it's going to get better. We should all register at the local, at the world level. We should all get our ID cards so that we can actually push out all these elements that have been introduced. It's a wonderful time to be alive. It's a wonderful experience identifying as an obedient. Nigeria has a very bright future with this group. The Middle East awareness, I mean, the Middle Belt awareness is fantastic. I never could believe a time will come where the biggest portion of the country. I grew up knowing that there are 19 northern states. Today, it is not the same story. If anybody is angry with that, that person should check himself. If you have any issue with the obedient movement, something is wrong with you. If you have any issue with Peter Obi, then you are certainly mad. So I can't even see any middle ground. You can't be saying yes and no at the same time concerning these basic issues. They become so basic. You cannot be supporting APC and you tell me you have a brain. It's not possible. You can't even defend Shoyinka. I mean, fascism is a kind of business, a kind of government instituted by the Nazis in Germany. So you can't come and call obedience fascist and you say, oh, you've not said anything. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Andy. AGK, you have this. Dan Bono, please, can I go on, please? Thank you.
Okay, okay. Good day, everybody. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are, my brother. Go on.
Okay. So good morning, Nigerians and my fellow obedience. As we all know, we won this election, but sadly, the mandate was stolen. So all the things you see today, the improvements, the influence and all the support we've gained and all the ground you see today, we all did it in, within a span of 1 year. So, the APC and the APC have been planning it, for the past 4 years. So, despite that, we also still that we won the election. So this is not only a win for us, but it is also, an experience for us, to gain from. So, and we started from the beginning. We didn't start for us to stop anywhere or to back down or give up. So we started this to finish, and inshallah we are going to get there. So at the same time, we all know it wasn't going to be easy. This journey is not going to be easy. So there will be lots of challenges and obstacles. So the main focus is that is our goal, which is the freedom of this country, a new Nigeria, is peaceful Nigeria, and entirely Africa at large. So we can build from our current foundation we've gained in this past election we've finished. So if you can plan within a year and achieve all these things, so imagine if we plan you know ahead of maybe planning 3 to 4 years before an election. There's it will be impossible to even think that the mandate will be stolen. And the issue of um, the hatred you know that is going down between the Hausa, Igbos, and Yorubas. So this hate is can't just fade away in a single day or a week or the rest, because as far as I'm concerned, the way I understand all these things, the hate has been planted since from when our colonial masters you know left us. So that hate was originated personal. And then this country Nigeria, we are all everybody is every region seems to be different, you understand. So both the Hausa, Igbos, and Yorubas, and then in everything we come you know and unite each other. We always tend to be divided, both in politics, when it comes to religion, traditions, culture, even in cinema, watching football clubs. We all have our different football clubs, but there's only one thing that every nigerian every Nigerian believe that this is right, you understand, which is the failure of this country. Every single person knows that this country has failed. Everybody, even Buhari himself, even Tinubu himself, every single person knows that this country has already failed. So this movement is a wake up call, understand. So and um, some of our methods of approaching things and the rest really need to change, and we need to start adopting um, rules that will suit our tradition and culture, you understand. So and then finding the solution at the same time, to overcome all these problems. So we can't continue like this. So this obedient movement seriously is a wake up call, and then this is the right time for us to stick together, and then just focus on what we intend to achieve. So the APC, these propagandas they've been shooting at Nigerians to you know bring to cause disruption, to disrupt this movement, you know to black paint this movement, to turn it into a religious or tribal you know something. Inshallah it will fail. So as long as we stick together, so no any intimidation will um, stop us. So this is the right time for us to stick together and the rest. So and then insult, insult is not you insulting somebody won't change anything, won't make him change his perspective or the rest, you understand. So at least when someone shows that he has a different political um, aspiration different from yours. You know, as long as it is democracy, everybody has his own opinion. So let's try as much as possible, to respect, our political opinions. So if another person from, Agbado or Mikano brings anything insultive or the rest, yeah, well, this one you can backfire back with an insult if you like. But the best way, is to show them that we are different from them, we are not them. You understand? Our characters, our manners of approach is totally different from them. So for me, if they insult me, I don't usually respond. If I can respond politely, and the rest. So, and gladly, I know one or two people that have converted and joined this movement all because of the kind and the kind the kind of approach and the rest. So this is all I have to say. And again, Kuma, all this effort we have been putting, at some point, you know, we all need to be registered members in our ward levels. So it is very important for the Labour Party, for the obedient, to participate in um, party affiliations, party, issues and the rest. Because you can't just be saying that you are an obedient, while in your, in your constituency or in your ward, you don't even know your chairman, or you are not even, a registered member. So as long as we keep making the party stronger, so we will be getting closer to victory. So this is all I have to say. I've forgotten many things I came up with, but I've been waiting since. But this is all I have to say for now. So thank you very much, everybody, and then may God bless you all. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Peter Obi. So as we are all supporting, well, we are all wanting a better Nigeria through him. So it's very important to put him in prayers, Sunday prayers and the rest. So, and for the Muslims, Kuma, this month is also an opportunity to pray for him. So thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you
Otumba.
very much, my brother. Thank you very much, Dumbo. Thank you. Thank you.
Sadam, I
Oh,
beg 1 minute.
all right.
Dan Brown, God bless you. See what you just talk now. You just go the solo. I go still abuse them. I go cause their generation, my brother. With nothing worry. I go cause them because see, before the election, it's understandable that we're debating with these people. Democracy. There was nothing democratic about that election. There is nothing democratic about. We know they practice the democracy again. No. This one will be saying you get your own opinion. You don't get. See, when we tell people vote wisely, some people are not wise. Vote your conscience. Some people don't get conscience. So you see all this your man, it's fine, no worry. We're nothing worry. We will cost them. After what happened on the 18th and the 25th, there's no democracy. We're just fooling around. So we are the defenders of democracy. So Dambrono, no worry. You get mine, they follow them, they talk. I go insult them because they don't want anything good for that country. I go cost them. I no send their family. I go cost them. But nonetheless, thanks for the submission.
You can respond accordingly. So it's normal. So if someone insults you, you can insult the person accordingly. But it's not a good advice. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. I think AGK had called you. AGK, please go on next, please. Please, I beg. Submissions as short as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you
Go on,
for
bro.
giving me the opportunity to speak, Otumba. It's been a very wonderful space, to be very honest. God bless the mind that thought this particular topic through, especially the middle belt. I've cried, I have shuddered, I have been shocked with majority of the things I've heard, and more particularly, I've been more convinced that yes, there is future for this country against the backdrop of the children of the corn, against the backdrop of bad leadership, against the backdrop of idiots that want to dismantle this country on tribal and religious lines. Nigeria remains a very, very beautiful place. Very beautiful. Look at the number of languages. You know, Otumba tries to shut you down each time that you try to, mimic those languages. But Nigeria is beautiful. I've learned a lot today. And all I would say for our brothers and sisters in the Middle Belt is that continue to hold what you cherish the most, and which is where you come from, your identity. I mean, a man is dead who doesn't understand or have a proper history or background of his or her identity. So that nobody is going to take away from you or from anyone. Just like Emir Saddam says, we are all Nigerians. Nobody is more Nigerian than another. We are all Nigerians. So what I have heard today is mind-blowing. Remember that they are corn northerners when it is time for elections. And then after the elections, they go back to killing. Emir Saddam just talked again. These bloodsuckers are back to the business, and we need a government that will put an end to this madness, this bloodletting of human beings. These are not goats. Even if you kill 48 goats in one fell swoop, a person who has conscience will touch you. That's a lot of blood on the street, let alone human beings. My goodness. So the very mistake we made was allowing this Boko Haram, political wing of Boko Haram, get into office in 2015, and we are now determined more than ever to wipe them away. The Egyptians we see today, we will see them no more. And then again, I want to make it clear that no government or no monetary agency will grant a government of Nigeria $800 million as a grant. That is a loan. It is a loan that the Buhari government is now trying to cash out. He has barely less than 2 months to leave office completely from our lives. So he wants to take the last loot. If they didn't share COVID-19 palliatives by the time COVID hit, and a lot of people were thrown into hunger, a lot of people were thrown into despair, they left those materials in their stores until they almost got expired, most of them spoiled. That is the same way they are going to dismantle this $800 million that they are now, and Channels is shamelessly saying this is a grant. I mean, our media houses are terrible. This is a loan. No government, no current government will grant Nigeria $800 million as a grant. So we need to, reshape that news and reshape that narrative. Unfortunately, if that money has been given, it is going to be squandered. It's going to be squandered. Lastly, we will continue to hold these people. Look, talk about our petition. More importantly, just like Emir Saddam said at the inception of this particular space, let us push up the narratives to see if the NJC and the election petition tribunals can do these things before swearing in. That is the most important thing. We cannot have an illegitimate government. We can't have a drug baron criminal, a criminal, take the mantle of leadership in this country, take that sacred oath. That is what gives me the worst nightmare. It's an insult to everybody who has worked hard. It's an insult to people that maintain their integrity and dignity every day, making sure that they are not involved in crime. So if the NJC and the Supreme Court and every other person that is involved in this tribunal should make sure that they strive so hard that these election petitions are heard and concluded before any swearing in. If it can be done in Ghana, it can be done in Kenya, why not Nigeria? Why do we have 180 days? For what? Almost a whole year talking about an election that we spent.
Please, AJ, please, 30 seconds, please. Bro, have to end this, please,
Yes,
please.
yes. So that's about the last thing I wanted to say. But to everyone who has participated, thank you very much for being here. And God willing, we'll get our mandate back and we'll restore Nigeria. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Guys, please let's try and keep the submissions short. I beg, please. You have to shut down the space any moment from now. I've been here since 4:00.
Yeah.
I think Steve, my brother Steve, welcome. Good evening. If you can hear me, you have the space. Please go on.
Yeah, good evening, Saddam. Good evening, everybody. It's been a long time on this journey. I miss you now.
Would you say you fight us?
I don't fight. I only be I don't tire for the fight. So I can't settle.
You don't fight. You
I
don't
don't tire for
tire.
the fight. You know when you fight,
We don't be fight. We that the same agenda.
agenda no great agenda. Anyway, the truth is that I told Saddam now on the WhatsApp. I miss you now. So I'm back to the house where we all began, where it first began. Anyway, I'm here because I'm concerned about what is going on. I know you guys have addressed it, but it's important that I kind of realize it. APC is clearly afraid of our petition, and this move to take away our chairman is clear. I'm sure you guys are, with all the brain power we will get here. You guys have seen the game, but the information I have is a little bit troubling. Is that they in spite of the legality or whatever we may have a counter court injunction to see restraining them. These guys do not play by the rules. They don't follow law. So their own is just to show this chairman on TV that this is the new chairman, and the next thing you won't see him again, and the next thing you see him for one hotel announcing a withdrawal of our petition because they don't want to answer the petition. So whilst the petition is ironclad solid, they really don't want to answer it because one of the reasons is that Tinubu has spent so long hiding many of these informations. So how is he going to come back now to go to court and tender to answer those prayers? So because of that, they are really finding a way to withdraw the petition. So I think obedience in Abuja, if you can, please make your way to, in a peaceful manner, of course, to the National Secretariat tomorrow. Why do we need to do that? Because APC, while they are doing the shenanigans in court and every other thing, they've sent people physically there today to chase out our chairman and occupy the place. They are really running off rough shoulders over us. For example, the Unity Fountain where we were doing peaceful protests, they went to occupy it and we changed location. These guys are really, when somebody they go to you, say you can do your worst kind of attitude. So I just wanted to use your platform as well to reach more obedience to say, if you go in Abuja or you can get to Abuja, we need to go there and show our presence. That's the way to this Abuja not be APC property. This one you don't do. This one not be Unity Fountain. This Labour Party Secretariat. This is our party, as far as we are concerned. Obedient are in Labour Party, and Labour Party is obedient. You cannot take over our house. So I just wanted to appeal to everyone that has been hesitating, or those that have been out there, Dr. Mo and others that may be on this space. Please, tomorrow morning is important to show up there, show your presence there. Let the national chairman know that he has us behind him, even though they may not come out to call us. But knowing that APC has sent physical human beings to go and take over our party secretariat, it's only incumbent on us to say, we're here. We may be quiet, but we are not really absent. We are also Nigerians. So because APC somehow, they just feel that if you bully everybody, the thing they vex me, I swear. Even in Washington, the protests we did, they tried to come and find a way to counter us there, but of course they didn't succeed. And this Lai Mohammed and his uselessness, they literally are trying to fight us on all fronts. So I think we should also fight back on all fronts. With that, I'll yield. I know so people want to speak, and Saddam is closing.
Thank you very much, my brother. Good to have you back. It's always a pleasure having you on this platform. Plenty of people reached out to me. Saddam, me and Steve, how far? I see, I see, me and Steve, don't get issue. It's just that we got to a point in our journey whereby we looked at the situation from different prisms, and It's always we. The major thing is that we're trying to get to Lagos, and Steven thinks we should go by flight. I say we should go by train, and we're still going to Lagos. But we are now understood that we still are going to Lagos. Yeah, so how we get to Lagos is irrelative, but we are going to Lagos, and we understand that we are brothers. We are on this course to salvage our country. That is the most important thing. We'll have battles along the way. We'll fight ourselves. We'll quarrel, even for family. It happen. Papa and mama they quarrel. Mama and Pikin they quarrel. Pikin and Papa. It is normal. Stephen will always remain our small nyash with the shake.
Shut
My
up
brother.
there.
Big guy, it don't big guy, so
My nyash don't my nyash don't big. Oh. I don't do implants. I don't do implants. Implants.
come out. Also, I just went back to look at the lawsuit, and I think we'll probably get a lawyer on Saturday to examine this.
Mommy B, Mommy B, are you there? Mommy B, please, can you make it short for me, please? If not, I'll postpone your submission to Saturday, please.
Ah, it's not long actually. It was I wanted to remind you about something. Remember when during the campaign when Peter B was going, went to southern Kaduna, went to southern Borno, all of those places, and they started kicking up a fuss on the timeline, saying that he's trying to divide the north. Right, that in itself, should make people understand that it isn't about religious politics. It's all about politics, but the only way they can sell it is by trying to use religion to say they're one. But even then, the middle belt is not homogeneous. It's not a monolithic place either, because we've heard how many tribes are in Plateau alone, you know happening, and I didn't understand where they were coming from. But it might have actually awakened the middle belt somewhat, because finally somebody was consulting them. Right, somebody was, asking for their vote. They weren't discarded. They weren't forgotten. Like usually, politicians don't go there. I mean, some of the places that Peter B went, then we were all like in awe of the man. Because he basically was telling them, you have a voice, you are part of Nigeria, and therefore I have to come to you to seek your for your vote, right? And I think that in itself would have, if in retrospect, you kind of think that these people have now said to themselves, no politician comes to consult us. So the short one said is enclaves, Christian enclaves, right? He just tried to lump them all together, right? And they're not regarded. All it is that 19 states basically is their vote block, but it's no longer. Oh, we've ended it with this election. I mean, I love what they're doing. I love that they're speaking their truth and putting it out there that this is our identity. You can't take that away. And briefly, the what's this man Don King look alike. I say make I swear for I'm small, because that man death at their age is expected, but he will die with agony. Every part of him will be on fire. He will be begging God, let me die. Because how is it that you see an innocent group of people, right, who our only desire is to see Nigeria function? Some of us don't even live in Nigeria anymore. and I feel very, very hard done by because of what this man said. Fascism, I mean, it's like, it's this projection. That word just really triggers me. And they're projecting because they've been acting like an authoritarian government, ignoring the rule of law, ignoring anything. There's no checks and balances. They just, everything is the ruling of impunity, and they don't care for the very people who put them there. But we'll stay strong. So yeah, is that short enough for you, Saddam, or should I go?
Yeah, mommy, it's okay. It's okay. Very okay. Thank you,
Well,
mommy. To be continued part 2 on Saturday.
mhm.
So, did you tell me one greeting you learned today from all the middle belt greeting now? All the middle belt. Tell me one greeting.
No, me, I'm not good
Hey,
with
mommy, now wow.
I was trying to pronounce them, and I was like, but you've not finished pronouncing Yoruba. You better leave it. But you know, I love the fact that you're sending them to come speak their language. That was kind of a nice touch.
Thank you. People like my DMs saying that they should just cut. I should not even bring another person if it's not people from the middle belt. And for that, the next couple of speakers, middle belt, I will close. Let me bring in my brother Shilo. Say
Yes, bro.
Nusula.
So Nuki knock.
Enoch. Please, which language? Tarok, Abi?
Yes, boss. I'm Tarok.
Wait,
Proudly.
let me introduce you. Let me introduce you. These guys are warriors. The Tarok tribe from Lantang, Abi.
Correct. Correct.
You see, say I did ground there for waiting the saw.
Correct.
Please greet us in Tarok.
Animal. So Nuki knock.
Anomo, Amukinok.
They no dey there, so now I know you get
You try.
from.
You try.
I try,
You
Abi.
try. You said?
I try now.
No, you try. No, you try.
So,
In fact, A plus, A plus
So
plus.
now we be like a language connoisseur. Like
Otumba, I don't see him now.
I
I
pronounce
don't
all
speak like 15 languages for here
the
now, like for this place as it
bro
was.
shift. Into Baba.
Yeah. I mean, Otumba, I greet you, Jimmy, everybody, I hail. Saddam, I'm really grateful that you are doing this because I've always prayed, hoped, wished for a day that there would be a time where people will begin to understand the beauty of Nigeria in its diversity. Truly, truly. Now, with this, I mean, I think last week I gave a little brief on my own background. I was born in the East. And, just like Saddam said, in every Tarok family, you will find at least one soldier. So it kind of goes in hand with the way we are. But the beauty of that is most of us, we might have a background in the barracks. And with the barracks, you live in different parts of the country.
Bro, just 1 minute. No vex, 1 minute. I've been to Lantang.
Correct.
I've been to Lantang. My younger sister schooled in FGGC Lantang. That is one of the best federal government schools for ladies. Am I right? FGC Lantang. And that journey was like from Bukuru to Lantang. I spent close to 3 hours. And I was a kid, I had to go visit her. My parents could not go, I had to go visit her. And that experience I will never forget. But God, my brother, bless you.
Oh yeah. And this is another thing, for those of us that are outside, why we want a better country is because we need to really appreciate what we have. When you take a road trip in Nigeria, sometimes you have to take a step back and thank God because we are a beautiful nation, honestly. Now, from where I grew up, I've spent most of my adult life in Lagos, and I will say there were times where it was really frustrating when somebody asks for your name, you say your name, and then they say, no, your real name. Well, I mean, what's not your nickname, your real name? That gives a connotation that, okay, even for your side, even for your this same country, people don't really understand where you're from. And if we're truly to be a nation, these are the things that we need to really dig deep and really appreciate that there is so much. I mean, in Plateau State, you have over 50 different languages, and you have 17 local governments. And there are many other states like that in the Middle Belt. And you would see that the one thing that makes a nation, there's a difference between a country. I always say, for as far as Nigeria is concerned now, we are just a country. A country is a geographical location where you have people that live in, close proximity with each other. But a nation demands certain things. To make a nation, you need to have a commonality, whether in culture or whether in ideology and the likes. But we have clearly seen that over time, what greedy people do, what greedy politicians do, is use that to divide, use this diversity to divide us. But we're finally at a point in time where we are actually seeing that true test of our diversity and seeing how we can exploit it to the maximum. And that's why these elections brought out so many different things. Mommy Bonale said something about Mr. Peter will be visiting some places and some people criticizing him for that. But the good thing about that was the representation it brought. People that have never felt, people that have never been felt that they matter are beginning to feel like they matter. And I always say one thing: you can be from anywhere. Be proud of, hold your head up high and be proud of where you're from. But the moment you begin to think that you are better than another group of people because of where you are from, then that's where the problem lies. You are feeding into that narrative. And this is what this movement is slowly but surely dispelling. That's why this is so important. I'll end by just having a little tidbit with this what this whole thing about fascism. I'm not going to spend time about the history of fascism. I think Grandmaster gave a good gave a good interpretation and the history of it. But what I would say is Wole Soyinka is a very well-seasoned literary icon, right? He has a strong command of the English language. He could have used anything. He could have said anything if you want to criticize. But the fact that he said that, the fact that he used that word is deliberate and is dangerous. Let's not forget the fact that we have, and this is the same thing, this is why the battle of the mind is something we have to keep fighting against, because it's these narratives that make you feel that you are doing wrong. But he has another thing coming, and I'm glad that we're actually being able to say, you are wrong, sir. Behave yourself. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Please, Shida, what is I yield in Tarok?
My cheat.
My cheat.
Wait till you greet me first talk.
In the Tarok.
Yeah, then I knock and knock and I come.
You don't hear the knock one, you see? Otuba, please allow me, please, focus. All right, let's go back to back, middle belt. Young E of Joss. Mr. Young, can you hear me? You hear the name. See, are you guys paying attention to the names I'm calling here? Are you guys paying attention to the names I'm calling here by people? Shiloh, Simdula, Yang. If you hear names, you feel that like you're talking to Chinese, man. Yang, are you here, please? Can you hear me? Young L. Yang, are you there? Yang going one, Yang going two, Yang gone. Please, if you're not from the middle belt, please do not spend more than 1 minute speaking, please. I beg you, please. This place is not for you, Thank you. Yang, Until Young speak. Young don't drop. Okay, let me take Dr. Imabros.
Thank you, Saddam, for finally giving me the chance to speak.
Sorry, sir, please. Are you from the Middle Belt?
I'm from the southeast. I'm a Nigerian.
Please, 1 minute, 30 seconds, huh?
No problem. It
Please,
pleases
please.
me
Three,
that
3 minutes, 3 minutes, sir. 3 minutes. No, I'm just winding your leg, God.
thank you. All right. I have been stuck to this space today, even though the network has been plunging me out each time I came on the queue. But I'm so glad that I finally had the chance to drop a few. I'm a teacher. I'm also a researcher. Mine is like pausing to ask a few questions from all what we have been saying. And I am so glad that on this space and on so many other spaces that obedience have gathered, this election has erupted the hard truth that some of us have been avoiding, have been dodging away from, or have been shying away from speaking. Especially today's topic, which has been from the yesterday's topic. I'm also glad that the Middle Belt people are speaking out. I have traveled a bit around the Middle Belt, Buruku, Taraku, and Tiv, Jos. I've had a little bit of experience of all of these places to agree totally that Nigeria is indeed a rich country. But I want to wonder, just like I said, all of what we are saying today and all of these things we've been saying on this space keeps me wondering when we keep asking these questions about these people that call themselves our leaders from the first century, the second century leaders of Nigeria. Do we really think that these people ever believed in one Nigeria? From all we have ever seen, from what is, playing out in our own generation now, that we are speaking the hard truth. I begin to wonder if these people that have been playing the games of politics, using our diversity to divide us, and plunging into the dark places of our diversity instead of bringing the beauty of our diversity. I'm not sure they have ever believed in one Nigeria. I believe they are amongst the people that are tribalistic and selfish, because there are three people in the whole world: the selfish, the tribalistic, and the citizens. And we, the obedience, belongs to the citizens, the universal citizens, because we want the one Nigeria. And I want to urge us all, now that we are ready to speak this hard truth, everybody that has spoken here today has hammered on this. Let this not stop. I am one of the latecomers in obedient movement, but I'm glad that I finally found this movement where some of us can sometimes come here to cry, to vent out, to spill out. But we are speaking the truth that some of us have been shying away from all this while. The beauty of the diversity of Nigeria. I am a linguist. I document indigenous. I was so happy when I heard the young lady that is a linguistic student from uni just speak when she spoke. I want to say that while we are doing what we're doing, let us also begin to change some expressions and terminology. For instance, when we say the middle belt, and I begin to observe that when we use that term, which is a geopolitical term, sometimes we begin to mix it up with tribes. No, we are all from different tribes that make up Nigeria. The term middle belt is rather a geopolitical term. So you see people here today that say they are from Tarok, people from Bira, people from Nupe. Everybody is speaking. They are speaking from their identities. And it is this identity that makes us Nigeria. And now the problem we are trying to solve is the problem that the people that have been making us to believe that we are one Nigeria, we have come to understand that the corn in their pocket have not allowed them to play that role that they have wanted us to play. Oh, we are one Nigeria, only when it favors them politically. But they come back and go into our identities, our diversities, and exploit those and exploit them to divide us. I am glad to see that at the beginning of this election, it was tribal war that was evoked. Everybody knows what played out in Lagos and some other places. But I'm also glad that today, the discussion we're having is about tribes. It's about our linguistic identities. It's about what makes us different people but one in Nigeria. Obedience. We are the only hope Nigeria has. And I would like us to begin to educate ourselves in this line and be very cautious also to see some of the terminologies that they use and begin to expel them and be cautious in the way we also, carry out our actions. I work with the most vulnerable of the vulnerable communities. I work with the deaf people in Nigeria. Do you know where I have met the most developed sign languages? It is in the north. My team and I, we went to a place we termed Mogajingari finally in Kaduna in 2018 to document their indigenous sign languages. Do you know what? So beautiful a piece of language. But this language is not recognized, not by the government of our country. Today, in the schools for the deaf in Nigeria, we proudly claim that we use American Sign Language to teach our deaf children. When we have beautiful languages that are being neglected, that go endangered every day. As a linguist, I have put this forward to Nigerian linguists. Why is it that several decades after Nigeria gained independence, we are still quoting a work that is done by a foreigner? Today, you may have heard,
Dr.
Nigeria
Emma,
has...
please. Dr. Emma, please can you wrap up in 30 seconds, please? Thank you.
It's all right.
I'll be
So
moving to
today,
minutes.
you may have heard Nigeria has 550 languages. It is a work of a foreigner. It is a work that we continue to quote, we continue to cite, but we have several seasoned professors in linguistics who have hardly had the possible time to dig into our diversity, language diversity, to do a work that we can claim is our own. To round off, I want to urge us to continue in this line of discussion, to continue in this line of action, to do it in all diversities because that is what we represent, and to realize that it is only us who can bring the new Nigeria, the birth of a new Nigeria. Just like we talk about Rwanda today, there's always a time to birth a new thing. And this is the new Nigeria, only can be found in the obedience action. Thank you very much. And may God bless all obedience across Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Insightful. Thank you. All right.
I think
Onyx, please, 2 minutes, please. Want to say something?
no, I thought Marianne was going. Who was going?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
am.
Onyx, please, 2 minutes,
So
please. Thank you.
now add to this, to what you know, no chomri, no kude. This is Flatenchi. I was waiting to hear somebody from Adamawa State to come up and say something, but I guess we don't have people from that side. So
Which language is that? You just
Flatenchi,
don't know
full
it.
day. It's spoken by Fulani people.
But that's Fulani now. Okay, yeah.
Yes. I wanted to talk about Adamawa State because I was waiting. I was thinking somebody would come up and say something about it because it's also Middle Belt. Okay, and they have 21 local governments and stuff like that. You guys can go and read up. So I just want to tell you guys that they have languages. And then since I don't have much time, I just want to browse through because I was born and brought up there. So they have so many languages, okay? And then if we notice, they're kind of peaceful over there because even with the leadership, you will notice that okay, those languages, even if it's Muslim or Christians, they all like have their different identification, and then they kind of understand themselves and accept themselves for who they are. Okay, and this is why I love what Plateau people are trying to do, trying to like know who they are. And then I want the people from the south to help, southeast, southwest, to south to help in making sure that okay, this identification agenda that the Plateau and the Middle Belt people are trying to push is achieved by always like whenever you see somebody from the north that is resident there in the south, anywhere in the south, you first of all ask the person where he or she is from, and most possibly also ask, what do you want me to identify you with? Don't just go and say, oh yeah, Usa, something like that. You understand? Like, don't just come because you heard the person is coming from Adamawa, anywhere around the northern region. Like, you just so I think that will help drive the message, and help with the identification agenda they're all about. And then I want to say something about the Hausa people. They call Hausa people because I grew up where, though we did not live together, I lived more with the Fulani people because, okay, there's Neret, as Neret said, they have a pattern of, settlement. So they tend to live together so that, because they share the same, they share some commonalities and stuff. So I've observe them, and I'll tell you that they are very hardworking people. Like the houses that settled in or that are resident in Adamawa State, for instance, where I grew up. Okay, they farm rice. Okay, and they what's it called? Like they help do this local rice. Like you see them cook it and go do all the processes manually, actually. And the sun there is very scorching. Okay, I don't want to talk about the other, like the mumuyes, the all these other Michikas, all of them, they farm under the scorching sun and everything. They're very hardworking people. Okay, but the wicked elites we have over there in the north, they don't even provide anything that will help them. Okay, like there's no good healthcare system. That's the honest truth. You have PHCs that have nothing. You understand? That's why most times, like now, I'm in Jos. Hospitals, and most times they do not survive it. Okay, so I want the houses, I believe there are houses on this place, like core houses, okay, to understand that, okay, this movement is about trying to speak for you guys too, for all of us. I know every region has its own issues and peculiarities of problems, but we're trying to speak for you guys to help people who project the fact that you need good governance. Because imagine somebody working under the scorching sun and everything, and then the little you make, you can't get to enjoy it. Okay, if you manage, you buy AC, say okay, you want AC that will blow you when you get home, but there's no light to for you to
My
like.
sister.
So okay, sorry, okay, I'm rounding up now. So I want us to understand that this movement is for all of us. We want a better Nigeria. Thank you very much, and I yield.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Um, please, guys, please, when you see me with my hands, please just try and wrap up your submission. I beg. I'm gonna pity me too now. We don't tired. Mbok, Nyang. See, I don't learn plenty language, man. Young, please, my brother. Where are you from?
Okay, hello Saddam, hello Tumba,
Ah,
and hello everyone.
my brother, where are you from now?
I'm actually not from the Middle Belt, but I grew up in Jos. I was born and raised in Jos.
Oh, you're born and raised in
So
Jos.
yeah. So yeah.
You're not
Oh
from the
well,
Middle Belt.
what?
You're not from the Middle Belt, or you're from the Middle
No,
Belt.
no. I'm not from the Middle Belt.
Okay,
You're
okay.
from the Middle Belt by birth now. I mean,
Well, okay, yeah, yeah, by birth and by residence. Okay, yeah, I'm from there.
All right.
Anyway,
Please, you have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
okay, I really don't know how much to say anymore. The previous speakers actually echoed my sentiments. So, but all I just want to say is, the only power we have is our voice, and that's what these guys are scared of. So we have to keep talking. We have to keep being heard in all ramifications. So I like what you guys are doing, and I just want to encourage all of us to keep doing this. And then, having said this, I want to make a case for these LP registrations, because I've had friends from diaspora ask me how they should join the party. They would love to be part of the party and all that stuff. And then they want a link or something where they could just go register and
I
all
think
that. So,
I posted it. It's on the jumbotron. I will send it to your DM. Okay.
okay, all right, okay. And also, if it's possible, if we could have the physical location of the LP office here in Abuja posted on the timelines so people could see it. Because someone like me, I don't know where it is. But I'd love to go there, like you said, maybe tomorrow, stop by and all that, because I'm in Abuja currently. So if it's possible, just if there's a way you can do it, maybe on your own timeline or something, just put it there, the address, and then so people could really, because I've had a lot of people ask me. I actually did some mobilizations during the election period. And then after that, I've had people try to reach out to me and say, how can they join? And somehow I do not have answers. I had to tell them to hold on. So if it's possible, if you have access to the leadership and all that, let clear details be put out there for people who want to be part of the parties. And then also the online part of it, I think because the diaspora guys, there are a lot of diaspora guys. So I don't know if the online thing is working effectively.
Yeah, it's working. I have a lot of people. I have had like 3 or 4 people register today. So yes.
Okay.
So I sent you the link to your DM. It's pretty straightforward. And they get an
Okay.
email confirmation as soon as possible.
Okay, all right. And also for the middle belt thing, the middle belt reawakening thing, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm so impressed. I think it's long due. It should have happened a long time. I'm happy that these young people are really rising up now and they're not taking the kind of nonsense we took in our time. It's a very good thing. I do not see any crime or anything bad in having an identity. I think everybody should have one wherever you're from, be whether you're a minority or you're a majority. I think everybody should have one. And I even think identity crisis is actually the biggest problem in the country right now, because we need to know who people are, we need to respect them, and we need to have a way where the commonwealth of Nigeria is being spread among everyone. I mean, if we have this, if there's a fair should I say share or something among everybody, even the agitations would go down a lot, and even the illegal people who come into this country and then they all claim to be house, claim to be northerners, go around and commit all these offenses and all that stuff would be checked, because we will be able to know that, okay, you are this and you are that and you're not from here and you're not from here, and all these aliens will be sieved out and all that. So I'm really, really impressed, and I just want to encourage all of us to keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Young. Thank you. All right, Anderson, please have the space. 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Sadan, Atumba, everybody in the house. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to thank all our MiddleBelt brothers and sisters who took out time to educate us here today, from languages to cultures and traditions. It's amazing that we have all these and we don't really know about them. My special thanks goes to Emir Saddam and the entire team of the Violence Space. I think one way to make these languages and cultures of our, dear brothers and sisters in the Middle Belt come alive is to incorporate it in the entertainment industry, just like INSI and Iniedo did in Shanty House. For those who have watched that movie, they try to incorporate their own language. I think they are from Akwa Ibom. They spoke the language and they were able to tell what it means, thereby making other people to know, oh, there is a language like this. And I also want to encourage those who can write books in these languages to go ahead and do that with interpretations. And most importantly, those who are in the media houses like televisions and radio stations should speak these languages from time to time. Just like what Emir Saddam was doing here. When people come, he will say, okay, greet us in your language. How do you say this in your language? So that way other people will get to know about this language. Other people will, because in the new Nigeria we are building, no one should be left out, no one should be left behind. No culture, no tradition of any part of the nation should be left behind. Everybody has to be carried along. And it's quite unfortunate that these things are the things that are supposed to bind us together. They are supposed to be kind of bat love, much love in us, but instead our greedy politicians have tried to use them to separate us. I should be happy as an Igbo person trying to go to Jos or trying to go to Kaduna, knowing that I'm going to meet people with different culture, different kind of food, different kind of language, I should be happy going there to say, oh, when I'm coming back, I'm going to learn this. The same thing is applicable to them coming to any of the Yoruba speaking states or Igbo speaking states to learn. That should be even our diversity should be our advantage, but they have used it to our disadvantages. So I don't want to hold the mic for a long time. I just want to say again, thank you to Emir Saddam, and I want to encourage my sister here, the Ariwachik, who was emotional earlier. You are doing, and I know that when our new Nigeria finally comes, we all will gather together to enjoy it. Thank you, Emir Saddam. Thank you, everyone. Saddam, please check your DM for updates about Imo State. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Anderson. Thank you. All right. Wild Sugar, are you there, Wild Sugar? All right, Hassan, can you hear me? Hassan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Saddam. Good morning, Mr. Otumba. It has really been an interesting space. My name is Hassan from Southern Kaduna State.
Which tribe, please?
The issues we're talking about, MiddleBelt Reawakening, Buhari latest scam. I think I'll just dwell with MiddleBelt Reawakening, which is an area I've really been following for a very long time. Now, when we talk about
Hassan, can
the
you hear?
Middle Belt, yes, I can hear you.
Please, which tribe from the Middle Belt are you?
Oh, I'm from the Koro tribe. The Koro tribe.
Koro tribe. So, what is good morning in Koro?
Utesirewa. Utesirewa.
Huh?
Utesirewa. That means good morning.
Uteserewa.
Yes,
Where you
Utesirewa.
get O from? Where you get O from?
Iteserewa.
Utesirewa. Utesirewa. That's
Uteserewa. You
have
see,
you have you
Otuba, you know the Otuba.
literally
Uteserewa.
meaning have you woken up? So that's how we say good morning. You know.
Uteserewa.
So wait,
Yes.
you say from the Koro. You said Koro, I be Koro. How do you spell the tribe?
Yes. Koro.
I've never heard of it in my life,
All
man.
right.
Pleasure to meet you, brother.
That's
But
that's
you see things we will never know for this country. Eh?
now.
Nigeria is one.
The day we will do a space on the mineral resources across Nigeria. That day, everybody will carry cutlass begin pursue our elites. Don't worry, we'll open that space. That space. We're coming for them. Continue, my brother. God bless you.
Yeah. So as I was saying, basically, when we talk about the Middle Belt is a conglomeration of nations, not just languages. You know, the truth of the matter is when you study history, particularly a book written by Obafemi Awolowo, where he wrote about the travails of democracy and the rule of law. Awolowo was very careful during his campaign, and the same strategy Obi employed, was the same strategy. I mean, the same strategy Obi employed was the same strategy Obafemi Awolowo used when he campaigned. He ensured that he never on any occasion aligned with the feudalistic North. And the reason why he didn't do that was because of ideology. He believed he was a progressive. And when you look at the setup of the North, if you find the North in general, and when I use North, I use it loosely, he tried to get support from the diversity of the northern region. And by diversity, I mean, you talk about the people in the plateau, you talk about those in southern Borno, you talk about those in Adamawa, you go down to Nasarawa, you come down to Abuja. By the way, the Koro people are found in Abuja, they are in Nasarawa, they are in Kogi, they are in
Also,
Kaduna.
let me blow your mind. I just found a research publication in Stanford's library on the history the history of origin and tradition of Koro people.
Yeah,
This is far back as 1998.
exactly.
Wow.
So you see, So when you look at those tribes and tongues, they are mostly a warrior people. They are mostly farmers who are linked together by ancestry, and they call it the Kwararafa heritage. Some of them are linked to um,
Kwarafa is a pre-colonial empire, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
Quran Rafat no culture.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So you see, these ideas have been hidden over time by the feudalistic and conservative North. And I do not mean, and I do not say make this statement to disrespect any people, but it has been a politically, politically initiated act of undermining the people of the Middle Belt, denying them education, denying them political relevance, and only using them for political advantage. And so they come out to tell you, oh, in the north, is either you are Hausa, Fulani, Muslim, you know, there are no Christians in the north, there are no other tribes, it's just minorities. And so when you add when you add all the tribes and languages and nations and all of them together, you find that you have an army of people who are progressive, an army of people who would who will line up behind a see them imposing emirate systems in people's culture and tradition that is far different from Muslim communities. Non-Muslim communities having emirates. People who you know that by history they came to settle with us. And this is not using the word settlement to mean, oh, they are settlers or disrespectful, being disrespectful to them. But the truth is that we all have to know our history, how we came to a place, how we settled, and we must always respect our host. And this is not meaning that, we are very hospitable people from southern Kaduna down to Lafia in Nasarawa State, all over the Middle Belt. These people have significant languages, cultural festivals, masquerade days, and so on and so forth. That is even similar down south. So the idea of when you go to a place, you see that, oh, Emir of so person. And when you go to the people, you see them speaking another language. They are not Muslims. They are not Hausa speaking people. See, Nigeria, has to be studied and has to be understood. And for me, I believe Peter Obi, who I passionately support, understand the demography, the geopolitics of this nation. That is why he knew exactly where he wanted to get his support. He knew exactly where his support base was going to come from in the so-called One North, the myth of One North. You see? So, as far as I'm concerned, as a proud Middle Beltan, as somebody who believes that Nigeria is a country of oneness, and it is not disrespect. Like I said, I have grown up in my area where we have Fulanis who have stayed with us for so many years. We've not had cause to have crisis, but over the years, our environment have been embattled with insecurity. And most of these persons who come attack, either they're coming by the arm of religion, or they're coming with the arm of a tribe, or they're even foreigners who just come dominate spaces within the northern region and give us a bad name. And so when you come, currently in the southwest, when you come around, you say, oh, I'm Hassan. And they'll ask you, oh, Hassan is a Muslim name. Oh, you're Hausa. Oh, because you're from, no, they're all Hausas there. It's intellectually, lethargy that causes people to just assume that anybody that comes from the up north is Hausa Fulani or is a Muslim. Now let me give you a breakdown of how some people in the north, have names that might appear, oh, Hausa or they might appear Muslim. Our forefathers used to tell us that when the British came to, to Nigeria, began ruling Nigeria, what they did was that they adopted Hausa language as a lingua franca, as a colonial language of the Northern Empire. And by doing that, as a Christian, when I go to church, I have to communicate using Hausa because there's no way I can understand somebody from Lantang if I am Koro. There's no way I can understand my brother in the Middle Belt who speaks another language than my own. So we had to adopt Hausa as a lingua franca of the entire northern region. And that is why our literature, our biblical text have been translated in that language. Other materials have been translated to that language, and so on and so forth. So Hausa language has now been adopted as a language of trade, language of culture, language of politics, and a language that is basically for communication generally all through the North. So the North is so diverse that we need collaborations from our brothers in the South. When we have that kind of collaboration, a collaboration that will understand the identity of everybody, I believe that the Middle Belt is progressive. That the whole fight to ensure that Nigeria moves forward has been difficult because the facade of, the North is powerful. The North remembers. Oh, yeah, you have to belong to the Hausa Fulani clan to take over the country. Oh, there is a Muslim North that is so powerful than every other group. Facade. All political laziness. I think Peter Obi, to me, is not a politically lazy person. And that is why he has gone like a one-man mopo, breaking all barriers, exposing the strength of our diversity, bringing everybody on the table, and saying that you matter too. For me, that is the kind of politics that encourages me. That is the kind of politics that does not seem to divide. So what they do is that they will tell you, oh, Peter Obi is a dangerous politician. He's balkanizing the North. He's not balkanizing the North. He's uniting the North. He's telling them that every tribe and tongue and nation matters in this fragile unity of our fragile nation of ours. He's bringing everybody on the table. When it is time to make appointment, they only go to their either religious and ethnic group and choose appointment that should ordinarily go to other people. Nigeria belongs to all of us. It belongs to the Igbos. It belongs to the Hausas. It belongs to the Fulanis that are indigenous to this nation. It belongs to the Yorubas. It belongs to everybody, and everybody must be part of the development. There has to be inclusion. So, so when you look at that, like I was saying, I said, some of our parents, the reason why, for me now, why I bear the name Hassan is basically because in those days, our parents were denied access to quality education, access to the basic amenities of life. And the best way they could align with the feudalistic North is to carry names of those people. For instance, my grandfather bear the name Tanko, so he has to bear the name Tanko and probably carries the name Haruna. So when he goes to school, it's easier for them not to identify him and label him by a particular religion or a particular tribe, so that he will get access to the good things of life. A lot of things have gone. So you see, the pages are too many that we cannot even flip. That if you begin to talk about all of these things, you break down by emotions when you begin to hear all of these stories. So our people are subjected to all sorts of things, all sorts of madness that has been going on. We have always been looking for a time. Most of us in the Middle Belt have always been looking for a time where we will align, where somebody will bring an awakening like the one Awo brought when he was contesting, where we would align. We believe strongly that if the entire South aligns with the Middle Belt, we will have progress in this nation. That is our belief. That is what we believe. We believe that strongly, and we will rally around behind it. So what you see all over the country, you see them labeling Peter Obi, calling him names, saying all sorts of things because they have failed. The guy is breaking that structure, and he's not just breaking it from the surface. He's breaking it intrinsically. He's going to the foundation. He's smoking them out and bringing every people to relevance. To relevance. See, let me just rest my case here because there are a lot of things to say.
Thank you very much, my brother Hassan. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you. Otumba, I don't even want to say something real quick. If not, I think, guys, thank you very much. I think to me, this is, I said it before we started this space, I said this will be our best space ever. And I think to me, this is really our best space ever because I have learned a whole lot. I have spoken over 20 different languages today. I probably might not remember any of them, but I know I did that because I'm going to replay this space tomorrow and I'll be listening to myself speaking in tongues, different languages. Nigeria, we are amazing people. Honestly speaking, I'm happy that I have seen firsthand the diversity.
But sorry, Jerry. I'm gonna work with it. I think we definitely have to do a continuation. I think we need
We
to
will.
see this place because there's a lot of people that didn't get to request the mic. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone. Like, the great awakening of the Middle Belt, the real power brokers in Nigeria. You guys have decided who's been our elected president for years now. So, and it's amazing to understand how diverse and how rich that region is. So and as a member, as a 1/8 member by blood of the Middle Belt myself, I'm so excited to meet every one of you. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Saddam, Jimmy, real level best. Our wonderful ladies, women in Nigeria, Miss Barry at Anton Gosdi. I know you hear your voice today, but thank you, everyone. Dr. Archie, if no talk today. Thank you, too. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, my brother Otumba. Thank you, N6. Thank you, Jimmy. Guys, see, I just want to say this here. Honestly speaking, like we're going to, I think we'll be having this space, this reawakening space, as often as possible. If it means just let us keep coming out here, let us keep speaking, because when I said that every institution in Nigeria is under test by this obedient movement, by Peter's emergence has put everything under test. After the elections, while we were all agitated and everything, so I was almost at the point of calling out, let's go, let's see the street. And some people called me and they said, Saddam, do you understand what you guys have done and what you guys are about to do? You're about to transform Nigeria. You're about to bet a new country. And when you want to bet a new country, everything you're not going to bet. You're not giving birth to a. If you give birth to a country with just head and arm, that country is a crippled country. You have to give birth to a country that is complete, as in head, shoulders, arm, limbs, everything complete. And we have touched the legislative, we have touched the executive, we have exposed every institution in this country, the civil societies, the religious bodies, Christians, Muslims alike. We have shaken this country to the foundation. The last, for me, I felt then the person said the last part of this country you guys need to touch is the judiciary. And when the person said that, I not thought, I was like, yes, we really need to bring everything to full to the everything in darkness to light for Nigerians to really see how dirty all the system is. I never even knew that we are still have to touch the cultural part of this country. And I have learned a whole lot with this whole submission, with this whole reawakening of the Middle Belt, that minority tribes in this country have been stifled for so long, and they deserve to speak and they deserve to be heard by fellow Nigerians. We are all, as long as, I keep saying, as long as it is still one Nigeria, nobody is more important than the next person. We are as important as everyone, every region. If Nigeria is working for you, it should work for everybody. Unfortunately, the elite class don't want us to know this. They have kept us as slaves, fighting ourselves. making us look like we're enemies. We are not enemies, we are brothers and sisters, but at the same time, we should be able to respect each and every one of us culture, tradition, religion, etc. And hold your people accountable. If you don't hold them accountable, as long as I still want Nigeria, me, I will hold them accountable. I will come out here and I'll say it because I hold my own accountable. I don't hide my own. I will come out here and I call out all the Igbo leaders. I say they are all useless. If Peter Obi was a Rochas, I will, God forbid, I will not spend 10 seconds of my life or my resources talking or campaigning for a Rochas or a Chimaroke Namani, or in fact, almost all the Igbo leaders that I've seen so far. I will not do that. I hold my people responsible. I expect you also to hold your people responsible. And when we start holding these evil men responsible, you will see that they are all united up there. As my brother Ibrahim said, the only tribe and what they worship is money. Look at Wale Soyinka saying nonsense today. Who went to defend him? Kingsley Mogalu. But down there, it's like Igbo and Yorubas are fighting. If you go to the comment section, Yorubas are tweeting. Igbos insult them. You're going down there, Igbos are defending. It's like, but you see up there, they're all defending themselves. There is no tribe up there. They're all one. Their mission is the same, to hold Nigerians to ransom. We should understand their games, and please, we on ourselves stay united as obedience in fighting to rescue our country. Thank you guys one more time for this space. I'm so happy that we had these conversations. I promise you, all of you that could not speak, I'm sorry. We'll still bring you up on Saturdays, our space, 4 p.m. Nigerian time, God's willing. We will still be having this conversation. I think there will be a continuation of this conversation, probably on Saturday or probably next week. But this conversation is here to stay. It shall not be one conversation that we have and we'll flip out by the roadside. Thank you guys for this space. Thank you, my brothers, one more time from the back channel, the whole Vawulence team behind the scene. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joel Obedient. Thank you, Archie. Thank you, Riri. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Otumba. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, N6. Thank you, Reva Best. Hassan, thank you. Thank you to all of you that could not come out to speak today. I'm so sorry. Next time we'll do this again. Thank you, Captain Jamil, my big bro. Thank you, Chike. Thank you, Niger Brown Chick. Please, to my northern brothers, please, this is not a call for division. We are all one in this movement. Please respect the Middle Belters. Respect them, respect their culture. Be a voice to speak for them also, because you truly know they have an identity. Thank you very much, Chike. Thank you, Niger Brown Chick. Thank you, Anka Dede. Thank you, Well-Meaning Nigeria. Omega XD. Thank you, Zos. Thank you for coming back from vacation. People are saying, where's Zos? Where's Zos? Zos, thank you. Hope you enjoyed the vacation. Olawaski, Dr. Vince, Miss Barriat, Ngozi. Thank you, Biruki, Bolale, Mommy, Naomi, Mama Wakiri. Thank you, my guy. Tell me you came up and you fell back. I don't know what entered your throat. Did you eat bone? Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Archie. Honorable Ada, thank you. My brother Steven, thank you, Steven USA, for coming through. Thank you. Mary White, thank you. Thank you, Onyx. Thank you, Shrubs. Take care. Take care. Oh yes. AGK baby, Mr. Valeri, Shilo, Duchess, Tony, Ken, Ikenna, Patience, Hesley. Guys, all our blue tickers, thank you so much. Thank you. I cannot name all your names. You guys are amazing. Thank you for sticking with us from beginning to the end. Gladys, thank you. Favor, Lady B, Attackers, no vex. Sorry. Thank you for all of you that I could not give the mic to them. I'm so sorry. It was not my intention. The space crashed and we have to start afresh. God bless you all. Please stay safe. Please keep believing. Please keep pressing the next. Oluwadam Lara, I see you. Nima, my sister, thank you. Zinamdi, Andy, I see you. Thank you, Rabbi. God's will for Nigeria. Thank you, Nina. God bless you all. Thank you so much for sticking with us on the Vawulence space. Please go out there. If you're in Abuja tomorrow, go out today, and go and join in solidarity. The Labour Party house is in Utako. So please, in Utako, find your way to Utako tomorrow and today and join in solidarity. God bless you all. See you guys on Saturday, God's willing. Stay safe. And as we always say on this platform, remember we do this for God, for country, and for our families. Love you all. Good night and stay safe.